And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger and roll, Atlantis.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flighting downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange!
Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
Nothing to be ignited in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
What's going on, everybody? It is very, very early. Currently 4:01 a.m. Eastern Time, and this is the NSF Starship Stakeout stream. Hello, everybody. I am EJ, your host, and I'm still a little bit tired here, but you know, everything permitting, in about 12 hours, we should see Flight 6 take off from Pad A at Boca Chica and hopefully see another successful Starship flight chalked up into the books. Good morning, everybody. How are you? I am still sipping coffee, guys. I'm going to need a lot more. It is a little bit early, but who would want to miss this, right? Who would want to miss this? I tell you who wouldn't want to miss this. My partner in crime for today's stream, Ryan Weber. Ryan, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic, EJ. It's 4:02 a.m. Central, not Eastern. I think that coffee still needs to kick in a little bit.
Yeah, yes, you are absolutely right. Uh-huh.
But anyways, I'm glad to be here. Starship Flight 6. Let's go. Yeah.
It's gonna be awesome. I wish I had a better speech prepared, but the hype is real. The anticipation is real. I'm sitting here looking at the stack, and you know it hasn't changed much since yesterday, right? But we're still getting hyped up. Still getting hyped up, man.
Oh yeah. I really can't wait for this. This is going to be, as always with Starship flights or rocket flights in general, it's always exciting. But Starship always brings that extra level because, well, it's Starship. How can it not? That's why we do these long streams, you know, come in, hang out with you guys, answer your questions, have some fun, you know, and wait for the action to start. So, yeah.
So, Ryan, can you give us a weather and a status update now and at T0, bud? What are we looking at? Is the weather looking good today or what?
So, as all of you can see right now, the weather's a bit, well, wet. The humidity's kind of high there right now, but the lucky thing is that it's expected to burn off a lot over the course of the day. Like, basically, the humidity's more or less expected to be cut in half. It's around like 75-80% right now, and expect to go down to like 40-45, or maybe even low 50s. But so it'll dry off over the course of the day, especially once the sun rises. Sunrise is expected at around 6:50 a.m. Central. So it'll start to burn off. Then the cold part of the cold front will come in and then start to kind of push away the clouds, humidity, all that fun stuff. So dry air will come in. So that's kind of where we're looking at. About 11 hours and 55 minutes till the opening window. And as of right now, SpaceX is tracking towards the opening. Had clear alarm started around 2:15 in the morning. So SpaceX is already well ahead of schedule with that. They seem more prepared for this flight than they have the last 5, which is funny because they always use that phrase, pending regulatory approval, but they feel more ready this time than they ever have. But we are on track for a launch at the opening of the window, which is 4 p.m. Central in about 11 hours, 54 minutes, and 51 seconds. So, kind of where we're at right now.
This is great, man. So yeah, we got fair skies. We are not pending regulatory approval, and we're ready to go. I like it. Sounds good. All right, so we do have another amazing person joining us here today for this Starbase or Starship Stakeout here. We have Max Evans, who's apparently out in the field. Max, are you there? UHF comm check.
I got you loud and clear, AJ. How me?
Oh, yep, 5x5, buddy. Chat. Can you guys hear Max okay?
Well, I sure hope so. But good morning, everybody. Yes, I am currently in the field, currently over at our river lot, about just under 4 miles from the launch site. It is very humid out this morning. There's quite a bit of fog in the near vicinity, at least as far as the eye can see. It is a very wet morning, probably because of that cold front that came through. With what Adam has been talking about the last few days, but once the sun comes up, I imagine that this will not be a problem anymore. But so far, things are looking good, and as Ryan was saying, we are currently ahead of schedule, which is always a bonus to hear this early in the count.
Yeah, cool, good stuff. So, chat, you guys know the drill. This isn't anything, I mean, except for what you see on your screen. Is anything out of the ordinary? You have questions about what's going on, tag at NASASpaceflight. We're here. I have me, Ryan, and Max ready and waiting to answer your questions. So tag at NASASpaceflight if you have questions for us. Yeah, guys, where should we start? Like, we got a lot of time. You got a lot of time to burn, and they put me in charge. So, this is gonna be a
who
party.
put this guy in charge?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who would do that, but here we are.
Yeah. So I this goes along with the weather update. So you'll notice a lot of our cams have some dew over them, some moisture and things like that. And I was talking about earlier. We're expecting it to clear up. Hopefully it'll all burn off, especially once the sun rises and that the leading edges of that cold front come in. So we expect clear views once everything starts clearing up. And it'll be nice. It'll be kind of weird, kind of doing a stream through the day for a Starship launch and then it launching in the afternoon. It's a little weird. The last time, we basically had I think the last time we had an afternoon Starship flight of any kind was like SN8, when it was later in the day, that beautiful blue, pure blue sky, which is, I hope, is what we get for this flight. That'll be amazing if we get something like that. But yeah, that's where we're at right now, because we're almost even at the anniversary of that flight too, which is kind of funny.
We also just passed the flight anniversary of Flight 2, which happened 1 year ago yesterday, which is bonkers because I can still recall the events of that very eventful and action-packed morning like it was yesterday. But yeah, everything it is very moist out here. Sorry to ramble on about the weather, y'all, but the cold front is here. There's a lot of moisture in the air, so that's why a lot of our cameras are dewed out, and the views might not be as good as we are used to currently. But again, once the sun comes up and burns all of that off, we should be getting a lot better views from all of our sites, north, south, and west of the site. So stay tuned. This is going to be a very good day. I have a gut feeling. And yeah, Ryan, as you were saying, this is the first time we've had any flight ops in the afternoon or just after, say, 8 or 9 a.m. since the SN8, SN9 days. It's been a really long time, and we forget how good that light can be, because that's only around an hour 20-ish away from sunset. So the light should be absolutely perfect if assuming the weather plays nice, which the forecast says it will. But we are very excited to see how that looks. But for now, we will have to put up with the very misty and dark skies here in Starbase.
So, Max, I have to ask you, how many cameras do you have in your immediate vicinity, and how many did you set up, dude?
In my immediate vicinity, I have two. I have two R5s and my 6D. I have currently 4 remotes around the pad. I was going to deploy my 6D, but it was giving me a bit of issues earlier, so I didn't want to risk that being skunked, and I'd rather have it with me in a controlled environment where I can troubleshoot any issues should they arrive. But currently, I have 3 with me that I plan on utilizing, all 3, of course. and then currently 4 out in the field, plus a GoPro, my cell phone, just a whole bunch of stuff everywhere, in a variety of lenses as well. So the primary lens that I'm using for this one is the Canon RF 1200 millimeter lens, which is a chonker of a unit. It's absolutely enormous. Like I think it's fair to say that you could classify it as like a moon bazooka or something. It's huge. But yeah, that's what I'm currently rocking.
1200 millimeter?
1200 millimeters. And for those who might not know what that means, that is incredibly tight. Like that is, I mean, 600 millimeters is what most lenses max out at, even if you get like a standard zoom lens, say from Sigma or like the Canon 100 to 500, or if you shoot Nikon, I'm not quite sure what their lens lineup has, but anything beyond 600 is kind of rare. And so for Canon to build a bespoke 1200 millimeter lens with the aperture range that it does from f8 to around f30 something, I think it is pretty intense. And I'm fortunate enough to be utilizing it for this launch, and I'm hoping to get rather intimate with the rocket, I guess, as it rolls in flight. And that's really the goal, especially with where the sun is going to be and what the light might be doing, especially with this new roll profile compared to flights 1 through 3, with the heat shield rolling north and not south of the launch complex. So fingers crossed. I mean, I feel good. I feel good. So we shall see what the day brings.
Dude, I'm still like gushing over that lens. Do I want to know how much that thing costs?
Oh golly, so I think the standard
can afford it, right? Like,
well, I mean, like the real unfortunate part about photography, especially in this realm, is you have to pay to play, and that's or you could be like Jack and I and rent, because it's just a lot more convenient. So the 600 millimeter lens, or the 600 f4 lens, the RF variant lens, I think is around $12,000 to $14,000, I want to say. And essentially it's not cheap, dude. It really hurts to talk about. But the 1200 millimeter lens, the whole construction is essentially based off of the 600. And from what it looks like, it is just it essentially takes a 2x teleconverter and almost directly integrates it into the actual main body structure of the lens. So
that's
I
crazy.
think the last time I checked was around. Don't quote me on it. I think someone could fact check me on it, but I want to say it's around 20 grand, unfortunately, which really sucks because it's a lot of money, and you have to have a really bespoke purpose to justify the cost of such an enormous piece of equipment. But yeah, it's not cheap, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, the shots that you're going to get with it are well worth it, though. You in your case, you make that return on investment because it's not the tools, it's also the talent.
Please.
If it's one thing if it's one thing I know about photography, it's all those expensive lenses and all those DSLR bodies are just tools. It's all about who's shooting, right? So I know you're going to put that thing to good use, dude.
I mean, that's the goal. I mean, that's certainly why we are currently this close. I will be with Dee and Jack later on for the launch stream from the Rocket Ranch outpost. So everyone stay tuned for that. But yes, I'm hoping to make really good use of it today, and hopefully the light and the weather plays ball.
There you go. I think that lens costs more than like 3 of my automobiles combined.
Bro, it's so crazy how expensive some of the elements can be from any manufacturer. Like when I first got into photography and I was really doing a whole bunch of research into what lenses and what bodies I might want to use, the one saying that stuck with me is you date the camera bodies and you marry the lenses, because lenses are a long-term investment, and you can always swap bodies if you want to, say, upgrade for a sensor based on size or light capabilities. So, I mean, the lenses you should be with for long term, and that's why they're so expensive, and that's why it's a lot more difficult to justify the cost for those. But it's not cheap, unfortunately. It hurts my soul.
Yeah, but like I said, it's the tools, man. It's the tools, and I know you'll put it to good use. All right, so you're welcome, Jack. All right, so hey, let's. I'm just gonna go to the support queue real quick, guys, because Matt's Gosalar is going off in the chat. More like Matt's Brosalar going off there with 100.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, it's early. I can be excused for that. All right.
Who gave this guy the range this morning? Oh my
Right?
goodness.
Hey, Adrian did. You can blame
Yeah, I was
him.
about to say blame Adrian.
So Matt's had 50 red team, and then another 50 red teams after that. Zachary had a store message that's back for Flight 6. And then we had a $5 super chat from Shasbert Toddbot. Watching from New Orleans or Nolans. I'm not going to say it right. I'm from the north. That's not, I'm never going to say it correctly. Sorry about that. Do you think if I drive out to Grand Isle down at the very southern tip of Louisiana, you'll be able to see it? Oh, Ryan, what do you think?
Probably not, because it'll be heading south from that. Like, it'll still be heading more south from that. And it's kind of in the middle of the day. If it were during the night, then yeah, you might. But during the day, I highly doubt that. So,
I mean, this thing, she's gonna sail out across the Gulf of Mexico. But yeah, what do you think the flight azimuth, Ryan? Do you know what the flight azimuth will be out of Boca? Is it slightly? You said slightly south-southeast, right?
I'm trying to remember the exact inclination off the top of my head, but it's the same as the last 5 flights.
Yeah,
they're not changing the trajectory. It'll head right over. It'll thread the needle between Florida, Cuba, through Puerto Rico, down through the southern Atlantic, then go around, basically almost around the Cape of Good Hope, and then just below Madagascar and come up around through in the Indian Ocean for splashdown. Is basically the trajectory of this. SpaceX has done that for the first, basically, well, Flight 1 kind of is a different one because Flight 1 and 2 are targeting Hawaii. But basically it's the same trajectory, but we're split. 3, 4, 5, and 6 were set to splash down sooner because they figured maybe we shouldn't re-enter a Starship flying over like the Central Solomon Islands and the Marshalls in that area. They figured let's just do it over the Indian Ocean. It's a little bit safer that way. So that's what they decided to end up doing. So that's where the environmental stuff came in for Flight 3, 4, 5, and 6. The real kicker is what are they going to do for 7? I know people have questions about that too. That'll be fun to figure out if they're going to go for orbit or if they're going to try another suborbital flight with the first Block 2.
Dude. Oh man, I'm getting fired up. It's so bad. I'm nerding out. We're 11 hours and 42 minutes out, and I'm ready to go. I'm jonesing, dude. I got my coffee. I'm ready to go. Are you guys ready? You guys ready to tackle some of these questions?
I'm ready to go.
Bring it. Let's go.
I'm ready to go. Are you ready to go, Max?
I'm ready to go, EJ. Send it.
All right. Okay. So this question is from Westy the Third, and it's actually a pretty good question. So, opinion time. Is it fair to say we are in a new golden age of spaceflight? Certainly feels like it. Thanks for everything. What do you think? Golden age, Ryan? Yay or nay?
First off, hi Westy. As a part of our team, hi Westy. How's it going? And then, yeah, we are. It's going to be kind of nuts to see where we go from here. I know we've talked about it before, but like, I want Starship to turn into something that basically puts raw materials in orbit and we build dry docks and star bases. Come on.
Please.
Not like a starbase like what we're looking at. I'm talking like Earth space dock. That's what I'm talking. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know if we can build something that size, but one can live in hope.
Some Starfleet style stuff. Yeah, no, I'm in. Let's do it. Max, what do you think? Golden age, yay or nay?
I don't think there is any doubt at this point. I mean, just on top of what SpaceX has been able to accomplish over its lifetime to this point, and what's predicted in the future. Excuse me. And with how many startups now are trying to come out or trying to get off the ground, between like Rocket Lab, Astra, Relativity Space, and also companies like Axiom and Vast, and so many others who are not just in the launch vehicle business, but also for future space stations, spacesuits, any technology that is relevant to expanding our reach into the cosmos. Like the amount of commercial, it's been a commercial explosion over the last 5 years, and I have a feeling if many of them play their cards right, it's going to keep going. So at this point, there's no doubt, especially with how much SpaceX is flying and with how many different rockets we have flying now, but just not just in the U.S. but with ESA, JAXA, and also China as well. I think there's so much flying now, and there are so many not just companies but other countries trying to either reach orbit or go to the moon and beyond. There's absolutely no doubt at this point. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Max, I was going to say is we're here watching the most powerful rocket ever going to launch here in hopefully 11 hours, 39 minutes, give or take, because there's a 30-minute window here. But there's another rocket that is one of the most powerful rockets ever, along with that's supposed to launch in the next month or two. Like, it's kind of nuts. And we're talking about New Glenn. Like, I mean, it's kind of nuts how powerful that thing is. I mean, it's not a Starship, but the thing is, like, it's kind of nuts that it's not just small, rockets or anything like that. We're talking gigantic rockets. That thing's the size of a Saturn V, basically.
It's currently SLS size. Like, it's up there with SLS. And I don't know why I completely left out Blue Origin there. I completely blanked.
Still early, dude. It's okay.
It's early. Give me a break. The Red Bull hasn't kicked in yet, but yeah, hopefully, yeah. I mean, I know Blue's goal is to fly this year, and I still think that there is a slim possibility that could be the case. But if I had to put my, I guess, realism hat on, I think it'll be at least January of next year of 2025. But it's been a long time coming, and to see New Glenn finally get off the ground is going to be a sight to behold, because the more rockets flying from the Cape, not just Falcon 9, the better. And we cannot wait for the days when Starship eventually gets there. Hopefully, that's next year. Whether or not they are going to launch from either 39A or 37. Obviously, 37 is still not even touched yet for Starship Ops, but whenever they do start flying from Pad A over at KSC, it's going to be an absolutely wild time, and it's only going to get even crazier from here, folks.
Like we're getting close to that missile row kind of thing again, where we're gonna have Starship, Falcon. We'll see what happens with SLS, obviously, and then like you might have Terran R in there, Stoke. You're gonna have New Glenn. You're gonna have you're gonna have Firefly. I think they're gonna be flying out of there soon at some point here.
All right, we're going down the list. Let's see if you can remember all of them, because I never do this right, Ryan. Ever.
I know, right?
I always forget one.
I know, I always do too. I'm trying to remember here.
This is the part where chat's like, "Well, what? You forgot this?" They're like, "Oh no, I didn't. It's still early. I swear."
Neutron is not out of the Cape. I see someone saying Neutron. That's out of Wallops.
But that's still on the East Coast critically.
Well, we'll call it East Coast.
Part of the Eastern testing range. It counts.
Yeah, we'll say it counts. Yeah. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else. So I'm trying to remember. Unless you guys remember.
Ryan. So from list all of the pads and the rockets from north to south at KSC and Cape. Go.
Oh God, I can't. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull up a graphic to do that one.
Dude,
like I don't remember all those. I mean, like. Are we talking north to south? You said
north to south, starting with pad B.
Okay, so yeah, you get 39B, 39A. You've got possible slick 50, and then you've got 41, 40. 37's above those. I'm trying to remember where 37 is off the top of my head now.
No, you're still good. You're still good.
Okay, so 37 after those, and then I think it goes down a list of like, oh God, this is where it's gonna get really hard.
34.
Right, 34 with Apollo. Yeah, Apollo. Saturn
EJ,
1.
Are you okay, EJ? That was awfully strong.
After that, I'm pretty sure it goes like 18, 17, like 16, 15, 14 or something along those lines straight down. And then it gets to like 36, then 46. And I'm trying to remember it goes back to that. Did I even get that remote? I think I got the first part of that right. Let me look. I have an image saved. Give me a second here.
Let me try before you get the image up. I want to throw my hat into the ring here. I'm going to try this.
Go.
Ready?
Okay.
So we got 39B, and I'm talking like operational pads, not like Slick 50 could be there,
fair.
like, but it's just a parking lot, right? So, all right. So we got 39B, 39A. You have possible Slick 50. You have Slick 41. There's another possible pad between 40 and 41 if you're going north-south that they haven't made yet. So you got 41, 40. You got 37A, technically, 37B, 34. And then below that, you have LC20, LC19, LC18. Then you have LC16, 15, 14, 13, 12, and 11. Nope, one of those isn't right. And then there's Slick 36. There's Slick 36A, old Slick 36B, which doesn't exist anymore. Blue Origin leveled that because that's LC11, 36A, and 36B are all complex 36 now. And then below that is LC46, which is the Minotaur launch pad. And then this is the part I always mess up. The pads below that, I know all the pads below that. I don't know them in geographic order. There's LC17, which is basically just a field. They demolished that. That was a former Delta 2 pad. There's 31, 30. There's LC5, LC5 and LC6, Mercury, which were Mercury Redstone pads. And there's 1, 2, 3, and 4 by the lighthouse next to the Missile Museum. And then the other pads down there are just, I forget those ones down there, dudes.
So
Very good, EJ. Very good. Very
that was
impressive.
pretty good.
Yeah, not bad, right? Not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good. There's the Slick 8 LC18 is below LC 31, 32, and 10, which is below the lighthouse
18.
though.
It was 18. 18 and 17.
20,
yeah.
It goes 20, 19, 16, 15, 14, 13, which is LZ 1 and 2, then 12, 11, 36, 1, 2, 3, 4, 21, 22, and 46. Then the lighthouse is what that's set up as. But yeah, that's pretty. And I forgot, it's not 50, it's LC 48, but it's kind of 50. I don't know, it's a weird area. But anyways.
Yeah, they haven't launched it. It's basically just a cleared field with some concrete on it. That was if I remember right, it was supposed to be for Phantom Express, but stuff happened.
Yeah, stuff happens.
Yeah, just stuff happening, guys.
Yeah, guys, I'm a pad nerd. I launch pads are my favorite part of this whole thing by a long shot. I love the machine that makes the machine. So standing here looking at Mechazilla like we are, I'm just like, very nice.
I love how just the cave history and layout has just completely overtaken and just completely infiltrated a Starbase stream. I love it.
But taking it back to Starbase real quick, for those of you who see the venting going on, they are still filling the tank farm. Last I checked, there are still tankers there unloading. So the venting you're seeing is the pressurization system on the tank farm working to make sure the tanks are good to go, that they're maintaining the correct pressures. And then if you see vents that come out, there's basically T vents that are connected to pretty much all the tanks, the LN2 and the LOX tanks. Those are just pressure relief valves. So as they're filling it and they're making sure the pressure stays the same, well, you can't let it get too high. So you need to open that valve to just vent excess so you don't overpressure the tank. So that's basically what it's for. So,
So it's like a check valve, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Just pressure relief. That's kind of what we've been looking at a lot, which it adds to the cloudiness of everything, but that's kind of what they're doing right now. Yeah.
Cool. All right. We're gonna pop through. We're gonna pop through more questions. That was a long answer for that first one, but we got more. So this is Chania Apple asking, when do you think the first flight of the Block 2 Starship will be? Flight 7, maybe? Max, this one's in your court. Let's go.
So the actual Block 2 Starship, that will be Flight 7, the very next flight with Ship 33. This Flight 6, which is what's flying today, I feel confident enough saying that now, ish.
Don't jinx us, man.
I know. I'm sorry. But this is, I mean, in a way, this is almost a send off because the iconic shape of a starship that we've come to know and love over 5, 6, 7 years now is going to go bye bye after this one, because the forward flaps on ship are going to be a little bit smaller, and they're going to be moving a little bit more. I'm trying to orient myself here. So they're going. What's that? What's that, Ryan?
Leeward is the word.
Leeward. Yeah. So
Yes.
they essentially they are moving further away from the heat shield, and of course Starship itself is also being stretched by a little bit. So the overall silhouette is going to be similar, but it's not going to be quite the same. And so this is the very last flight of a Block 1 Starship, which has proven to be an invaluable resource for gathering data for the initial flights of the Starship program. So the first Block 2 Starship will be Flight 7. However, when that will be, I wish I could say with certainty. Something tells me SpaceX may try and rush it off this year, but I know, but I just don't want to get caught out of left field again.
All right.
But it could be before the end of the year, but my gut tells me it could also more likely be maybe mid-January into February. But in terms of a Block 2, go ahead, Ryan, sorry.
I was going to say, if they were to get 33 flying this year, regulatory aside, because they're going to have to change it because it's a new block of ship. But, well, for one, they haven't static fired it. And second, they only finished stacking that thing in August. That would be a record for them to do it in half the time they've done it in the past. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. I'm thinking February, March, but that'd be insane if they were to pull that off.
And that's just the actual Block 2 Starship itself. And we still haven't talked about the Block 2 variant of the booster.
Yeah.
Which is probably a year or more out, given the fact of we haven't seen that much in the way of elements being stacked or let alone even tested. So at least a year out from a Block 2 booster as well. But just another very long-winded answer to your question. The first flight of a Block 2 Starship will be Flight 7, the very next one after this.
There you go. I actually agree with Ryan. I think I don't think they're gonna be able to shoehorn this thing out during the holidays in the beginning of the year. I'm saying February. Chat, what do you guys think?
Well,
I see a lot of January 20. I want to agree with you, man. I want to. I'm usually like, yeah, let's go, man.
There comes a certain point in which, I mean, it's a brand new vehicle. A lot of people are like, oh, it's still a Starship. Yeah, yes, but I mean, the entire transfer tube structure has been changed. The aft has been upgraded. The nose cone is significantly different than what's on 31 right now in so many different ways. It's like, I mean, the flaps are just the start. They've redesigned the header tank and COPV setup. The flap frames are smaller. It's so much more efficient and a much more compact design. There's a lot of stuff they're gonna have to test and whatnot, and I think it'll be a bit before it's actually ready for flight. So.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. There's just, even with SpaceX, like, nose to the grindstone mentality about this stuff, I think it's gonna take. I see a lot of February, a lot of late January. I see some March. No. As a spaceflight fan, no. It's got to be earlier than that.
What's with this pessimism, everybody? We got to be optimistic here.
I'm torn. I agree with Ryan, but I also want to agree with Max. I don't know what I want.
I'm just saying that that February, March timeframe is me being optimistic. Because in the past, I know Kevin has yelled at me about this in the past, but like, you can't use old timelines for the new for the newer chips. Which the thing is the older timelines is all we have to go off of. So like, I picked the older timelines and took off a few months, assuming they actually refined what they were doing. So I took off like 3-4 months. If you take off 3-4 months of the original timeline to build, then because usually it's been about a year to get a ship until between when they finish stacking and they fly a ship. So if they were to do that with Block 2, that would be July. That would be ready to fly. So I take a couple months off of that, say, 4 months off of that, and you get back you get back to basically March. So that's what I think we're at, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, SpaceX themselves, like, they really do have to ramp up the launch cadence of Starship in order to certify it for Artemis operations. And so that is where, of course, we all just on skin level, like, we all want to just see more rockets fly. We do. But the Artemis right now, one of the key, I guess, choke points of the whole program is getting Starship online and operational with what it's supposed to do in terms of landers and also orbital refilling. So we want to see that happen. We want to see Artemis on track, but we also have to see SLS get stacked and ready to fly for Artemis 2. So that's another choke point, which is a topic for a whole other stream. We don't have to go into that today, but we want to see Starship fly, and we want it to be certified for operations with the Artemis program and also for commercial use. And at some point, SpaceX is going to rapidly have to ramp up production and also the launch cadence in order to make that happen. So the future for Starship is bright, but they need to get the ball rolling on that front. And something tells me we are on the doorstep of seeing some pretty rapid iterations.
Yeah. Judging by what I see inside of the Star Factory from pictures from the plethora of awesome NSF photographers out there, this is the calm before the storm. I'm kind of with you on that one.
It does feel that way. I think that's a very good way to put it. Yeah, it does feel like that.
They're going to have, I think the biggest hurdle overall is going to be just production. So the Ship 33, they took about a month and a half to stack it, basically. So that is about a month and a half to stack the first one. Now right at the end of the block ones, they took about, it would only take them about a month to do it. So that's kind of where they're at. However, with Ship 34, it's been a little bit more iffy on that. Like, literally just yesterday, they finished stacking 34. That took them 2 months. Almost 2 months to the day to fully stack that ship. So it took them longer to do the second Block 2 than it did the first Block 2. I don't know if that's an indication of anything or whatever's going on, but we'll have to kind of track and see if they can pick up the pace with Block 2 of Starship. Otherwise, they're going to be the one thing that really slows them down is their new transfer tube design, because in the past they could stack like the mid-lock section, stick the transfer tube in, and then stack the aft. This time they have to put in their 2 lock sections that they have. Then they have to take a jig, put all 4 transfer tubes together, lower the ship on it, install the transfer tubes, take the jig out, and then bring in the aft section. So it adds a decent amount more time to it. So we'll see how they can pick it up. It's fun to watch them build these things.
It is. It's cool to see the assembly line come together, man. Pretty cool. Anyway, we have a lot of questions to go through, and I'm trying to keep us paced because I like these long answers. These are my favorite, But we got another one here from Dragonwise, who is asking, will they catch both the booster and Starship this flight? Which one of you guys wants this one?
No. They'll try to catch Booster 13. So they'll try to catch Booster 13, and then Ship 31 is going to splash down in the ocean. There's a fun caveat to that, is the heat shield modifications they've done on 31. They're going to see if they can strip some they're going to see if they can strip 8 columns of tiles off here. Well, they already did strip them off, but they're going to see if they can do that on later ships so they can add catching hardware for stuff like that. So it's still down the road, but this flight should help them figure out whether or not they, how they can actually add catching stuff to the ship. So
cool. Yeah, so we got a hopefully we got a booster catch. I want to just remind everybody that it was basically 5 weeks ago that pad that has the stack on it on the right side of your screen caught a booster. Which
Hey, EJ.
What?
Do you know they caught a booster? Chat.
Oh boy, here we go.
Chat. Did you know they caught a booster?
I didn't know. I mean, now I do. You know, now
Sorry,
I do.
Max, I had to.
All right. This next question is from Huffy. How long is the window? Max, do you know the window?
Yeah, the window is approximately 30 minutes long, beginning at 4 p.m. Central Time. So, not quite as long as we've seen before with the 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. launch windows. And sometimes it was, I think Flight 2's launch window was only like 20, 25 minutes thereabouts. And this one is going to be up there in terms of window length. But the current window is 4 to 4:30 p.m. Central Time here in Starbase.
Okay, so we got a relatively small window, but I mean, you know, that relatively small window doesn't mean anything with Starship because they can just cycle it and go, right?
On the surface, it may not seem like a lot of time to get a new launch vehicle off the ground, especially if you have any problems. But mind you, Starship to this point has more or less launched when SpaceX has wanted it to, and the only real delays when they've been in the count to this point, you know, knock on wood, knock on dashboard, knock on whatever, was Flight 1 when they had valve issues. And so and mind you also, again, Flight 2 flew in a 20-something minute window. So on the surface it may seem like they may be crunched for time, but they're, especially with the crew already being ahead of schedule, I would not stress about that too much. But yeah, it is currently a 30-minute launch window.
Yeah, for those of you who watch a lot of Falcon 9 launches, and as Alex is saying in our back channel here, and I was going to say it too, it's good practice to be able to nail it because they're going to have to hit instantaneous launch windows here. So the fact that they're able to nail it within 30 minutes or even nail it for exactly when they want to it's a good thing because they're going to have to be able to do that down the line once they start launching like Starlink Group 100 dash whatever or whatever they're going to call it. So yeah, they're already on Starlink Group 12. So who knows what Starship groups are going to be called. So just get ready for those. I can't wait for those non-stop Starlink missions, you know. You ready, Max? You ready, EJ? Just
Please.
For all those?
Please, I need this.
Those late night Starship Starlinks may be hitting different. I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, this is actually a good segue question here. This is coming from Chris W. Listen to this one, guys. How many launches next year do you realistically see Starship launching? I like
Starship launching. Oh boy! So their goal is a monthly cadence, or at least twice a month. So I think they stated 20 or 25 launches next year was their goal.
Yep.
I can see them launching anywhere between 10 to 15 if they play their cards right and they don't have any major issues either with their hardware or with their current infrastructure. And also with Pad B coming online, hopefully in the next few months with the new design of orbital launch mount and flame trench. I can see them the flame trench.
Yeah.
I can realistically see them hitting anywhere from 10 to 15. I mean, they to this point this year they've launched let's see, 4 times. This would be the right Flight 3, Flight 4.
Yeah, four. This will be the 4th launch of the year.
4th flight. Yeah, it would be the 4th flight. So to this point they've flown 3, and there was a big gap in between flights 4 and 5, bigger than usual. So. Yeah, I would say 10 to 15 next year, but ideally a monthly cadence might be the minimum in order to get Starship caught up with the timelines needed in order to certify it for the Artemis program.
Hey, here's the funny thing. Even if they say they launched Flight 5 in August, I just want to say, spoiler alert, they would not have been able to launch a 5th flight this year, no matter what. They didn't have a booster or a ship ready. They could get ready within the time allotted to do 5 flights this year. Back when it was earlier this year, I think it was in the summer, they'd released like an FCC filing and whatnot that they wanted to just test some new Starlink stuff on Flight 7, and it was like, well, that has to be Block 2 then, because they didn't have that new stuff on 33. And as we got closer to August and then September, it was kind of like, well, they haven't touched 33 in a while, and to get 32, in order to get 32 flying, it would have taken a solid other 7-8 months. So there would have really been no chance to even get 5 this year. I'm thinking 8 to 10 next year. That's kind of where I'm at. Double it, or maybe a little bit more than double. It's gonna be tight, because if they're only able to, they want a monthly cadence, but they're not reusing ships right now, and their current production schedule for Block 2 ships is 1 every 2 months. You can't have a monthly launch cadence if you can't build a ship a month. So unless they pick that up, and yeah, I'm going by timelines for the new block. So yeah, unless they pick that up, they're not hitting that 1 month, 1 every month. I think they'll get there.
They're going to have to at some point, Ryan.
At some point they will get there, Max, but right now they won't. But it should be about 6 to 7 months before that Pad B's operational, but they still need the regulatory side of things, the tiered environmental assessment. We are still waiting on the new public hearing dates from the FAA. They still have not released those yet again. They need that public comment period and then do that final TEA in order to approve because right now they can only do 10 launches from Starbase. They need that TEA to do 25. And they need that TEA to launch from Pad B. So until that gets done, they're not launching more than 10, and they're not using the new pad. So, you know, as unfortunate it is, they have to get that done too. But
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about it. I want to answer the questions too, but we have a lot more questions to get through. I'm sitting there. I'm like, you know what? But no. Let's go to the next one. David Shepard's asking, what flight profile for Starship on this flight? Ryan, I'm pretty sure it's the same. It's the same one as Flight 5 with some minor alterations, right?
It's the same one as Flight 5, except for they're going to try what I guess is going to be a pro-grade burn for that in-space Raptor relight that they're going to do. And then the only other change will be a slightly higher angle of attack at the end of the descent phase of Starship. That's about the only two differences they're going to have. And I say prograde because if they want to do retrograde, they have to use the RCS to flip the ship around, and then they have to be confident enough that they can flip the ship back around in order to test the heat shield. I don't know if they're confident enough in Block 1 to do that, so my guess is it'll just do a prograde burn. So for like a second.
Yeah, it's going to be a small one, but that in-flight firing is actually huge. I mean, once they get that in-flight firing good to go, that means that pretty much opens up the door for starships going full orbital. Because you got to remember, these ships aren't getting all the way to orbit. They're like getting 99.5% of the way there. The reason why they're doing that, Ryan, you were talking about this a little bit earlier. The reason why they're doing that is because, one, it's easier to land it in the Indian Ocean. You're less likely to, have it come down over a population center. And two, if they send it to orbit and they can't do that relight burn, you're stranding a gigantic, huge piece of Starship on orbit, which is not that. Yeah, that's frowned upon. We don't want to do that. All right. Cool. That was a great question. All right. This next one's awesome. This is GMFDP asking, do you think decals will become a regular sight on starships? I want Starship nose art. We need more nose art.
God, I hope so.
Like a warthog kind of thing,
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. What if they do that? Oh my goodness, that would be so sick. That would be so sick. Holy cow.
Max just went, That was good.
I want to see it. I'm not sure how you would do this with the tiles, but I want to see a starship with the P-40 style shark tooth.
That's what I was saying, like a warthog kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we need.
Okay, chat. Come up with some ideas for some decals on for starships. Like maybe they do have some funny names for tankers along with decals. Like, come on, we don't name, instead of calling it like ship number whatever. It gets a name because of the decal. It's something that SpaceX or Elon would do. It totally is. Delta T Shark from Alex, a penguin. Yep. NCC 1701 for Starship. That'll be the first cruise ship to Mars. It'll be called Enterprise. Thank you very much.
I like that.
Let's see here.
I was thinking another one, dude. We need like Starship Memphis Belle or something like
NXO. Memphis Belle. Oh my gosh, EJ, that's genius.
Yeah, we need something like that. We need like Memphis Belle. We need Alice from Dallas. 909.
What, right? like Frontier?
We also need Starship Vulcan, like the Vulcan bomber from the UK.
Oh
yeah.
Starship
that's
Vulcan.
a good idea.
That sounds so neat. Wow.
Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah. That's pretty neat.
Well, that's pretty neat.
The way it is.
Oh man.
Boy.
Blue
not an Ola game. We don't want to call that. We don't want to. We don't need to call it that, Robin. Let's skip that.
Blue. So you have the chopper payload bay door, and it's a blue whale decal. There you go. Or like humpback.
I like that. Yeah. That's not bad, dude. I like what Tin Man's saying in chat. Bugs and Elmer fun. They should call the first two starships at orbital refuel. We should call them Bugs and Elmer, or like Tom and Jerry or something.
Hey, EJ, I'm gonna do this. Hey, you know what's really cool about decals and stickers? Cool about it?
He's doing it. He's doing it.
Right? Like, hey, look at that.
Oh
yeah. And patches too. Yeah. Yeah, we got a Flight 6 patch and Flight 6 merch here. And it's awesome. Pauline and the store team always do an amazing job. You can even get the Flight 6 or even Flight 5. You can get them all. You cannot get the older patches. They're not as patches, but if you missed out on the patch, you can get the sticker. So you can get that. Just regular, or even the holographic one. You can choose your size and all that fun stuff. Yeah, I love our merch. I'm so glad stickers are back. I need to order them myself even. You get the nsf.com stickers. Yeah, lots of fun options. And you can also get metal prints and stuff like that. In fact, there's going to be more hopefully within the next 11 hours max.
We sure hope so. I mean, we've been fortunate enough from Flight 5 until now, even with pre-Flight 6 operations and heading out there. We already have a handful of prints already available in the store from pre-Flight 6 ops. This one from D when they went full stacked it on Thursday evening. Tons of stuff already available, and hopefully a lot more coming soon, especially with the cameras and the angles that we are going to have from the team as a whole, from both Riverside, maybe Outpost, and also from SPI as well. So hopefully a lot more to come. I mean, Flight 5 is going to be very difficult to beat, but something tells me that the light, the theoretical light, I should say, for this afternoon should be pretty epic and should make for another very beautiful setting for some more. So we shall see.
That Starship Moonrise, Max, holy cow! I need to order that. I need to.
That was amazing. That was so surreal when it happened, because I was talking with a couple of buddies, John Krause and Adam Bernstein. We were over at the beach, so this whole shot was the brainchild of John, of course, because he's just a freaking wizard. And we all went over to the spot, but we really had no idea how it was going to look and where the moon was going to be relative to the stack. And of course, with the time of the moonrise, it was already dark. So there wasn't going to be a ton of ambient light. So we were hoping for some kind of silhouette action, because otherwise it would have been very difficult to expose for the whole stack. But it came out so much better than we expected. And hopefully we get some more imagery action from launch, and hopefully a good catch as well, to prove that Flight 5 was not a fluke.
Yep. Hey, Jake, can we put that moon picture back up? Guys, I noticed something. Moon nerds, who knows their lunar geography? You guys tell me, is Starship pointing at the Sea of Tranquility in that shot? Because I think it is. It is pointed at Mare Tranquillitatis in that picture. I don't know if you guys did that on purpose or not, but it is pointing at the Sea of Tranquility.
I didn't even notice that until now. Holy cow.
It's pointed right at it. At a little ways.
Makes it even better.
A little ways up. If you look at it, if we get the magnifying glass on that thing, Jay, like a little ways up, you have the lunar basaltic regions, which are the darker regions on the moon. Starship is pointed at the Sea of Tranquility there. You got to go up a little ways, but it's the darker regions, but it's pointed right at it. I saw that as you were talking about it. I'm like, wait. Oh, that's fantastic. That's right where 11 landed.
I'm going to go there someday. Well, it's going to go to the South Pole, but still.
No. Don't let your dreams be dreams. We'll get back there.
We are going, everybody.
We are going.
Yeah.
But also, if Jay wants to hover over the top of the tower, you may also see some people up there. Silhouettes of people. So you have a bit of a sense of scale for how big Starship really is.
That's a nuts picture. It's even more impressive than I originally thought. Just pointing those things out.
Call me a big nerd over here. I'm like, dude, I'm not going to apologize for it. That picture's amazing. I saw it like right as it was going off the screen. I'm like, wait, no. Bring that back. Bring that back. Write that down.
Man, I had the same thought. The Alex in the back channel. The moon is small relative, It's a little small.
Small?
Itty bitty.
What? Hey, don't moon shame.
Insert confused EJ noises here.
Yeah.
Don't moon shame. All right. Be proud to wave that nerd flag. Oh, I will. Oh, dude. I fly that flag on my front lawn. Come on. All right, guys. There is a ton in the support queue. Boys, if you don't mind, I'm just going to plug through that real quick. We got to thank everybody. That's important. All right. So, Flipper79 gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, dude. We have Courtney with a store message here. Excited to see another catch. Love you guys and love the coverage. Courtney, thank you very much. We do appreciate it. I'm trying to make sure your message pops up so you get that shout out because that's awesome. We appreciate all the support. So your name's up in lights right now. All right. We have Nick Necht with the $5 super chat right there. And then we have, oh man, okay, I'm going to mess this one up. I'm going to put it up on the screen so people that know how to pronounce that can look at it and then hear my butchered version of it. So that's Jan Meng Solbach, which now that I've said it, everybody's going to make fun of me for saying it wrong. That's fine. Thank you for becoming a Red Team member. We do appreciate it. We have Nick Necht again with another $5 super chat. Is Starbase still accessible if I go before 8 a.m. today? Heading down from Tennessee and hoping to see Starship up close. Max, quick answer.
Probably not, unfortunately. So I was out setting up cameras with Jack and D earlier over at our highway location, and we talked to one of the sheriffs that pulled up to make sure we were all good because it was obviously dark and you couldn't see anything. But I heard that they're going to start shooing people out at around 6 a.m. So if you go right now, oh boy, we're getting kind of tight here. So I don't want to say no, but I don't want to say yes. I want to say your chances are not likely because of them trying to shoot people out at 6. So unfortunately, I know with the road closure going was supposed to be at 8 a.m. this morning. And I'm aware that a lot of you may have been wanting to go out for one last sunrise to go see Ship 31 and Booster 13, but it sounds like that might not be the case anymore. So I don't think so.
Cool. All right, so we got Meep Meep becoming a Pad Ret member. Do appreciate that very much. We have Mr. Lyric becoming a Red Team member right there. Thank you very much. Booster 1058 gifting 1 Red Team membership. Thank you very much, Booster. You rock. OGs of the watching the NSF streams. We appreciate you. Also, shout out to Wormy. Rip Wormy.
Rip
Dang waves. Okay. Gautam. Oh gosh, here we go again. Gautam Natarayan Probably not. If I said it wrong, let me know. I want to know how to say it right. I'm not gonna lie, but I guarantee you I can't get my mouth to make some of these noises, but I'll try. So that's a 199 super chat saying when V2 booster and ship with all V3 engines. Ryan, I think we're a little ways off. Yeah.
It's that'll be that first full stack with all Raptor 3s and both vehicles being Block 2. That's gonna be the first flight out of Pad B. And based off the fact that we have not seen a Block 2 booster start getting stacked, we might have seen, I think Jack might have caught a booster Block 2 header tank, or not header tank, at least a landing tank. Maybe, maybe not. It's really hard to tell. It does look a little different from other stuff that's sitting in the factory. So, but my guess is that it's still a year or more out, at least until we see a full Block 2 stack with all Raptor 3 engines. At least a year and a half at this rate, because it's going to be a while before they start a Block 2 booster.
Yep. Cool. We're going to keep plugging through here. We have Kemiel Kengen. I'm not saying that name right. It's Dutch, and I know I can't make my mouth make those noises. All right? So I really appreciate it, Kemiel. That's a 1268 super chat. It said, watching from our own television studio in the Netherlands. Awesome. That's great. Really, really cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then we have a next one coming from Jugger KY here. Good morning, NSF. Go SpaceX. Go Starship Flight 6. Let's light this candle. Let's go, dude. Jugger, the hype is real, man. The hype is absolutely 100% real. I'm ready, dude. I'm sitting here getting fired up. I already got coffee, good to go, and I have a queue of coffee ready to go throughout the day, and we're just gonna be strong the entire day. Let's go, man. Let's go, dude. I'm in. Do this. Light this candle, baby. All right. So, Ansley here with a store message. Zabush needs the Flight 3 patch. My cat ate it? What? Wait, Ansley, what happened? Your cat ate the patch and your homework too? Not even mad.
And your who did what now?
Your who did what?
Not even mad. That's amazing.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a Flight 3 patch to give you, so they're all sold out. So,
hey, once those that's the thing about the patches, guys. You can only we only get a limited supply of those things, and that's on purpose. It's the exclusivity. So if you don't get it when it's there, it's gone. Now, I always ask this because I think it's cool. Who has all of the NSF patches for every Starship mission?
Me.
I do.
Do you guys have them? I don't have any.
Well,
EJ!
Flight 6 is on the way.
I know.
I have all the NSF ones.
I know. I'm awful. I'm awful. I'm the outlier here. Yeah. So once you get, dude, we only make limited supply of these patches because they're really nice, and like the real space flight stuff. The patches for real only last a certain amount of time. It's limited quantity, so get them while they're hot. We got hot cakes. Get those things. They're beautiful. Don't eat them, unless you're a cat, I guess. Then maybe you could. But seriously though, don't feed them to your pets. They're collectibles. You put them up on the wall. Okay. I'm just telling you. I'm just letting you know. We're not liable for any patch eating from pets. That's not our problem. Don't eat them.
Okay? The Flight 6 patch is not edible.
Yeah, that is the moral of this stream.
That's a spaceflight not responsible.
We are not responsible for your cat eating the patch. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. All right, dude. We're getting a little. The hype is too real. Telstar 86 of the 252 super chat. Just waiting for. They caught another booster. Yeah, we will be saying that, won't we? You guys, they're gonna catch it, right? You guys think they're gonna get it? Yeah.
I really hope so. I mean, I can't be 100% sure on that just because of how early or how young the program still is as a whole, and how close SpaceX came having to abort the last catch. And I just with the nature of spaceflight as a whole, at some point I believe we are going to see either an aborted or a failed catch attempt at some point. Hopefully that is not the case today, because of course nobody, even SpaceX, is immune to misfortune or failure. So I feel confident in their systems, and obviously with them coming so close last time, I would like to think that they learned from, I don't want to say mistakes, but from what led to that near, I guess, disaster in it plummeting into the flats. I think that they have taken all of that into account for what went into Booster 13 and its flight software. So I would like to say yes. I am feeling confident, but I will give it probably, I'd say 70-30 chance that they'll catch it.
70-30. I'm on team 100%. This one's in the bag. Let's go. I hope I don't eat my words there.
Someone clip that.
Flip it and ship it. I ain't sorry. Let's do it. I'm confident in SpaceX.
We'll do. Yeah, we'll see.
Ryan's like,
No, I was gonna do my usual thing. Because I said this on the CTL XSL, the extra long edition of Countdown to Launch we did. Not even like 12 hours ago or so. Yeah, literally not even 12 hours ago. So like, I don't know if it's just me, but these flight tests have gotten better and better each time, and it feels like SpaceX is, they're getting. I don't want to say lucky, but it feels like a lot of things are going their way. And I'm waiting for that point at which this prototype vehicle doesn't go their way. I'm waiting for it. I mean, like Falcon. Falcon was chugging along, and then 3 anomalies this year. So we'll see. Maybe it slammed into the wetlands.
Ryan's like, oh, optimism, jinx.
no, we do not allow that. All right,
It is forbidden in these parts.
Yeah.
We understand that you're harboring our optimism, are you not?
Hey, somebody has to be the pessimist. I might as well.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so dude, the support queue's coming in faster than I can clear it. I don't know what to do about this problem, but I'm gonna keep going until that queue is empty. All right, so we got Flip Diaz again with the $2 super chat. How much you want Tank Farm ASMR on multi-view? I mean,
Tank Farm ASMR would be nice.
Yeah, no, I'm here for it, man. Let's do it. Okay, so Jesse with a store message. Yay, I don't have to watch at work this time. I know what you mean. I can't tell you how many people, like, because they've been launching like early in the morning and for the past couple of flights, right? Actually, for pretty much all of them, right? Like, they're like, I had to miss it because I was commuting to work. I'm like, well, that's unfortunate, but I'll be honest with you, there's probably going to be more in the future. And now here we are, Jesse. There we go. All right. We have another one here. Shashank, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Do appreciate it. Here we go. Astro Knucklehead, what's up? What do we got here? Why a launch window when there's no planned rendezvous? Oh, Ryan, I know you want this question. This is a good question, actually.
Yeah, they need a window for a lot of reasons. Like, they need a window so the FAA knows when they have to close airspace, things like that. It also, they could try for an instantaneous launch window, but then that puts them in the thing of, they have to target this. They don't have any leeway. Having at least 30 minutes gives them some leeway to do it, and just kind of gives them some breathing room. So that's why they have it, basically.
Dale, you're asking why not a launch door? Well, flying out the door is weird. Flying out the window makes sense. I'm just saying. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, and there's also the thing of they have to be able to connect to GPS, TDRS, things like that. So there's a lot of assets that go into place to having so that you know when it's going to launch, or you basically ask for certain assets for a certain window, more or less. And that's why they have to plan that.
Okay. We have another new PadRat member. This is... Okay, all right. Andre Jordão, I think is how you say that. That looks Portuguese to me, so it would be Jordão. That's a PadRat member. Andre, thank you very much. Obrigado. Hey, keep it English in the chat for me, though, guys. All right. Cool. All right. So we have Ptolemy with a store message. Love all you guys at NSF and what you do. Go SpaceX. Go Flight Bananarama. Oh, I'm calling it that from now on, Ptolemy.
Oh no.
Yep. Nope.
Flight
that's
6
called now.
Bananarama. Let's go.
All right, let's why not? Let's do it.
Yep. Nope. It's called Bananarama now. This is my stream. I'm hosting it.
We don't make the rules. It is now Bananarama.
It's Bananarama, dude. It's a Bananarama. Let's go. All right. So once again, the support queue is growing bigger than I can kill it. Like, I don't know what to do about this. So I'm just gonna keep going. Like, we have Anonymous with a store message. Considering how they worded procedures after catch, what's everyone's bet for how long it takes to lower and detank the booster? Ooh, Max, you want this one?
You know, they lowered the booster into the orbital launch mount a lot sooner than perhaps a lot of us thought for Flight 5, and also without the alignment pins as well. They just lowered they lowered that sucker right down. Of course, they have to depress it, the tanks, to make sure it's safe, and also get all the prop off of it. And they have done that. They actually finished that by lowering it onto the OLM miraculously, and then attaching the booster QD to it and helping drain out the rest of the LOX and the methane. So, oh boy, I want to say they can do that. So assuming they catch the booster successfully, I want to say they will try to do that within 2 or 3 hours of catch.
Yeah, it's got to be quick because you got to evac the remaining propellant. That's important. You don't want to leave that in there. Probably not a good thing. All right, so Jerwa with 100 smackaroos right there, 100 bones, dropping in big time. Nerds unite! Seriously, we'll probably miss this live pesky work. Oh well, I mean the other guy isn't missing it for work, but I mean that's not cool. But anyway, can the team please delay posting all their tweets and whatnot for like an hour or two for you? Jerwa, I mean. I thought about it, but that's probably not going to happen. I thought about it, I considered it, but
hey, Jerwa, have you thought about like not just feeling well and not going into work today? Or
yeah. Adrian is not feeling well right now. Don't worry, he'll be here, guys. But he's not feeling well. I think you may have caught it from him if you watch the countdown to launch with him here. Just contact tracing and stuff. Sorry. Hey. They gave me the reins, so we're gonna have fun. All right, we're gonna have some fun here. Okay. All right. So Ryan, it's been a while since we got an update from you, dude. What do we got here? What's on the scopes? Report.
Well, SpaceX is still on track right now. I think they're still loading up some bits of the tank farm here. It looks like they're still loading maybe some LM2 and LOX in. Weather does seem to be clearing up a little bit. We saw the low clouds roll in. Looks like they're past now. But SpaceX is still on track for 4 p.m. Central. For those of you who've just joined us, yeah, we're still looking good. Road closure is set to start at 8, so in about 2 hours, 45 minutes or so is when that hard closure at LBJ is going to come in. So yeah, at the usual testing location is where that's going to start. So yeah, and it's still a little foggy, but it's expected to burn off as I talked about earlier. As cold front rolls in, sun comes up. It's got all day to clear up. Clouds go away, fog goes away, things burn off. It's not like we have to hope for it to burn off in like an hour or two, like in the past. It's got all day to do it. So I'm hoping for like perfect, clear, deep blue skies when this thing goes.
Kowalski status.
Kowalski.
No
analysis.
Yeah.
Analysis. Sorry, analysis. Yeah. Sorry. Dang it. I messed that one up.
I was gonna say.
Oh boy.
Shame. I'm gonna say that from now on. Ryan, analysis. Say it.
All right.
Take the amigos' clothes. Take these clothes. They were presents. All right. Oh boy. I don't know. What do you guys think we should do? You know, I'm sitting here hosting the stream. Should we get through questions? Should we keep going through that support queue? It's like playing a game for me at this point. I'm like, I got
some questions.
clear
Let's
support queue.
do some of the questions. See if we can grab some more here. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, guys, at NASASpaceflight, if you want to ask us questions, I'll put them in the queue. And I'm going through the support queue. This is like playing a game for me. I'm trying to clear the queues. It's like playing Tetris. You know, you gotta get all the lines right. I'm trying to go through the queue. So this next one's coming from Alex Boda here, who's asking, what do you think the chances are of Ship 31 surviving reentry with the higher AOA? Ryan, you want this question. You want this question. I can hear it through the mic.
So and we'll tie this in with something else here. Hopefully it won't take too long to do this, but you know we're having fun anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But SpaceX is going to do this higher AOA at near the end of descent. So basically after peak heating and probably around peak aerodynamic pressure. Because what they want to do is they want to test out different landing profiles and stress on the flaps is what they were talking about. Now, why is SpaceX wanting to do this? I think it'll survive reentry fine, because it's gonna do the same type of reentry that 31 did, and that 31. We're on 31. That 30 and 29 did. But the real kicker is going to be they want to test how well they can control this ship in different profiles with the flaps. So like they want to. I think their plan is to try to see what kind of cross-range capability the Starship might have with that higher AOA they want to do at the end, and I can just hear EJ, you know, and cross-range, right? Yeah.
Happy shuttle noises.
But I think they want to do this because say you're right, you know, you're about to come over. You get through re-entry and you're aiming towards the launch site, but say you're off a little bit. Say the re-entry knocks you off something, who knows what the reason is as to why. The whole point of this would be, can you use the flaps and some kind of cross-range capability to get you back on track, and how much margin do you have to do that? I think that's where SpaceX is going to try to test this. Like how much can they stress those flaps before... I hope they don't break them, but how much can they stress them, and you know what the loads are going to be on them. So it's going to be really kind of interesting to see from perspective. I really hope it's perfectly clear during landing, so the buoy cams look up and see this thing coming down. Please. I want that.
I need it,
please.
I need it.
Inject it into my veins,
right? Like,
oh my goodness. I need more coffee.
Wait, who needs coffee? Thinking about this isn't enough? Why do you need coffee? This should be enough energy to do it, EJ.
No, we good. I'm on an IV drip of coffee. I'm not, but I figuratively, I am.
I'm not, but I am.
Yeah. No, wait. yeah, nah. Sorry. Okay, all right. I gotta stop giggling. I got the giggles right now. All right, cool. Next question. No, you do? You don't? You do? You know, I should buy a boat. Anyway, all right. Sorry. Moving on. Sorry. Okay.
We're going off the rails here, guys.
All right.
Jerwa. See ya. We're gone.
Jerwa. Yeah. Hey, I'm here. They put me in charge. Not only they put me in charge of this for 5 hours. All right. You reap what you sow, man. You know?
Adrian might regret this in the end.
Adrian's gonna wake up. He's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I'm nice and present." Oh, what is EJ doing? Oh no! You know. All right.
No,
so
I'm looking at this question from Jerwa here, and I'm already like face palming at. Oh no.
What do you? Oh no. I'm clearing that off the queue. I mean, you can answer it, but no, Jerwa, do not call it that. Do not. Jack is not here. Do not call it that. But Max, answer the question.
So for those who are listening, Jerwa's question is, who reaches orbit first, Starship or New Glenn? Well, if you want to get technical, I believe New Glenn will reach orbit first. Real orbit first, because obviously Starship technically targets a suborbital trajectory, and the reason they do that is in the event that they lose control of Starship does not come down in a populated region somewhere in the world, and it comes down, or it's guaranteed to come down at some point in some area in the world. So New Glenn, I believe, will make it to, I guess, in quotation. It's not so much quotations, it's real. real orbit. So New Glenn, I believe, of course, will reach real orbit first, but Starship got to orbital velocity first. How about that?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. That's fair. Don't ever call it Glenny. All right. I'm hosting the stream.
The fact that Jack literally has a shirt that says Glenny, and yes, I've seen it. It's real.
Can you?
If I had hair, do I what?
Can you burn that, please? Like in a safe and responsible manner.
No promises about the safe part.
Okay. So, let's see. We got another question here. I'm trying to clear this queue, guys. I'm telling you. I'm trying to clear it. It's a game to me. All right. So Supersonic Retro Propulsion asks, with the chopsticks on Tower 2 being much shorter, does that mean OLM 2 will be closer to the tower? Yeah. Ryan, this is you. This has got your name written all over it.
No, it'll be the same distance away from the tower. So the way the shorter sticks are designed is that literally the very end of them is what will attach to the booster in the ship. Now you may be thinking, well, that's a little short. Well, if you remember, Booster 12 actually landed closer to the tower than the center of the sticks are, and their plan is probably going to target even closer with Booster 13. So they shouldn't have too many issues landing that, and they're not really going to have any issues lifting the vehicles up or anything like that. They need them shorter. These are way too long. There's way too much inertia in them, and they bounce way too much. The nice thing about the shorter ones is they should, in theory, maybe only bounce like once when they hit the vehicle because of a lot less inertia. They're cutting a ton of mass off of them. So they should like kind of maybe bounce once, hit the vehicle, and then the vehicle just slide down and sit on the landing rail. So that's their plan with the Tower 2 and the shorter sticks and whatnot.
Cool. All right, we got. I'm still trying to clear this queue here. Let's see. We have this next one. This is an awesome name. Gord from Ort. How did SpaceX solve the clogged filter problem with the booster? Now, Max, I kind of want to hand this to you, but I feel like Ryan's salivating around about this. I don't mean to send two questions to Ryan in a row, but unless you want to answer this, I'm going to give it to Ryan. What do you think?
You know, I'm actually going to hand this one to Ryan myself because I want to hear his answer because he can explain a lot better than I can.
So the basic thing is they haven't. So the way a part of the reason why it gets clogged is because the way SpaceX taps off autogen from on the lock side. So like BE4 uses a heat exchanger. Because the way they tap off. Okay, we'll do a whole thing here. Autogen repressurization or autonomous pressurization is basically tapping off gas from the engine to repress the tanks as you're losing propellant. So basically, as they use up the propellant in flight, and the engines are running, you're tapping off methane and LOX to basically repress the tanks so you keep flight pressure and you're going. So this is so you don't have to carry a bunch of helium or nitrogen on board to keep the tanks pressurized. That's that in a nutshell. Now, for Raptor, they basically, what they use for CH4 is they tap off what they put through the nozzle. So they use liquid methane to go through the regenerative cooled nozzle to regenerative cool it, and they tap that off for the CH4. If I remember correctly, the LOX is tapped off the pre-burner off the top of my head. So it's basically, so there's like contaminants in it, like there can be CO2 or water ice or whatnot that's in it, and that will clog the filter. The way around that is to use a separate LOX heat exchanger that basically just heats up the LOX and into a gas, and then you pipe that in for that. That's what New Glenn uses off of BE4. SpaceX might have solved that on Raptor 3. We don't really know. It's something we're going to have to wait and watch out, but SpaceX kind of just does it the dirty way. So that's why they kind of run into that problem. Yeah. And Alex is tapping into the back channel. He might correct me on something. And he goes, Raptor 3 may be worse. It's because we don't really know the way they're going to do it with Raptor 3. So, but that's kind of how they do it. And unfortunately, I hope they do a heat exchanger like they do with BE4 at some point. But, one can live in hope. Right? Like,
Yeah. Okay, so let's keep going with the queue. There's only 4 left in the queue. Remember, guys, tag at NASASpaceflight if you have questions. Don't let me clear this dang queue. Don't let me do it. I'll consider that a W for me. I'm a Twitch streamer. Twitch streamers, it's just L after L after L. Don't let me get a W. I'm serious. All right. This one's coming from Keith Tegg. When will they fly the first reused booster? Which quarter of 2025? Max, what are you thinking?
Well, I was kind of hoping it was going to be Booster 12 and Ship 26 as a reflight. But
Oh,
you know
no.
what? It's fine. It's fine. My heart will never get over it. It's whatever. It is what it is. I'll stay heartbroken. Reflying the Block 1 of Booster is going to be a lot bigger of a challenge than it will be for the Block 2, simply for the fact that the Block 1 variants of the Booster will have a lot more dry mass than the Block 2 variants due to how many modifications that SpaceX has had to do in order to structurally reinforce the booster itself and also make improvements so it doesn't come apart and doesn't have any excessive failure points. So, oh boy, a reused booster. I want to say it's going to happen within the first half of 2025, as optimistic as that may sound. And honestly, depending on how this catch goes, I believe Booster 13 may be a contender for that. So but you know what? We don't know for sure, and especially with the Block 1 variants of Booster being phased out, hopefully in the next 12 months or so. Yeah, I want to say in the first half of 2025.
Yeah, I think so too. Guys, I think it's important to understand that Super Heavy is like that's like the Achilles heel of this whole program. If Super Heavy doesn't work, the whole Starship refueling thing, HLS to the moon, that doesn't work. They have to get that the booster reuse and quick turnaround done. Because if you okay, I've always said this, and this is more my opinion on the subject. So if someone's gonna tell me I'm wrong, and that's fair. It's okay. It's the internet. It's all right. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with throwing it out there and people telling me I'm wrong. That's fine. I think you could afford to send HLS to the moon with totally expendable starships. I think that's fair. You could probably do it. What you can't do is do 16 or however many refueling flights, refilling flights they need for Starship. You cannot do that if you're expending boosters. Ryan, you know good and well how long it takes to make one of these things, right? A Super Heavy definitely is your production bottleneck here.
Oh, so the way they do boosters right now, so they have 2 turntables in Mega Bay 1 at the moment, and they have 3 work stands. So the way they start a booster, they start it with the common dome, go down, build the LOX tank, then they move the LOX tank from you're staring at the opening door of Mega Bay 1. They move the LOX tank from the right turntable to the left. And then they start the methane tank on the right one. Once that's done, they then place it on a stand, swap the bridge cranes basically from the right to the left bridge crane. Then they pick that up and stack it on the right turntable. Then on the left turntable, my bad. And then on the left turntable, it then sits on there and it gets all of its CO2 tanks, autogen repress lines, it gets its raceway, it gets its COPVs, and it gets all that kitted out, and then it gets moved onto a work stand to get its chines installed and everything else. So they have 1 turntable for stacking and 1 turntable for kitting it out, and then they have the work stands for work and engine installation. But so the whole thing with that is the holdup is going to be the fact that it takes a while to build these things, and it takes like 2 to 3 months to stack one, and it takes a while to get it ready for flight. So yeah, it's just going to take a while to get to the point where they can get that production bottleneck ramped up and whatnot. So the quicker they can reuse, the better. So we'll see if they reuse a Block 1 maybe next, sometime at middle end of next year or not, because they're going to have a production bottleneck for a while.
I mean, there's all this other stuff, but I think the straight production bottleneck is just the thrust structure. Just putting 33 Raptors in there, that takes time. Installing 33 engines takes a good bit of time. I mean, Ryan, how long does it take to like swap an engine on an airliner, right? Like that's something like you take the airliner, put it in the hangar, and leave it there for like a week or so, right? Like I don't know what's the turnaround time on swapping
if you get a good team that knows exactly what they're doing and has done it before, you can do it outside in a day. Less.
Wow.
Like that's a CFM 56-7 off a 37. You get a good team that knows exactly what they're doing. You can prop open those TRs, take off the cowl lanes, take off the inlet, get the engine swapped, and get it done in like a day. You can. If you have everyone that knows exactly what they're doing, you got all the time in the world. Yeah. That's a lot faster than I thought. Also, shout out to CFM 56 is one of the best turbofans ever made. If you're a nav geek, you know what I mean. Okay. All right, I'm going to go through one or two more questions here, because I almost got this question queue. Cleared, man. Almost got it. All right, so we'll go through one more, and then I actually would like to take some time during the stream to tell you about YouTube member levels, but we'll do that after this next question here. All right, so this is coming from New Normac. Do we know if the new tower will get a booster bidet in the flame trench or just a concrete trough? Ooh, that's a good one. Max, you're down there. Have you seen Pad B? What does it look like?
So what's unfortunate about Pad B is the orbital launch mount is, I guess, relative to the road. The tower is in the way of where the orbital launch mount is relative to Highway 4. So we can't see a ton over what's happening over there unless we are in the air, like Jack often does for flyovers. And what we can see from the brand new orbital launch mount being built over at the production site, we can only see so much either over the fence or through the gate. So I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, the actual blade that will separate the exhaust from all 33 Raptors into a bidirectional flow itself will be water cooled. And there may be, I want to say there will be an additional deluge system at the base of the OLM, but I could be wrong. But I believe also the blade that will separate the exhaust flow into a bidirectional state will itself be water cooled. But Ryan?
We don't know what the blade's going to look like, but we're thinking a pair of flame deflector buckets, basically. So the kind of thing that's installed at Massey's or that they've been building for the new vertical test stands over at McGregor. So it's just basically a bucket with a bunch of steel tubes, a bunch of holes opening for water to flow through and come out. So that's kind of what we're looking at. And then a water-cooled top of the OLM deck is what it's looking at as well. So it's a lot more in depth than what they have at Pad A. Pad A is just a plate that they push several thousand PSI worth of water through. Yeah, several thousand. And the beast. So yeah, it's kind of nuts. I cannot wait to see them install the whole thing and then test it and then fly out of it. Because it's going to look so cool to see. I'm hoping it's fully bidirectional. It's kind of hard to tell now, but it's going to look so cool to just see two flames going up the side from our like south cams as the thing lifts off. It'll look so nuts.
What the image that keeps going through my head in terms of how it may look like is if anyone is anyone familiar with the Proton rocket, that's what I think it might look like in terms of the exhaust gas is just blowing out the sides like immediately, and which is like one of the most just metal gnarly looks any rocket launch you could have, more so even now than what is present over on Pad A in terms of how that looks. So yeah, it's gonna look pretty gnarly.
So I mean, guys, I don't know about you. Did you guys ever see the film by CNN Films of the restored Apollo 70 millimeter film, where the Saturn, where it shows the Saturn V and 70 millimeter just absolutely obliterating 39A, and you get like they don't have any sound suppressor down there, so there's just flames shooting out on either side of 39A. That's what I'm picturing in my mind.
You know, on the fact it still blows my mind. If we could dwell on this just for a second, it blows my friggin' mind that they were able to get away without any kind of deluge system over at Pad A and Pad B for the entire Saturn V. Like that blows my mind, especially with how powerful it is compared to shuttle and of course Starship. So, yeah, wild.
Yeah, I mean,
they could get away with it.
Nope. Not with 15 million pounds of thrust. No,
17, basically.
Yeah,
it could be even more than that too.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Okay, so Ryan, it looks like we got some little bit of condensation going on there at the tank farm. What activity do you think we got going down there? Do you know?
Just I think they're still offloading, is what it looks like.
Yeah.
That's kind of hard to tell, but I think they're still just offloading some stuff here and there. Yeah, dude, topping it off right near the end there.
Let's go.
Yeah.
It's like a well-oiled machine, man.
Oh yeah, a lot of tankers. Cool. Just to say it a little bit, it's going to be kind of nuts to see how they solve the problem of having to bring in so many tankers for multiple launches out of even just this pad. It's going to be nuts. But anywho.
Okay. So, this is the time. It's a tradition here on these NSF streams to have me tell you about the the memberships here. Jay, can you run this on the back end here? So we have a bunch of different memberships that you can subscribe to on YouTube here. It's actually not a subscription. Sorry, I'm a Twitch streamer. I say subs, but these are membership levels that you have. So if you get a pad rat, that's the entry level of support. You're an NSF member and highlighted as such in the live stream and video chat and comments. And then during major event live streams from Starbase, you get access to 4K 9-screen multi-views, which is, I mean, those multi-views are actually clutch. It's really cool if you want to make sure that you don't miss any points in what's going on with this Texas tank watching show that we run here. It's pretty good stuff. And then after that, you know, that's the entry level. Then you got a red team after that. It's all of the above, everything that I just mentioned, with additional access to NSF YouTube member content, including photo uploads from the NSF team, historical photos from L2, and video such as behind the scenes and cool clips. I mean, I don't know about you guys heard me spout off about all the pads. I wouldn't know as much as I do about these pads without L2. I'm not gonna lie, you know. It doesn't hurt having all this knowledge. If you're a space nerd like me and you really, really, really want to know every single thing about every nut and bolt on these pads and all these spacecraft, that's a pretty good deal. Okay. After that, we have Capcom, which is everything that I just included there, with additional access to the NSF members Discord, where there's all kind of shenanigans going on in there. Let's be real, guys. Yeah, the Membies Discord is a good time, right, Ryan? Right, Max? It's pretty fun.
Oh yeah,
it's a pretty fun time in there. It's a little rowdy, little party going on in there. Yep. Okay, and then the second highest that we have is Launch Director, which is all the above, but you get your name up in lights. You get your name up in lights at the end of the end of any NSF live stream. And then the flight director is just, if you really, really enjoy us, if you're compelled to do it, if you really enjoy us, you get everything and you get top level support. You name up in lights, the whole kit and caboodle, you get everything. You got everything that we mentioned. You get the L2, you get the member content, you get the Membies Discord, you get that 4K 9-screen multi-view. So if you feel compelled to, we'd appreciate the support, but it's not just support for us. You do get something in return here. And if you're so compelled to, we'd appreciate it. Appreciate it if you membered up. If not, that's fair. All good. I'm just enjoying your company, Chad. I don't know about you guys. I'm just enjoying the company. This is fun. This is a good time. So we appreciate you watching. We appreciate your time either way. If you feel compelled to get a little bit more out of this arrangement that we have, get it done. Thank you. All right. Cool. with that being said, I kind of want to see if we can axe this support queue. I've almost gotten through all the question queue here. Actually, there's a bunch of questions that I don't have teed up that I'll have to go through. I said keep the question queue full, and a bunch of people added NASASpaceflight saying hi, EJ. Thanks for that, Dylan. Appreciate it.
Although we do still have a lot of traffic going by going towards the production site, passing Richardson and passing the river site here. So we're still kind of waiting on closure to start. Obviously, Max was talking about how they might start shooting people out around 6 a.m. or so, but the closure's not expected to really go full on at 8 a.m. and that will basically start at LBJ, and they'll start kind of a soft closure point around the river site and area. So yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. It's still early, but if you're down there and you want to go see a full stack, you should still be able to do it. So
cool. All right. Okay, cool. I'm gonna try to punch through a little bit more of the support. You guys cool with that?
Do it. Send it.
All right, I'm sending, dude. I'm licking the stamp and sending it. Here we go. I'm gonna try to kill the support queue. It's not happening, but I'm gonna try. Like boats against the current. Let's go. So Ryan with a store message that I just killed. Shout out to the boosted boys. Oh yeah, nice. Awesome. Okay, so Jeff Ramos gifting us 5 Canadian, I think those are poutines, I think is what they're called. Oh, dollars. No, oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
Oh, my gosh.
I think they may be called poutines or like 5 Canadian polar bears or something. All right, Jeff, what's on your mind, man? Last launch, we had civilian boats in the flight path delaying it. Please, people, don't do that. We're launching here in a New York accent. Yeah, you're lucky Sawyer's not here, but you're lucky your boy can do that. We're launching here. Get the heck out of the way. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the support, man.
Full on Boston.
No, whoa. That was not that. No. That was not that. That was New York.
I can't do accents. I'm just horrible with them. I mean, Lynn, what you talking about? I don't know what you're going on about, bud.
I was just gonna say, Ryan, but you beat me to it.
Hey, for what it's worth, Canadians, I love poutine. Poutine is amazing. It's the best American, not American food around. Okay? I'm just, shameless there. Michael Bullock, becoming a Pad Rat member, getting access to all the good stuff that I just said a second ago. Appreciate that. Let's see. Got to get the support queue. Matt Hicks with the $2 super chat. Here's to a great day. Indeed, Matt. I'm ready, dude. I'm ready. It's going to be a good day, man. It's going to be a good day. We'll see if SpaceX earns the sunset. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. Do you earn that sunset? Hopefully they do. Because, right, Max, we're gonna see a landing in some golden hour action at landing. It's pretty cool.
I think just having the privilege of hopefully seeing a stack fly in the late afternoon now with the sun in the opposite direction of where it normally is for a morning window is going to be a treat, especially if the weather plays nice and the light does what we want it to. So, absolutely, I think this is going to be very reminiscent of the SN8, SN9 days when if anyone goes back to any of the photographers who shot or streamed the SN8, SN9 hops, you will know what I mean. Just with where the sun was, with how blue the sky was, just how lovely and soft the light was. It was glorious, and hopefully we can have some more of that today. And if the forecast does what it is saying it will, weather-wise, I think we will have that, and we will have some pretty epic visuals for everybody.
Yeah, gonna be, dude. Oh man, I don't know about you guys. I was supposed to go to sleep at like 8 p.m. to try and wake up. You wake up at like, the very, very early dawn here on the East Coast. I was like, I'll go to bed. I'll go to bed at 8 p.m. I'll get a nice 8 hours. No. I went to bed at 2 a.m. I'm running on like 2 hours of sleep, and you know what? Doesn't even feel like it. That's how hyped I am.
I was gonna say I saw your chat in the back channel in the evening and in the early morning. Like, yeah, EJ is still awake. He's pumped. He's hyped. I guess
Yep.
He's wired to a point where he can see sounds. He's so hyped.
Yeah, yes, I have echolocation like Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Away.
That was scarily accurate.
Yes. Yeah, I know you, old coot. All right, so Robert with another store message. Love you all 10 patches, original and NSF, in your office. Let's go. Robert, you are a legend. You are a legend. That's awesome, man. Good stuff. Okay, Jason, we got another store message. Love your coverage. Go Flight 6. Indeed. I'm ready, man. I don't know if you guys could tell from the way I'm being right now. I'm ready, dude. I want this thing to go right now. I mean, obviously not when people are close, but you get the idea. Aaron Dorr, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Do appreciate it. And then we got another store message here from Riley. Love you guys. Keep up the amazing work. Do you think the ship will survive re-entry? I mean, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Riley, I think it's gonna make it through. Ryan, you said possibly. Yeah, I mean that high AOA. Man, what do you think?
I think it'll get through re-entry just fine. Like especially the heating part of it. I don't think it's going to be an issue because we've talked about the bow shock of this thing, how massive it is, but how massive the vehicle is alone. It should be able to push the plasma away, and it shouldn't wrap around and where the tiles have been removed. I think it'll be fine. And the higher AOA itself, that's just kind of, as we talked about before, testing possible new landing profiles. I think that's going to be more aerodynamic pressure than heating. So I think it'll be fine.
Yeah. Cool. We got NQ Viper there becoming a red team member. We got Methane Subcooler. Awesome name. $4.99 super chat. Thank you, NSF, for all you do. Go SpaceX, go NSF, go Flight 6. Let's go, Methane. I'm ready. Or is it methane? Which one do you say? Chad, what do you guys say? Do you say methane or methane?
Methane.
Yes, I'm starting this conversation. I say methane. I'm sorry.
You know, honestly, there have been times where I have actually said methane. I don't know why. It's just like
brainworms you.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I say some words in ways that usual Americans don't. I can't give you an example off the top of my head other than methane. Sometimes being the key word.
Max, you don't drink tea, do you?
I do not drink tea. I don't.
Okay, good.
Besides the Red Bull that I just drank, I normally don't drink caffeine either coffee or tea. Like this is au naturel, baby.
Au naturel, but with Red Bull. Okay, yep. No, that makes sense.
Well, no. Normally it's all au naturel, but like running off of 3 hours of sleep and not. Well, I'm of course very excited for all this, as I hope everyone else watching is. But these late night Starship pre-stream and stream events do take a toll on everyone, and we are all giving our best to make sure that the coverage that everyone is seeing and hopefully enjoying is the best that it possibly can be. So I think a Red Bull is a welcome substitute for now.
There you go. Okay, Mark Wyman has a $5 super chat. With a late afternoon launch from Texas, do you think it will be possible to see a jellyfish from the Florida Keys? Ooh, I don't.
Well, I think there's a big question mark there, because I think one thing we have not seen yet is what a potential, like, what would a jellyfish look like for a methane-powered rocket? I mean, we know what it looks like for a rocket that uses RP1 and solids, because the exhaust particulates that are expended are big and then therefore also emit and reflect the light a lot better than methane does. And you can see that directly in the exhaust brightness from Starship to Falcon 9, where Falcon 9 is very, very, very bright, because RP1 is a carbon-based fuel and has emits a lot of black body radiation upon combustion. Methane does not. It is, especially in the light that we may have, it may be just a little bit brighter than ambient. Like it's really not that bright unless you are looking directly up into the engine bells. So, and what we don't know is how that is going to look in a low light situation or a twilight situation. I mean, of course, we saw Terran 1 fly, and that was beautiful, but it was a lot dimmer than what we've seen from either Atlas V or Falcon 9 or, of course, SLS. SLS was stupid bright. But, to answer your question, I don't know. Because at the point that it reaches the Keys, the engines on ship would have been well shut down at that point. So you might see it reflect some light in the sky just because of the stainless steel tank structure. But I don't know. I'm not sure. If you know what, if you do see it, go outside, take a picture or a video, and please tag us. We want to see how that looks.
The engines passing by the Florida Keys, Starship engines should still be running.
Oh, should they? Okay, good.
Because if you remember, they lost Ship 25 near Puerto Rico, I think it was.
Yeah.
They should still be running past the Florida Keys. And I think sunset for Florida Keys, or at least Western Florida, is, I think someone said it was like 5:37 p.m. Eastern. So there's a solid chance, if you're able to see it, you might see that exhaust plume off Starship.
Please go outside. Please go outside. If you have a camera, grab your camera. If you have just your phone, that's perfectly good too. Grab some pictures, grab some videos. Please post it on X, and please tag us. We want to see how that looks. We are so curious to see.
Mm-hmm. So we got 1058 again, gifting a one red team membership. Appreciate that. We got oh no, Eric, I can't. I'm not. Nope. Not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say your last name. I'm just Eric. Yeah. €2 super
Eric.
Watching from the Netherlands. Let's go. Skippel and Stroopwafel. Yeah. No, see, that's why I didn't try to pronounce your last name. But I appreciate it, Eric. We appreciate you here. Thank you very much, dude. Sawyer B with the $2 super chat. Do you think Starship will make the re-entry? Yeah. Sawyer, we were talking about that a little earlier. I think she'll make it through. I mean, might get a little toasty, but she'll make it through. I think SpaceX just generally didn't realize how much you can tank heat with stainless steel. Like, Starship can absorb a crazy amount of heat before something goes wrong. We saw that on Flight 4.
It does. And also, I think one of the biggest, comparison points between Starship and, say, Shuttle, which utilizes, they both utilize very similar TPS constructions and applications. So, Shuttle needed the TPS, otherwise it would completely just be destroyed upon reentry because its substructure was aluminum, which has a lot lower thermal threshold than what Starship is made of, which is stainless steel. Steel, but on its own, has a lot higher thermal threshold and tolerance than aluminum. So, and the goal at some point with Starship is to forego the FTS. I almost said FTS. Oops. The TPS that we see on ship currently. The goal is to eliminate as much TPS as possible, if not the entire thing, to of course save as much weight as possible and optimize how much payload you can take up to either orbit, the moon, or Mars, wherever Starship is going. So having a little less TPS on will test just to see, especially in peak heating, where that heating will reach on Starship's structure and how that will affect the ship's integrity as a whole. So, I think
say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Comparing aluminum to stainless steel. So SpaceX used aluminum covered tiles on the last flight on the edges where they took those tiles off. And the reason why they did this is because if the aluminum melted, because aluminum melts around the time stainless steel starts to weaken, basically, or it's kind of somewhat similar. So they use the aluminum as an indicator so that if it melted, then you knew that the stainless steel would also start to degrade in strength and everything like that. You can see those tiles get red hot, but I don't see them like degrade or melt or anything like that. At least I didn't see it. I think some other people pointed out that might have happened, but personally, I didn't see them like melt or anything like that. Which basically said to SpaceX, well, I guess we can remove these tiles and we might actually be able to do it without having to lose any structural integrity on the Starship. The fun thing will be, and I hope we get to see this, especially with the daytime, is from the flat cam. I want to see if we have that like discoloration on the tank wall from just the heating. I can't wait to see if we have that.
Oh my goodness, yes. I mean, we saw a bit of that on Flight 5 on the flap, where it went from like yellow to blue to purple, almost like titanium. And of course, the ship itself is subject to a lot higher peak heating than what booster sees on reentry, because it's coming in obviously a lot faster and endures that heat for a lot longer period of time. So I'd be curious to see what a multi-flown booster will look like at some point. I really want to see that like super duper coloration.
Dude, I'm in. I don't know. Like, do you think they're gonna be sooty at all, dudes? Like, maybe a little bit because of the methane, right? Like,
I mean, RP1, like the biggest reason Falcon 9 is sooty is because of the soot deposit from the Merlins, which run on RP1 and LOX. So, and as we saw for Booster 12, there was no soot. It was just temperature discoloration and I guess burn marks from reentry. So I don't think, soot should not be building up on Super Heavy.
now, all right, okay, all right. I'm gonna segue this into a quick trivia question. Now, Max, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do you know why Falcon 9 has so much soot? Do you know?
I mean, RP1 is a carbon-based fuel, and that is just one of the particulates that I guess becomes as a byproduct of the combustion. So
That's
it.
That's right. Here, chat. We're gonna learn something. I'm gonna learn you at 6:55 in the morning. All right, you're gonna put on your learning caps. So Falcon 9 has an open cycle generator, or a gas generator on it, right? You have the dump over the side that's just spewing soot out the sides. Now, why is it doing that? That's not very efficient. Well, hold on a second here. The name of the game with first stages is not necessarily efficiency. It's about making power because you got to get that second stage and payload up into space, right? So your first stage actually will end up being more efficient with a lower specific impulse and a higher characteristic energy. So because of this, they send the fuel all the way through those Merlin engines. They're running extremely fuel rich, meaning the amount of fuel on oxidizer is heavily favored on the fuel side of things, right? That's why you get all those particulates coming out. You get all those particulates coming out of the bottom of the engine. And when Falcon 9 is doing its supersonic retropropulsion and its landing burn, it's flying through all of that. And that adheres to the side of the booster. It's basically rolling coal. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. It's running super fuel rich. The reason why they do that is to keep the engines cool. Now, in air to fuel or oxidizer to fuel mixtures, you have something called stoichiometry, which is like the ideal amount of fuel and oxidizer going in. And when you have that, right, you get a very efficient burn, but you also run really, really hot when you run stoichiometric. So they run these engines super cool by flowing a lot of fuel through the gas generator, very fuel rich through the gas generator, and very fuel rich through the engine. That's why you get carbon soot buildup on Falcons. You don't necessarily see that with Super Heavy, right? Because as Max was saying, you have the stage combustion cycle, full flow stage combustion cycle from the Raptors, and because of that, you get a much more efficient burn, right? Because methane versus RP1. And you just get discoloration on the booster. So yeah, I know that was a little early for that, but there you go.
Well, that and also methane itself just, I guess, simply burns a lot cleaner than RP1 or kerosene does. And also, like, to add on to your point about the open cycle combustion on Merlin, one of the main benefits of that is just simplicity, especially compared to a full flow stage combustion system. And the main goal with Falcon 9 was to make it reliable, to make it work every time that they need it to, and also to make it heavily reusable and require minimal refurb with the Merlins and the actual tank structure itself on the first stage. So it burns a bit dirtier. It's not quite as efficient, but it is simple and it is reliable. So that is the main benefit of open cycle.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat are saying that too. Yeah, there's also simplicity. I mean, SpaceX knew if they want to start mass producing an engine, you got to keep it simple, at least initially. And then like a decade and a half later, they just cook up Raptor 3. Like,
no kidding.
Been doing that. That's good. All right. Thanks for that. Okay, guys, the support queue is actually building up a lot faster than I want it to. And I have a compulsive need to clear this support queue because I want to mention every single person that's supporting the stream. So I'm going to do a lightning round. These things will not necessarily pop up on stream, but I'm going Ace Ventura style. We're going lightning round through the support queue. Speed run, let's go. Any percentage. Sorry, Twitch streamer, I had to mention it. All right, so Anonymous, thank you to the NSF for enabling your spaceflight addiction. Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, that's what we do here. Gord from Ort, thank you for gifting 1 red team membership. Craig, good morning from the UK. Looking forward to a beautiful launch. What's more likely, Ship 26 launch or seeing Jack in a kilt? Jack kilt all day, every day. Ship 26 belongs in the scrapyard. Kevin, you can hate me. That's fine. It's my stream. I'm hosting it right now. This is my world. You're in my world now, Grandma. All right. PNZ, GRL, or Ben's Girl, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. We do appreciate it. Astro Knucklehead, SpaceX left the tile pins in. No point heat worries? I don't think so. I think we're good on that one. Okay, Just Tobias, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. I do appreciate it. Going Places with Chris, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. And, well, who's Chris and where are you going? I mean, It's kind of important. That's kind of important. You gotta let us know. Samuel Smith, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. We have Ben. Do you think SpaceX will ever start building supermassive ships on orbit so they could build it as big as they want without the worry of getting it off the ground? Yes.
Please. Yes, please.
I think that's more me and Ryan just saying yes. We want this. We need this in our life. I think they will. You know, Starship is basically set up to do what the shuttle was supposed to do, and then only a lot more. Like if SpaceX can get bulk transport to space, like of raw materials for in-space manufacturing, oh yeah, you'll see bigger things. Absolutely.
Just gonna say, give me the San Francisco Fleet Yards and Utopia Planitia Fleet Yards, please and thank you.
Oh yeah, I'm in. No, yeah, you don't need to tempt me with a good time. I'm in. All right. Barney, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Stefan Klaas, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Thomas N, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Neil, thanks for the great coverage. Here's to a great test. Absolutely, Neil. Let's go. Let's send it. I'm ready. Sean Peel, hey, thank you for becoming a launch director. Sean, oh, thank you very much, man. It's good to see you, buddy. Pauline B, how does Alex get his hair so shiny asking for a friend? He uses the most very advanced hair care products from the south of Spain. Is that a good enough answer? Would you believe that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, Alex is typing.
Oh God, Alex is typing.
No sponsors.
No sponsors. No sponsors. He's just like that. That's just the way he is.
Yeah.
Just beautiful.
Alex is just that good.
Flowing lock. Yeah. My hair looks like a skid mark right now. It's great. It's good. It looks like it belongs in an insane asylum. You know, getting old sucks. That's not fun. But hey, anyway, at least we got the Starship to watch. This is awesome. You know. Pauline, thank you for the $20 tip. I appreciate it. And with a store message, hello from Scotland. You guys do a fantastic job. We found your channel in 2020, and there's no one else that comes anywhere near you. Keep up the good work. Well, thanks, Ann. I'll have you know we have a Scotsman doing the production back end for us. Shout out to you, Jay. Thank you very much. Jay says hi. He might be from the Scottish Highlands. I don't know where he's from. Jay, maybe you'll let everybody know here where you're from, so you let the other Scotsmen know that what you're doing in the background.
Damn, EJ, that was actually pretty good.
That wasn't bad.
Thanks,
that
mate.
wasn't bad. I mean, let's see what other Scottish people say. You know.
Yeah,
Chris W. He's not from the Highlands.
He's not from. He isn't from the Highlands. Well, he could be. He could be. You know, if Jay is just giving me Alex face right now. Okay, cool. Excellent. Moving on. All right, cool. Lightning round for the support. Justin, I'm doing my part. Great streams. Keep it up. Hey, thanks for watching, Justin. We really appreciate it. Okay, we got SV Traverse the Third. Gifting 5 Canadian poutines there. Really appreciate it. When will there be an air separation plane at Starbase so they only need to truck in CH4? Yeah.
They do plan on one near Pad B. Right behind the tower relative to the pad, basically having the tower protected from the pad. They do plan on an air separation unit that is from the tiered environmental assessment. We'll just see when they decide to build it, but it is planned based off the environmental assessment. So we'll just go with that.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I hate saying these words, and I feel like I'm jinxing something saying, but it's pending regulatory approval. So we'll see what happens. The launch isn't though. Hey. Hello. All right, we got Sam Skate here with $5.66 super chat. What if the booster hits the new tower? I don't think that's going to happen. I think the booster's smart enough to know where it is, so it knows where it isn't. And
I was really hoping you were going to say that, EJ. I was really hoping you were going to say that.
The booster knows where it is at all times. It knows it because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, you can develop a deviation and a variation, which is called air.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
I'm not gonna lie. I may steal that for an image caption. I'm not gonna lie.
No, please do it. Please do it. I mean, okay, so to be a little bit more technical, the booster already has a very conservative set of parameters. So there's a lot of gates that it needs to go through to make sure it even gets near that pad. SpaceX knows you only got one operational pad right now. I mean, we see 2 towers there, but the tower on the left, guys, is not finished. It's not even close. You know, SpaceX says they want to get it done by the end of the year, and I am hoping that, but Ryan, I can hear Ryan going,
by the end of the year isn't going to happen, but middle of next year, yeah, it'll be done. It should be done.
So, yeah, there you go. So because you only have one pad ready to go, you really don't, I mean, obviously you really don't want to risk it. And we have to get, SpaceX has to get Starships going. They have to get these things going. You remember, they have a contract to deliver that lunar lander for NASA sometime in the next couple of years, right? So you really can't risk. You really don't want, you really want to retire as much risk from landing on the chopsticks as possible. So if there's anything wrong with that thing, even before the thing gets even near it, it'll just divert, and, you know, maybe we go fish it out like CRS-16, you know, and I say we, I mean SpaceX, you know, we as a human species, we're just, SpaceX just allows us to look at this stuff in the background. We're not them, but, you know, and we don't speak for them, but, you know, maybe, so you're saying there's a chance? There might be. All right. Dominic, with a store message, it's go time. Love the patches. Shame I got no place to put it on my backpack anymore. Well, get a bigger backpack. Do we sell backpacks? Do we sell?
I'm not sure, but we should.
We should sell backpacks. That's
Adrian.
backpacks for your patch.
Adrian.
Adrian. He's gonna wake up and he's gonna be like, I hate all of these people.
EJ, may I interrupt you real quick?
Go for it, man. I'm almost done, I swear.
Well, I just want to throw it to Ryan for a quick update on where we are pre-launch and what is to come in the next few hours. So I want to say it. Kowalski analysis.
So, all right. Well,
Nice.
we're T-minus 9 hours, 53 minutes, 50 seconds. I mean, give or take, obviously, every second's changing. But it's besides the point. Weather's starting to clear up. At least that's what it looks like to me. And it's not really as foggy. You're still seeing a lot of venting. Looks like they got venting from the fluids bunker, which usually means they're starting to chill down the tank farm, which is kind of odd. But I don't know why they'd be doing that now. It seems a bit early to do that, just to say the least. But a lot of the vaporizers are going, so they're still kind of, I think they're still topping some stuff off here and there. But we're still on track for a 4 p.m. launch, for those of you who are just joining us. Yeah, Alex in the back channel, a bit early. It's about 6 hours earlier than what they need to, because chill down should start around noon, give or take. It's usually around T-minus 4 hours from launch. That's a big, that's a decent truckload coming in there. I wonder where that's going. Maybe to the pad. But anyways, yeah, and also Jay in the back channel, they forgot they're not launching at 8 a.m. That they'd have to be well into chill down before that. But we're still on track for 4 p.m. At the opening. Haven't heard anything different from SpaceX or anyone else. There you see cops every once in a while around there. Road closure isn't supposed to start for a little under 2 hours. So we're just kind of chilling here and waiting for cops start showing up. People start clearing out. The pad should be fully clear. The pad clear klaxon started at like 2 a.m., which is really early. Usually they do that once the road is closed. They fully clear the pad. So I think SpaceX is wanting to get this thing like go right at 4. Like, just go and get it over with. So we'll see here. But yeah, we're on track and we're looking good so far.
Good stuff, man. That has been Ryan with your hourly update on the status here. I'm going through the rest of the support queue, guys. I'm sorry. I need to do it. I figured out how the support queue works with my caveman brain over here, and I'm like, must empty support queue. Sorry. Okay. So Eric, nope. Another Eric from the Netherlands. Thank you very much. I'm putting that on the screen so you guys can try to attempt to laugh at me trying to pronounce hooing. But thank you. Another Eric from the Netherlands. Let's go, man. Let's go. All right, MRR. Let's go, Starship and SpaceX. Keep on pushing on. Many hellos from the Netherlands. Dude, there's a lot of Dutch people in here. That's awesome. I'm a Ferrari fan, so I don't like Max Verstappen. And they all left.
I was just gonna say that, EJ. Dang it.
Yep. Sorry, man. Sorry. I mean, Max is too. So, yep. And they're all gone. Okay. They're all gone. They're all gone. It's all right. It's clear.
I think I hear Supermax playing in the distance. Hang on.
No, he's a good driver, guys. In all seriousness, good driver. But I could sit here and talk about F1 for 8 hours too. So we will turn it right back to the support queue. Zotek with a $10 super chat. Is there any other realistic way to cool Starship during re-entry? The tiles just seem so fragile and finicky to be the long-term solution for rapid reusability. Ooh.
Remember the transpirational cooling thing they wanted to try? Remember that?
I mean, you
I don't know.
You could get away with that. I mean, it's possible. Zotek, here's where I'm at, and you guys, I'll answer this one. You guys feel free to chime in. I think the reason why the tile seems so finicky is because we haven't seen anybody go rapid iteration on tiles. We just have the silicate-based tiles from the shuttle program, right? And those proved to be really good at retaining water and heat, which was not ideal if you're using a water-soluble adhesive for the tiles. So I think tiles get a bad stigma, but we're entering a new era here. There's a new era of tile design and production, and because SpaceX is rapidly iterating on this with these kind of Mark II tiles, I think it'll get to the point where the tiles are robust enough to not seem like they're finicky and they fall off, and they're very fragile because, like I said, that's something that happened with the shuttle program. The shuttle program, they had silicate-based tiles, so they were basically a porous rock almost, right? Yes. The way to get your orbiter to come back is to glue a bunch of rocks to the bottom, very porous rocks, right? So, but go ahead.
No, I was gonna say so in order to really push the rapid reusability, you need to come up with some kind of new material. We're talking like tetraburnium, dirtanium, or like tritanium alloys, and you need to come up with some kind of inertial dampeners and stuff like that. So I mean, that's the really long-term thing we got to do, right, EJ?
Inertial dampers, dilithium?
Yeah.
Yes.
Warp
yes.
drive? Yes.
Yeah. No, please engage. Yeah. I would like the ship to go forward. If you get it, you get it. Good for you.
Yeah.
So Zotek, I think they're going to work on these tiles enough to get them robust. I mean, dude, look at what we've seen. Like back, when they were doing the suborbital test, tiles are falling off left and right. But during these orbital missions we saw in Flight 5, they didn't lose many tiles. The only tiles that they lost were the ones that were made out of aluminum. Yes, I said it that way on purpose. And that was for testing purposes. Yes, I like to rock the boat. I don't know if you guys realize this. Okay, cool. I'm almost through the support queue. So, Sam with a store message. Got my car stuck on the beach last night. Whoops. Jack and Anthony were so gracious to spend their precious time to help dig me out. You got Jack to help you with something? That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Jack's an amazing person. He is. He's awesome.
So
is Max.
Jack is my dad, so I can't really say anything bad about him.
Yeah.
What?
He's Trevor's dad too.
How do you not know this?
That?
Yeah.
He's Trevor's dad as well. And Dan is grandpa.
So I was just gonna say that.
Does that make me the crazy uncle?
Yes.
What am I? What am I in this then?
The annoying stepbrother.
Oh, you grilled him on stream in front of a bunch of people. Stop. Why would you do that? Okay, another store message.
I'll take it.
Yeah, there you go.
I got something. I'll take it.
Another store message from Chris. Kick the tires and light the fires. Let's go, man. Let's go. Light it up. Light it up.
Roasted, man.
Yeah. We light the fires to roast Ryan. That's how this works. Yep.
He didn't start the. Sorry, copyright.
Nope. Anyway, Brian C with the $13.99 Canadian poutines. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks for the support. Okay, we got Vincent. Amazing shots. Can't wait for Starship Mars Rise. Oh, let's go, man. Let's go. I will make do with high-rise imagery until then. Hey, high-rise is a good mission, dude. Good mission. Absolutely. High-rise is good enough, but we got Starship Mars Rise. I'm here for it, Vin. I'm here for it, dude. Let's roll. So Harry Dymock, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. And then Patrol. 50 red team memberships. You are a gentleman or gentlewoman and a scholar. Very, very much appreciated, Patrol. Thank you very much. Glorn becoming a Padret member and Ron Streams 20 becoming a red team member. Thank you very much, everybody. I have cleared the support queue. I feel very accomplished right now. How about some questions, dude?
Should we do a long question? Oh, what are you gonna say, Max?
Well, before we go back into questions, I just wanted to make a quick comment that you may see, excuse me, that in the sky behind Starship right now in this view, you may start to see the sky getting a little bit brighter. And that's because twilight is beginning to make itself apparent here in Starbase. I can see through the clouds that there is a bit of navy blue sky starting to make itself visible. So we are approaching sunrise here, and that will hopefully be happening visibly, I should say. I mean, it'll happen regardless, but whether or not we can see it is a whole different question with the clouds and the weather. But daylight is approaching us rapidly, folks.
We are 35 minutes from projected sunrise in Boca Chica, Texas. So, yeah.
Cool. Cool. All right. Questions time. Ding, 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 ding. Let's roll. All right. So, Oded and Tebby asks, is it possible that SpaceX already asked the FAA for license modification for Block 2? Ryan, serving to you.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible they already did, but knowing SpaceX, they probably haven't. SpaceX is notoriously, utterly horrible with paperwork and getting it through on time. It's funny, honestly. I mean, like the whole just the whole FAA fine thing was just kind of funny to me. It was like, but why are you fining us? It's like, hey, you turned in your paperwork late. It's like a kid who turned his homework in late and wondering why he got a bad grade. It's just funny. But well, SpaceX may have learned their lesson and turned it in early and asked early. But we'll see. You know.
Turn in the paperwork early. I mean, hey, that's a good way to roll. Turn your book report in day early. It showed the teacher going to be like, that person's pretty cool. Good for you. All right. So, Jerry, British Overseas Airway Corporation, Jerry BOAC, do you think they will do delivery flights from the build site to KSC in the future? Ooh, I think this is one of those things that we want to see, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen. Max, what do you think?
Delivery flights. Well, booster, absolutely not.
Yeah.
that is no. For one, the booster does not have the performance to get there, but also flying a ginormous super heavy booster over a populated area is not a good idea. Ship. I wouldn't rule it out completely because #point to point. Hashtag critical. I cannot say no definitively. I can't. But it's also kind of it seems like a stretch to if that was to really happen. But I will say can neither confirm or deny because I legit have no idea.
I mean, who knows? You know, Starship is supposed to be like jet-like operations in the future. This means even SpaceX has said, like, we want this to be flying on the frequency of an airliner. So, conceivably, if it can empirically prove that doing a little hop like that over to the Cape and landing over there for like a shuttle flight, shuttle mention, if SpaceX can prove it with data that it's safe, maybe. Who knows? I mean, I often find myself theory crafting about this, chat. Like, what does this future actually look like when Starship can launch 2 times in a day? Bring the booster back. Put the booster back on the pedestal. Starship does like 3 or 4, or actually, I think we did the math out on my stream. I think it could do like 9 orbits, come back down. That's enough to get if you launched on ascending node, it's enough to come back on descending node. Little orbital mechanics stuff right there. Basically, it's going to take a little while for your orbital trajectory to reline up with the landing site. But if you do that, right, like, what does this look like? And, if Starship is operating with, the same kind of factor of safety with the flight data to back it up, as like an airliner, yeah, I don't see why hops couldn't be a thing. Like right now, it's probably a little far-fetched, right? But in the future, it could be a thing, sure. I mean, it really depends on how this all plays out. Bird, squirrel. Sorry. Sorry, I saw it through chat. Squirrel! Do you think I've had too much coffee?
What? Maybe. Maybe not.
Yeah.
It's classified.
It's classified. Yep. Ron streams with a red team membership there. Go Starship, go Super Heavy. # Max Evans. NSF rocks. Thank you for the hard work. EJSA, do Dr. Zoidberg, please. Only because you became a red team member, my friend. Only because of that. Sorry. All right. So
that was remarkable, EJ. That was impressive.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we've hit the point where we could safely say that I've had too much coffee. That's fine. It's all right. I'll brew up another pot in a second. It's like that episode of Futurama with Fry where he has too much coffee and then time slows down. Yeah, that's what's going on here.
Or that Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It's like, oh, why is Charles so slow? But we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Everything's good. Good. They just keep drinking coffee.
Coffee. All right. Anyway, no, we're good, guys. That's. I'm honestly like, okay, to be like, okay, breaking character here for a second. I'm just hyped. I'm hyped up about this, and I know you got to manage your expectations. We're still 9 hours and 40 minutes out. Well, 39 now. A little bit of a delay there. We're still 9 hours and and change out. I get it, but I do like having a good time with this stuff. I've been a spaceflight fan for a long time. Don't get me wrong. There's people here that are watching this most likely that saw the Apollo program happen, and you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. There was a time where what you see on the screen wasn't a thing. Wasn't even that's a pipe dream. You go back 15 years ago. You go back like right, 2010, 2011, Constellation gets axed, the shuttle gets axed, Soyuz for NASA astronauts, which, don't get me wrong, Soyuz is a great launch vehicle. I credit where credit is due. But, dude, this kind of hype wasn't a thing 15 years ago. It's not a thing. It isn't. I'm just so grateful to be a part of this, and, the very privileged to host a stream like this. So, if we're going to host it and we're going to see a Starship launch, I mean, let alone the 4th one this year, I'm going to bring my A game, like I can sit there and we could be professional, or we could have a good time. It's 7:21 a.m., man. We got to have a good time. That didn't make any sense at all, but hey,
we can also do both.
Yeah.
We can also do both. But, 9.5 hours seems like a long time. And I guess in the grand scheme of things, it is a pretty good chunk of time for anyone to wait for anything same day. But for anyone who's really into this stuff and who follows it closely, you'd be amazed how quickly that time passes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly, man. If you're sitting here, we're having a good time. We're going to burn that 9 hours and 30 minutes real fast. The launch will come up. It'll creep up on us real quick. Yeah, Bruce. Yes, there you go. Bruce was saying, I've been here since the last of the Gemini flight. You've been watching since the last of the Gemini flights. Proud to be watching Flight 6 in person. Bruce, that's what I'm talking about, man. You saw Gemini, you saw Apollo. This is the real deal, dude. This is the real deal. Starship's the real deal, man. How can you not get hyped up about this? Okay. Anyway, if you guys do like this, can you guys do me a favor and hit that like button? I know, it's cringe to ask. I get it. You're not wrong. But dude, if we get that like button up, this VOD gets promoted more on YouTube. You get that like, get that chat comment up. This VOD gets promoted on YouTube. We get to share this with more people. And once again, it is a privilege being here, and it's far from me to ask. But if you could do me a favor, do me a solid, I'd really appreciate it. Once again, I know it's kind of like taboo, like hit that like button, bro. But trust me, you want to get the word about this stuff out. We want it. That's the reason. That's what drives the passion for me. I don't know about you guys. That's what drives the passion for me. Telling people about this. It's so cool. It's so cool. You're seeing the birth of a new commercial spaceflight industry here, and it's wild. The fact that I get to share it with everybody here is amazing. But if we could share this with as many people as possible, remember, I know it's SpaceX and I know this is the commercial industry, but NASA's funding is directly tied to public perception of whether we see spaceflight as viable, right? And NASA is one of SpaceX's biggest customers. So if we get the word out on this and we get more people knowing about this kind of stuff, that could potentially lead to more people seeing that spaceflight is a thing that we got to do. And I firmly believe that we have to. So you hit that button for me, we get the word out, we tell more people about space, and we see more rocket launches, baby. That's how this works. So if you could, do it. If not, and you think it's cringe, I kind of agree with you on that one. All good. Really appreciate it. All right. So I'm gonna crank through the support queue here. We have GC54 becoming a launch director. Oh man, that's way up there, dude. You're gonna get your name up in lights. That's awesome. All right, we have Cad Monkey FPV becoming a Pad Rat member. You don't get your name up in lights, Cad Monkey, but Pad Rat member is still cool. We appreciate the support. I mean, you could get your name up in lights. I mean, but if you don't want that, I understand that too. Anyway. So, Goat Pilot with a $10 super chat. Is a heat shell via additive manufacturing or a type of ceramic-infused spray-on coating feasible for better coverage, holding tighter to body lines? Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. You guys, can I answer this one, dudes? Is that cool?
Go ahead.
Take it, EJ.
All right, cool. So, the interesting thing here, Goat Pilot, is that when you have a thermal protection system, one of the things that you have to worry about, so if you have a tile-based TPS, right, you have to worry about adhesion. Interestingly enough, you got to take into account the thermal expansion that's going to be encountered from reentry. I don't know if you guys knew this. Reentry gets a little hot. It can get up to 1700 Celsius. That's a little toasty, right? And the interesting thing is that if you have a spray-on type of heat shield, this heat shield would have to take into account the thermal flux of the vehicle. All right. So basically, Starship's going to get hot. The metal is going to expand. All right. It's going to expand. And if you have a spray-on shield, you're going to need to be able to make sure that spray-on shield can expand with the thermal expansion from heat flux on the vehicle. Right. That is the actual reason why the tiles are spaced out. If you ever look at these tiles up close, guys, they're like shimmed. They have a small, maybe, 5 millimeter gap between them. Right. That is to take into account the thermal expansion. So when the vehicle gets hot and the tiles gets hot, they actually do like a Spartan formation where the tiles start to push up against each other when everything gets hot, and it actually forms a nice seal. The same was the case with the shuttle. With the shuttle, right? The glue actually heated up and actually got a little bit soft. The glue that they used to glue the tiles to the shuttle. So when the shuttle's aluminum hull or aluminum, I'm gonna keep calling it aluminum just to make everybody mad. When the aluminum hull got bigger, right, it actually allowed the tiles to move around a little bit and butt up against each other. So like a spray-on shield could work, but you'd have to find something that can spray on that won't crack, because if you don't have the the gaps in between, you're like how the tiles are, if you don't have those gaps, when the whole thing heats up, you're going to crack your spray. So the spray needs to be like the glue on the tiles. It needs to be able to take into account the thermal expansion encountered during reentry. It's really, really important. But I mean, it's possible. I mean, there are spray-on thermal protection systems. They're just not used for reentry. That's the foam on SLS's core in the shuttle external tank. It's not the most far-fetched idea. I mean, you could. It just hasn't been invented yet. Maybe dude, Goat Pilot, tee it up, man. Tee it up, get it done. You invent a spray-on thermal protection system, you're gonna make some dough. Okay, man, the support queue's filling up again. I don't know whether to be really happy about this or really annoyed. It is orange.
What, you let it fill up? Let's go some questions. I don't know. It's up to you.
Dude,
you're hosting.
We can tee up the questions. I'll let the support queue build so I can do another lightning round later. Oh yeah. Also, guys, there is the like button, but if you guys want to follow us on the socials too, same idea as the like button, dudes. If you could. I know it's a lot to ask. You know, it's a cringe like, hey, can you hit this? Can you do this for us? You're giving us your time, especially at 7:30 in the morning. You're giving us your time, and we appreciate your time more than anything. But you know, if you're feeling limber, you like the content, if you can follow NSF on all the socials on X, you know, on I think we got a TikTok up in there. Obviously, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We'd really appreciate it. Once again, I know it's kind of weird to ask, right? It's like, okay, you're gonna ask. Like, personally, guys, I've been streaming for the better part of a decade over on Twitch. I don't like asking for nothing. You know, I believe in earning it. But you know, if you want to know other ways to support us, that's other ways to support us. And guys, subscribing on YouTube, hitting the like button, following us on X or any of the other socials that we have, that doesn't cost you anything, you know? So if you're feeling limber, get it done. If not, totally get it. Okay, we're gonna go through this queue. Oh, wait, do we got a tanker truck coming in there? Ryan, hold up.
Yeah, sure looks like it. It just passed us over here.
Cool. All right. See, that's crazy. I can't believe they're you know, filling up the tank farm when we're even like 9 hours out to a launch. You're like, oh yeah, you know, we need more. Let's go. Okay, so let's go through the support queue. So Sandeep Kunur, what do you got for us? What's the status of the new pads that are bought or leased by SpaceX, including the one near Vandenberg? Which of them are for Starship? Ooh, Ryan, this is you. This is you. It's got your name written all over it.
So the new pads they've got they're working on. So they're still working on 39A. They have a new environmental impact statement to go through, a new EIS for that one. I think that's slated to be done by end of next year at least, the EIS, and then they're hoping the pad will be ready next year, hopefully. The problem is well, they don't have a facility to build out of yet. They would have to transport vehicles there if they want to fly out of there. Then there's 37, which is currently undergoing an EIS. That's either the Slick 50 or the 37 option. My guess is they'll get 37. It has to go through that, and then once that is done, they can start work on that pad to put in Starship Tower, pad, and all that other fun stuff. The one at Vandenberg is going to be for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. Yeah, that's right. Falcon Heavy out of Slick 6. That's going to be really cool. Mm-hmm. And the really, really long-term one, as far as I understand, is LC-49, just north of 39A. 39B. Well, it is north of 39A, but it's farther north than that. That is going to be a more long-term thing because there's no development there at all right now. It's just kind of marshlands. So they're kind of going through a lot of paperwork to get that done. The last thing we heard was 6 towers there. Whether that's 6 operational pads or 3 pads and 3 catch towers, we don't really know. But 6 launch pads would be just bonkers. Imagine the amount of propellant required to fuel those pads. You're talking at least 5,000 tons per rocket, so that's gonna add up quick, just to say the least. But that's kind of where they're at with all the pads at the moment. Just kind of waiting on a lot of paperwork to go by, and of course, Pad B here, hopefully being operational within the next 6 to 8 months, give or take.
It'll be operational January, Ryan.
Yeah, January. Yeah,
January.
Yeah.
Operation.
I was looking at that so the new OLM they're building. Based off the thickness of some of those steel plates, like they're gonna have to do like 20-30 passes of welding beads or more to weld that thing together.
Get the stick welder out. You're gonna need to do some heavy welding there.
And there's another tanker that's going down the highway. But
baby.
Yeah, they're it's gonna take a while to weld that thing together, just to say the least. So
John, January 2026, maybe. Oh, dude, no, 2025. That's what Gwen said. You calling Gwen a liar? Right? Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Ooh. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, all right. Next question. All right. Daedalus Hex, what do you got for us? Let's see. What are all of the changes that you expect for the Block 2 booster? And when do you think we'll see Block 2 hardware? Max, you want this one?
So I think we already. So actually, before I go into that, so some of the changes that we can expect for the Block 2 booster are it's going to be a little bit taller. The hot staging ring won't be so much a ring anymore because it will be integrated into the actual booster structure and not a separate element, and it will look a little bit different, in the fact that the openings will be a lot more. It will almost look like what Soyuz and the N1 look like, or N1 looked like, I should say, in terms of just how their hot staging structures are constructed to allow gases to pass through upon upper stage engine ignition. So we have that. It'll be a little bit longer, as I said, but the biggest thing, or the most noticeable thing, will be the absence of shielding around the Raptor 3 engines, which themselves are meant to be structurally sound and also themselves acting as, I guess, they themselves are heat resistant to re-entry. So the absence of the skirts around the engines at the very bottom of the booster, and the hot staging ring, and of course also being a bit larger. Ryan, what else?
So, like, one of the big things is right now they use those 20 outer Raptor QDs for startup. That's going to go bye-bye. They have had a lot of issues with aligning that, as well as having to refurb. Because every time they do that, they have to swap out the lines because the hoses get fried. They're gonna have to route the engine chill back through the main QD, because they are still using breakaway lines for the engines. So there's a breakaway line that goes from the engine to a manifold to route the LOX engine chill into the LOX pond, basically, and that's going to be a big change. There might be 2 QDs. If you go by the renders, there might be 2. We'll see. It's still 20 hold downs for the whole thing. It's looking like the QD is not going to be on the tower side, but opposite of the tower side now, based off what we're looking at from Pad B. So it's going to be oriented, the other way around. So it means the booster raceway might go up on the ship tile side, which will look a little weird, but that's what it's looking like right now. So the FTS will be swapped opposite. So I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to do that, but I'm expecting the Block 2 booster to look significantly different from Block 1. Like they've learned a lot of lessons on how to design this. It'll barely look like a super heavy booster has. It's just going to look a lot different. It's going to be a much better booster overall.
And there was a lot learned as Block 1 booster has, as it began in life and as it's evolved into what it is now. It's gained a lot of mass because they've added a lot of stringers, on the inside of the actual tank structure to enforce its structural integrity for both re-entry and, of course, supporting ship and also the hot staging event. I think they added one more shine onto it, but also when it started out, they were using hydraulic gimbaling for the Raptors, and so that required a hydraulic power unit or an HPU, which we saw on Flight 1, and we all kind of know how that went. So then they ditched the APU after Flight 1, and now they are on electric TVC or thrust vector control for the inner 2 rings of the Raptors for control authority. Of course, as I mentioned, we've seen the stringers, we have seen the additions and the beefing up, I guess you could say, of the fire suppression system, which comes from the carbon dioxide COPVs inside the shines to prevent any engine bay fires or to mitigate any unfortunate RUDs either on ascent or on the way back. So a lot has been learned from the Block 1 booster, and they have lost actually a little bit of performance from it because of the mass gain from all those mods. But all of that has been taken into account for the design and construction of the Block 2 booster when that does eventually see the light of day.
Cool. Good answers, dudes. I actually learned some stuff there. Sweet. This is a good time. All right, so you guys want to keep plugging through questions? I'm good to plug through questions.
Yeah, let's keep
Send it.
going. Yeah, send it.
Okay, cool. Sending it. So, David Murray, what do you got for us? Let's see. Are we expecting an in-flight relight for deorbit? Ryan,
Well, they're
send
not going to deorbit. They're still doing that suborbital trajectory, but the in-flight relight's going to be probably a prograde burn, as we were talking about earlier, because if they do a retrograde burn to simulate a deorbit burn, they have to reorient the ship. And if they do that and then were to, say, lose control and lose attitude control, then ship will enter engines first. And, well, you don't really want to do that when you want to test the kind of stuff you want to test on its heat shield. So my guess is they'll keep its orientation. They'll just light it up using the headers, and then quickly shut it off, not using much fuel at all. Just kind of say, oh, look, we can light it, basically, and just get the data from that and then re-enter the thing. So,
Have they said to this point whether or not it's going to be one of the sea level or vacuum engines yet, or no?
it should be, if it's from the headers, it's going to be, it has to be a sea level.
Oh, you're right. Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, unless they do it from the mains, then it could be an RVAC, which would be kind of interesting because the way they have the RVAC and centers tied together, because they're tied in pairs with the way it started. So they could
Also
do an RVAC, but they'd have to do their ullage burn and settle the prop and then fire it. With the header tanks, they don't really have to do that. They can just kind of fire it.
I was just going to say, because if they wanted to use the main tanks and fire those, they would need some kind of ullage, and that would come from the RCS, but that would require a lot from the RCS. But yes, good call. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Let's keep these questions going. All right. Oh geez. The name, but why are you guys making me do this? Bayersdorfer. What are your thoughts on when Starship will reach orbit for the first time? Which quarter? 2025. Max, take it away.
Q1 for sure. I mean, I think once they start flying the Block 2 variants of Starship, orbit is the obvious next step, and then demonstrating either multiple Raptor relights in orbit and payload carrying capabilities initially with these Starship V2 satellites, which are ginormous and are designed specifically to be carried on the Starship launch vehicle. So orbit is definitely the next step, and we should see that in, I want to say, early. I mean, Flight 7 could be orbital for all we know. They have not they have not announced that yet. We have no idea, but it would make sense to now go full orbital depending on how the Raptor relight goes on this flight. But my mind is going that they will start orbital flights on Flight 7. Like full orbital.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, I mean, pending what happens here, right? Like that's definitely a thing. Okay, let's get one more question teed up here from Luke Clarkson. What's up, buddy? What do you got? When do you think we will see the OLM on Pad A be demolished? This is a Ryan question.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Oh,
yeah, it has to happen though, Max. It kind of has to. There's no way to modify that thing for blocks. There really is no way to modify that thing. It's gonna be basically. I would they may do it right after Pad B here is operational and they're flying out of it, because once they're out of Block 1 boosters, they can either fly or refly. Though they can't use it anymore because Block 2 is going to be so different that they're just not going to be able to fly out of that pad. My guess is it's either right after Pad B at Boca comes online, or it's after Pad B at Boca plus the pad at 39A, so that they have 2 operational pads before they knock this one down. It really depends on Block 1 booster availability, whether or not they have any or not to fly or refly, basically.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna stink seeing that thing get canned, but yeah, I mean, onwards and upwards, guys, right? Like SpaceX it's like a blackboard. They write something down and just erase it, write a new thing down. You know, it's not that nothing is sacred. They scrapped SN15. Like, what? You scrapped something that flew successfully.
Eventually, they're gonna need that booster transport stand that 12 is sitting on. within the next 7-8 months, they're going to need it. Maybe 9 months. It really depends on how quickly they build the boosters, but they're going to need that transport stand. So either they need to come up with some kind of stand to put it on, they have to bring an LR-11K over to the rocket garden and build a permanent stand to put it on, or the 12 gets scrapped. But the fact that they took off the Starlink antennas and put caps on the top of the chines and they fixed the chine says they're keeping it. It says they're keeping it, but they're going to have to figure out a way to deal with it one way or the other because they need that stand that it's sitting on. So,
it's going to be a sad day when we see the last launch out of this original orbital launch mount design, just because the exhaust trail from Starship at sea level is at least like 600 to 700 feet long, and that is all going directly down onto what is now what we call the showerhead deluge system. And what used to be, and what they learned doesn't work, is flying it directly onto just a basic concrete structure, which obviously did not work, and we saw very famously how that did not.
It created a volcanic eruption when they did that.
It created a crater. Like, let's just say it. It created craters. So, like, but we've seen the design iteration from how SpaceX has learned to fly it, not just from a vehicle perspective, but from an infrastructure perspective. Because at one point, they had this launch mount design, but they did not have that deluge. They were using a vertical tank farm and not the current tank farm they have. And also, they were not using the hot staging ring, so the original ship QD design was a little bit different. So we've seen this pad itself evolve into what will hopefully eventually become rapidly reusable for the Block 2 variants of Starship to use a lot more. So go ahead, Ryan. I heard you inhale there.
Oh, sorry. No, that I didn't mean to. I just kind of picked it up. Keep going.
But no, like it's like with that new flame bucket design, we are not going to see how much the exhaust just impacts the ground. We are only going to see the exhaust exit out of the flame trench. So, it's going to be
those
weird.
Cameras inside the trench. Maybe cameras inside the trench.
You think those are going to survive?
I mean, one can hope, right? One can hope.
I mean, they haven't figured out at Massey's to have a super slow-mo camera survive, but that's only 6 Raptors and not 33. So,
yeah.
Cool. Man, dude, this conversation, I'm just like, guys, I'm listening. I'm like, this is a good conversation. I'm serious. I'm listening. I'm talking to Chad. I'm like, this is great. This is a good time. I hope you guys are having a fun time. This is good stuff. All right. Keep the questions coming, boys. You ready? You hangry? You want more?
yes, sir.
Keep them coming.
All right. Well, I'm the chef, and I'm cooking up a plethora of questions for you. So here we go. Chris L asks, maybe solve a fuel supply with ocean-going LNG tankers in a pipeline. Ooh, I like that idea. That's a good call. What do you guys think?
I think that's what they're going to need to do long term. Otherwise, how many trucks are you trying to bring in? Like, I mean, right? Like, especially for like multiple pads at the Cape. Like, what are you going to do? Truck that much methane in, or even just at locks for that matter? Like, it's just to say, what was it? I'm trying to remember that Eric Berger article he had where he was talking about like a certain number of launches in a year would, or something along those lines. There was a quote for taking up like all the world's like liquid oxygen production supply in a span of time. It was just like nuts at how much it's going to take up. But like, yeah, I'm really curious to see the logistics of Starship when it comes to prop and whatnot going forward.
I mean, just one full prop load of one Starship launch vehicle takes up a significant percentage of the available locks in the USA. I don't know the exact percentage, but it's a lot. So they are obviously going to need to find a way to solve that and mitigate that issue becoming a bottleneck in future designs, especially if they want to fly more.
I think LNG tankers in an offloading pipeline is actually that's not a bad idea, Chris. That's a really good one. I hadn't even thought about that. That's a good call.
So let's see. I think I can find this here. I gotta
Chris,
find
are you
it.
only answering questions if you pay money? No, dude. Tag at NASASpaceflight. I mean, the people that do support us do ask questions, and we do questions from there too. But all the questions that we're teeing up right now, it doesn't cost you a thing. Just at NASASpaceflight, we'll put it in the queue. If it's a good enough question, we'll answer it. So choose wisely.
So
No, we answer from everybody. We talk to you guys. We're here. Like, I'm watching the chat like a hawk. Trust me. You want to talk to me? Ask me a question.
here's the figure from Eric Berger. Put it another way, launching 4 Starship rockets in a single day would consume all of the nation's liquid oxygen capacity for that day. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a lot. That's like...
For those paying attention, that means none is left over and usable for the Cape that day, unfortunately. And we can't have that. Cape needs to fly, baby.
I mean, and LOXY's used for a lot of other things too, so they're gonna have to find a way to up production of liquid oxygen all across the United States.
Daniel, I can make the best PB&J, son. I didn't work in a restaurant for a really long time, not be able to make a good PB&J.
Dang it! Now
okay?
I want a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Dang it!
Well, I'll fax you one. It'll work. But yeah, guys, I'm trying to answer as many of these questions as I can. Once again, we appreciate you giving us your time. I don't know if I'll be able to get through all of them, but you know what, dudes? We got plenty of time. We got 9 hours. I'll be dang if I'm not gonna try. You know, I'm not trying to be selective with questions, right? But there's a lot of repeat questions in the queue. So if I see a question that's getting asked a lot, I'll throw one up and then we'll put it right up into the queue. So believe me, I'm trying to get through every single piece of support and every single question that gets asked because we value your time here. You're giving us your time, and that's, I don't know about you guys, that's really important to me. I'm trying to make sure everybody gets their interaction that they want, but it works both ways. Okay, so I want to let you guys know, just in case you like this and you're like, dang, EJ's doing a good job, or even if no, EJ sucks, that's fine. I know people are gonna think that. That's fair. We do have patches. We have the Flight 6 patch up and running. We have them. We got stickers. We got shirts. If you want to support us, tee it up. If not, we get it. All good. I know the merch plugs, right? Like, it's like, oh, yeah, here we go, another NSF merch plug. I get it. Trust me. These are just here to just let you know. If you like supporting us, you like buying this stuff, I mean, it's not bad hardware. And once again, those Flight 6 patches are only here for a little bit of time. Okay? We only have a limited supply of these things. Just the patches. Like everything else, yeah, it should be good. But the stickers and the patches are there. If you want to support us in another way, we do appreciate it. Once again, you give us your time, and we don't take that lightly. Seriously. That's why I'm trying to go through the entire support queue as much as I can, even if I have to lightning round it and get through all these questions. Right now, we got nothing but time, man. We got 9 hours and 8 minutes till this launch. And I'll be danged if I'm not going to try to answer every single one of those questions. So don't think I'm being selective just because the people are supporting us. I'll answer every single question in here. Because your time is valuable to us, okay? Send me my first patch for Christmas for a Christmas present. I don't know where you live, Ron. Why would I do that? I don't know where you live, man. You don't know me. Anyway, the patches are there. If you want to support us, we do appreciate it. No pressure. I get it. But once again, I just want to let it known, you guys are giving us your time. You're giving us your time, 7:52 a.m. for me in the morning. I mean, if you're in Australia, that made no sense. I hope you're having a good evening if you're in Oceania. But yeah, you give us your time. That's really valuable to us, and we don't take that lightly. Okay? All right. So with that being said, I'm going to tee up more of these questions here, okay? So Seamaster Smooth. Is there going to be a factory at the new Florida site or just a large launch complex? Are they doing the Gigafactory model with Starship? Seamaster, I want it. Ryan, what are we doing?
Oh.
What are they doing there? I want it. Please.
Phase 1 is 43 acres, which, to put it in perspective, I think the Star Factory plus Sanchez plus the base is like 23 right now. So you're talking like double the size of the whole thing right there. or so almost double the size or something like that. But you're talking a gigantic star factory with bays that are going to be even taller than the current ones, because right now the current mega bays are not tall enough for like block. They're barely tall enough for block 2 of booster. Really, they might have to open the door up a little bit more on Mega Bay 1. But for block 3, not a chance. They're going to need a higher bay for block 3 booster. And Mega Bay 2 it should be tall. It'll kind of be tall enough for block 3 of ship if they do make a 70-meter tall ship. The lifting it though might turn into a little bit of an issue and whatnot. But yeah, so they're planning to build something far larger than what they've built here, which is kind of nuts to think about. This factory alone is 1 million square feet, which I'm trying to remember how big the Everett factory is for Boeing, but it's not like you're trying to build airplanes or anything. You're trying to build starships, so you don't need the surface area. You need the height, so you can stack these things. So we'll see a gigantic factory plus a gigantic bay or bays go up, basically.
I mean, we're gonna see something analogous to like Everett, Washington, with Boeing, the facility that they built to manufacture 747s. It's gonna be something like that, guys. So not small, right? Like not small.
It's tough to imagine now, but the amount of Starship activity that's going to be migrating over to Kennedy and Cape is genuinely gobsmacking. It's really difficult to imagine just in your own mind right now, because there's hardly anything physical to look at and compare it to and actually visualize what may happen. But there is so much that's going to happen at KSC eventually, even though we all know and love Starbase now, and we always will. But Starship will be flying from Florida eventually, and it's going to be a spectacular sight, especially with how often they want to fly.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think there was a Baron Capital meeting that Gwen Shotwell was at very recently, where she said 400 starships in the next 2 years.
He said 4 years. I was like, 400 starships in 4 years. I'm like, as much as I want to see that, I could see maybe 200 in the next 4. It's just I need to see we need to see the pads go online and them to, because like the factory they want to build, they only have one factory right now, and that's at Boca, and they kind of have some bottlenecks for production, as we were talking about earlier with boosters and whatnot. But like the Cape area is marsh land right now, and they have to clear it out. They have to do a ton of groundwork, then get the factory in, get everything to, and then once the factory's built, then they have to bring in the tooling, they have to set up the lines. Like, I'll just say this, they started building Mega Bay 2 before Flight 1, and they're still not done with it. They're still putting in work platforms. Yeah.
Insert Ryan pessimism here.
Hey fellas, do I see the elevator going up there? Somebody's going up.
The elevator's going up.
Yes, it is.
But I'll just say this. It's just gonna take a little bit to build a factory. Like, it's a gigantic factory they would have built. It's gonna take some time, But once it's going, holy cow! I can't wait to see they're pumping out starships. Oh, it's gonna be so nice once they start getting it all built. I can't wait.
Man. Seeing them roll out like 737s or 777s out of Everett that's gonna really. You guys ever watch that Top Gear episode where James May talks about the pit? He gets that pit of excitement when you're driving a nice car.
The fizz.
Yeah, the fizz. Yes, the fizz. Yeah, you got the fizz. Seeing that'll give me the fizz. I'm not gonna lie. Yes,
dude. Honestly, I think about the visual of watching a ship and booster roll by the VAB, and it's just, I cannot wait for when that day becomes a reality. It's going to be like, I'm getting just super excited. I'm getting I can't even talk about it. It makes me so happy. Like, it's such a happy thought, and it's such a welcoming thought too, to have the entire Starship program actually begin to expand outwards into its true potential. And that in Florida is what will really unlock what Starship is able to do and what SpaceX is able to do with Starship. So the quicker that they can get Starship in Florida online, the better. And that may be coming sooner than we think.
You know, I got. Can I just say I'm glad they're not launching at like 7, 8 in the morning right now.
Absolutely, yes, you can.
Yeah, because we wouldn't. The stack would go through the clouds, and then we wouldn't see it anymore. And then, although I will say, I mean, just a little bit, it would be like, all right, where's the booster? Where's the booster? And all of a sudden, you just see this shock wave go through the clouds as the booster just went right back through it. That would kind of look nuts. But
that one video that SpaceX posted from the buoy from Flight 4 of just that shockwave propagating and opening up a hole in the clouds, like that's what we would see. And depending
that would
on
look nuts.
It would look nuts, but also unless you had prior track to the booster, unless you were aiming your camera in exactly the right spot, it would be so difficult to capture.
You have to go wide on everything. You wouldn't be able to like close in on it either.
I know, but like we like punching in tight though. Like I don't know, maybe that's just me.
Well, okay, Max, not to camera nerd out, but if you had a wide angle lens and you shot it in portrait, right? You could if you used a wide angle lens with high resolution, you get that crop shot, you could get it, right? Like that's doable, yeah? You could get that tight.
But like if it's super cropped, you lose a lot of detail, the image size shrinks, so it limits the amount of what you can do with it. I mean, more focal length the better, so long as you have a visual.
Portrait, guys. So vertical video. The DSLR equivalent of vertical video. That's what it's called. It's called
Jack
portrait.
has entered the chat in screaming fury.
Why? What is he not? What does he have? What is it called? Portraity or something?
One of Jack's biggest like hates in the world is vertical video. Like Jack, like do not mention vertical video around Jack. He will go on an absolutely unhinged tangent. It's hilarious.
I want to see it just once now.
You know what? Spoiler alert, once we are live for the actual launch stream outside of our Stakeout stream, me, Jack, and D will be live over here from the outpost at some point, and I will make sure to mention that to Jack just in passing, like on stream, and just to see what he does.
Hey, chat. You know what's funny? Hoppy. Yeah,
Hoppy.
You hear that, Jack? There's nothing you can do about it. Hoppy. Nothing you can do about it. Sorry. We'll
Ryan, Ryan, you had stages there in your life. You're like, like you're like ramping up.
All right. Well,
I don't know. I'm delirious. It's 7 in the morning here.
It's like
7 in the morning at Starbase.
You could hear the humor just building up and clicking in his head as in like real time.
All right.
Oh. So we'll do a couple more questions, and then I'm going to do lightning round support queue again. If you guys don't mind, Flamey Trench, you can call it whatever you want, Normac, but that's not its name. Hoppy. Anyway, all right. This is coming from Aiden Horbachewski. Aiden, did I say that right? I think I did. You tell me. You let me know. All right. Is the new tower taller to account for V2 and V3 of Starship? That's a good question. Ryan, tee it up.
It is not. We're expecting the pad basically to be lower, which will basically serve the same function. There's a thinking that pad could be 4 to 6 meters lower than the current one in a relative. So basically, if you were to take a Block 2 booster, which will be slightly taller, along with a Block 2 ship stack on it, and you put the ship QD arm at the same spot it is on Tower A right now, the QD will look the same as it did for basically booster Ship 20 Booster 4, which is when they had the QD a ring lower on the ship. Because the reason why it's moved up on current Tower A is because, well, they moved the QD up one, and then they added the hot stage ring. So the QD plate on the ship moved up. What is it? Basically 4 meters, give or take. It's 1.82 meters per ring, so it's about 6 feet. So on Power B, they'll be able to put it at the same level for the QD arm, lower the pad, and still have no issue. So that's kind of basically their solution going down. And then they might be able to move, depending on where they do put the QD arm in that pad, they might be able to move it up a little bit for a Block 3 booster. But we'll have to just kind of see what their plan is on that one going forward. But I wouldn't count the heights of Block 3 Starship to be written in stone, because that's going to be a decent ways out. So, yeah.
It looks like we got the elevator going down now. Yes.
Going back down.
We saw it go up, and then,
we're just here watching elevators.
Yep.
Oh, wait.
Texas elevator watchers. I can't say
There
it
you
without
go.
stuttering. Shoot. Joke ruined.
Yeah,
I'm-
ruined.
I'm changing
Ruined.
subject. We're ruined.
Ruined. Soiled it.
Soiled it. All right. Robert Wells has a question here. Let's see. What's this one teed up here? It's not going into the queue. Come on, baby. Come on, work for me. There we go. When will Starship deploy satellites? Predictions, please, and thank you. Max.
Flight 7. Flight
Yeah?
7 Starlink V2 demos. That's not any inside info. That is just like a prediction. I'm sorry. Just for the record. For the record.
Dean
Flight
says
8.
Flight 8. Yeah, I think
8.
that's fair. I think that's fair. Dean says we're
Second,
expecting the
ship-
elevator to
ship
go
34.
sideways. It could be a wonkavator, dude. You don't know. Ship 34 though, you think? Yeah, okay.
Ship
I'm
34,
sorry.
Flight 8.
I'm sorry, EJ. A whatavator?
A
Your what
wonkavator.
What's a wonkavator?
What?
Oh my, Ryan.
Do it for one, just once.
Wrong, sir. Wrong.
You are fired.
Oh, I'm fired. Okay. Yeah, but wait. I am, but neither Adrian or Trevor is, and they don't even know what Star Trek is.
It's called favoritism.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Actually, I'm going to do a quick question from over in my over in the Twitch chat, guys. I'm actually restreaming this with permission over on Twitch. Don't do that unless you have permission. Alleviate actually asked over there, what do you think? Why do you think the launch is so late on in the day compared to normal? And Alleviate, I'm answering this question because it needs to be said. They're launching later in the day so they can land Starship in daylight. If you think about it, the last 2 Starship launches have gone in early in the morning, and they've landed, well, if you want to call Flight 4 a landing, I'd say it counts. They've landed at nighttime out in the Indian Ocean. So they're launching this later in the day so they can get a daylight image of Starship doing the flip and burn. So, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay, that support queue is getting really long, guys. I'm gonna have to tee this up. I'm gonna have to tee it up. We got the lightning round. Doing it.
Hold on, EJ. Before you do that, I'm sorry to cut you off. So since we are at the top of the hour, Ryan, would you mind giving us an update on where we are? Kowalski, analysis.
All right, let's go. So we're at T-minus 8 hours, 53 minutes, almost on the dot here. And haven't heard anything other than SpaceX should still be good to go for 4 p.m. Central, start at the window. As you can see, sun's up, but clouds are kind of blocking it at the moment. But those clouds should go away as the day goes on here. And we're less than an hour from the start of road closure at this point. Road is set to be closed at 8 a.m. Central. So once that happens, they'll make sure everyone's cleared out of the beach, cleared out around the range. And then they'll fully clear the pad, get everyone out, and then around noon or so, we are set to start with tank farm conditioning. So what they'll do is they'll start to spool up the vaporizers and start flowing LN2 and LOX and some CH4. They'll start flowing it through the pipes to chill it down, chill down the lines from the tanks to the pumps into the subcoolers, chill down to the pad and everything. And then it's usually about 2 hours after chill down start, maybe 2 hours, 2 hours 40 sometimes, OLEM vent will start. So then, once Once OLM vent starts, you get about 45 minutes of that. And then once that stops, and same thing with tower vent, you get in a prop load. And we're expecting that, if we are on target for 4, prop load should start, ship prop load should start at around, 3:10 or so p.m. is what we're looking at right now. So about 50 minutes before slated liftoff, if they go for opening of the window. It can always slip into the window a little bit, maybe, 4:10, 4:15, 4:20. But we'll see what SpaceX does, because they had a 30-minute window on Flight 5, and they went at 7:25. There were some other reasons to do that, but that's where they went. So that's what we're looking at right now. Road should be closed in about 50 minutes, 51 minutes or so, and then they'll start clearing everyone out. So that's our status update.
The fact that you said 420 with a certain tone is just kind of funny.
I mean, know it. It's Elon.
It could slip into the window, 405, 410, 420.
Oh dear. Okay. All right. We gonna do support queue lightning round? Is that what's going on?
Yes, speed run, go.
Okay. All right. Here we go. So Robert Boehner, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Telstar 86, will be 10 p.m. and I'll be at work when it launches, but we'll still find a way to watch a launch on NSF. Thanks for the continued coverage, Telstar. We got you, buddy. You know that. We got you. Thanks for all the support. We really appreciate it. Okay, Carol. Hello from Sweden. Oh, Carol, you're gonna make me try to speak Swedish here. Boris. Probably not saying that right. Love you, NSF, and hi to your boyfriend, Victor. Victor, go give Carol a kiss, please, if you could. I mean, I'm not asking a lot, but if you could, please do it. She gave you the shout out, and I mentioned it. So, Victor, you should probably go do that, man. Just saying. All right. The Mimi 4 Byte. Thank you for becoming a PadRat member. We do appreciate it. Andrew, you're going to miss the launch live, but you can't miss out on the patch. Yeah. No, Andrew, you got to get the patch. You got to catch them all. It's like Pokemon. You got just have to. What are you not going to do that? It's weird, man. Vladislav with a store message. Can't wait for the launch. Can someone move the clock hands a bit forward? If you stay here with us, I guarantee you I will make the time go by quick. I guarantee it. We're already 3 hours and 10 minutes into this stream, Ryan and Max. Can you believe that?
I know, right?
Doesn't seem like it, right?
Oh my God.
I know. I feel like it could go for another 10.
Yeah, baby.
And this is what I was saying earlier. What are words? Golly. That we last touched on this subject. I think it was just over 9.5 hours before window opening. So, and again, like if you're super into this and you're following it all the way through, if you're listening to us blabber, or if you're following this anywhere nearly as closely as we are, the time will absolutely fly past. Like 8 hours and 48 minutes seems like a long time to wait, and for a lot of people and for a lot of things it is. But in this context, like if you are following along and if you are as into it as we are, and you are as excited as we are, that time is going to fly by, and 4 o'clock is going to be here before we know it.
Yep. KK was saying in chat, you guys are definitely going to be exhausted by launch time. Any other day, you're right, but it's a Starship launch day.
The exhaustion will hit probably about a half hour or an hour after booster catch, assuming they get that far. Like that is when just the crash begins to hit you, and you're just like, oh.
Joke's on you. I'll listen every minute of the stream. You got me, Haxie, or something. Anyway, you got me. Zotek, I'll be able to buy I hope I'll be able to buy a ticket to space in my lifetime. It may not be cheap, but reasonably priced, like going on a vacation. Zotek, we're close. That is close to happening. Like, I'm not trying to count chickens before they hatch, right? But look at that thing. The huge freaking beer keg that you see on the screen. That is your ticket, figuratively and actually. That could happen. That is a conceivable outcome here from the Starship program. That's what I'm having trouble wrapping my mind around it. It's like us as spaceflight fans, we've been striving for this, buy a plane ticket, quote unquote, into space, right? That's like sci-fi realm for us. If you've been following this for a long time, that could happen, man. That could actually be a thing. Oh, dude, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. I got total nerd chills right now. Total nerd chills.
Nerd chills.
Anonymous. Yeah, exactly, dude. Got the nerd chills, man. Max, you've gotten nerd chills. Don't lie.
I always have nerd chills.
Yeah, baby. All right. So, Anonymous had a store message. Yeah, let's go, Elon. Yep. There you go. You wouldn't see on the screen. You wouldn't see what you see on the screen without that, dude. Absolutely.
Hey, the sun's poking through. Beautiful.
Yes. Go. All right, Kane L. Thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Hey, thank you really a lot, Kane. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Samuel, love you guys so much. Keep up the good work. Do you think we'll see fire coming from the booster quick disconnect port on the booster like we saw on the last catch? Well, Sam, you're always... Go ahead.
I hope not. I mean, that was not supposed to happen, and that could have been very bad. I hope not. I hope that the valves seat themselves well enough, and that that they resist damage or, I guess, any shifting on the way down to allow for any leaks. What's that? Go ahead.
That valve does do that anyways. It's the fuel bleed on the QD. That valve does stay open anyways. If you were actually to look at it during flight, it is open. It bleeds off. And it does do it on descent. The reason why it caught fire is because, the exhaust wrapped around the thing during relight and caught it on fire. It is the fuel bleed for the QD. So yes, it does do that. It's supposed to do that. There'll probably be a fix down the line, but yeah.
I thought it definitely broke. Umbilicals are tricky, guys. Anybody that works in the industry, quick disconnects and umbilicals are, and valves. If you were in the industry,
valves and critically seals, and we saw that a lot with SLS and Artemis 1 with pesky hydrogen, which is notoriously difficult to contain. But I did not know that. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah. Ground umbilical carrier plate. What?
Yup.
I just gave EJ the.
I like the ground umbilical carrier plate. It was a has gas evac for the shuttle. Just saying. Oh, there's another tanker. Another tanker going in.
Going.
All right. So I'm gonna keep plowing through the support queue here. So Sadie, with a store message from Rudd to attempting a second catch. Watching SpaceX has been a thrill of a lifetime. Go for launch. Oh, I'm Sadie. It's a privilege seeing this. It is a treat. It's wild. Like we look back on aviation legends of the past, like Chuck Yeager, Charles Lindbergh, right? And you see like that pioneering spirit, and we haven't seen that a lot in the last I'm not to downplay it, but you haven't seen that a lot lately. There's there hasn't been a golden age for us. Like there was the golden age of aviation, and before that was the golden age of trains, right? And then in the 50s was the golden age of cars, right? We haven't seen something crazy like this happen, and it is a privilege to see it. It is really cool, and it's an even bigger privilege being able to share it with you guys. SpaceX allowing us to do what we do with all these cameras. So yeah, Sadie, it's nuts, absolutely crazy. Okay, Crafty, you got a question. What do you got, buddy? Hi, by the way. With a $5 super chat, tanker still running? When's the road closure? Ryan, you said the road closure should be in about 43 minutes, give or take?
Yeah, it should be. The current scheduled is 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. But assuming they catch it and whatnot, my guess is the road will stay closed throughout the night. Basically just to kind of extend it just until they are sure the booster and pad is safe and to approach and whatnot. So don't expect to have access to the pad in the middle of the night tonight coming up. So I mean, unless they've learned a lot and they're able to safe it pretty quickly, then maybe there will be. But I wouldn't expect the pad to be open during the middle of the night. So, but yeah, it's 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. at the moment.
Cool. Tony Neal, thank you for upgrading to Capcom. Appreciate it. Zotek with another $10 super chat. Zotek, we appreciate all the support. What are you asking? Is rapid reusability even necessary? Couldn't SpaceX just build more platforms and rockets? You should really go to bed. If you got to get some sleep, get some sleep. You know, like, I love your company, I really do, but take care of yourself first. We'll be here when you wake up. Trust me, we'll be here. It's gonna be a long day for us, but remember, you know, you got to be crazy to stay up through this. But remember, we get paid to be crazy, okay? So Zotek, get some sleep. Now, in terms of rapid reusability, why not have rapid reusable pads and rockets? More launching, more rocket, more pad, more better.
Well, it's also just about having not having to build as much, or what are words? Organized thoughts here. It's about having to build as many boosters and ships as you need, and not as many just to have. I mean, it's all about cost and build efficiency, because if you have a whole backlog of boosters and ships to build, and that becomes a bottleneck for your flight regime, that of course is a problem, especially if you want to fly rapidly for either NASA or other commercial payloads, or even for your own. So being able to rapidly reuse your boosters and ships will rapidly cut down on the amount of boosters and ships you need to produce, which in turn cuts the amount of cost necessary to supplement your flights. So yes, more boosters and more ships, the better. But we obviously don't want to have too much. Certainly not enough to be causing a bottleneck of flight cadence.
Exactly. Okay. I'm rifling through the support queue. I will kill it. There's like, oh my goodness, there's so many in there.
So
Guys, we appreciate all
get it up. You'll try, but you're never gonna get it.
I'd have to become a motor mouth for this. I mean, all right, we'll go into super lightning mode. Nick, let's light this candle. Thank you for the store message. Do appreciate it. Jim Graves, thank you for gifting 1 Red Team membership. Jared Walker with 50 Red Team memberships. Jared, thank you so much, dude. Vote with your wallet and that, hey, message received. Thank you very much, Jared. I appreciate it, buddy. Goat Pilot, any mention of trying non-ballistic atmospheric entry or skip to mitigate heat like Apollo's on Chang'e 5T1 and Orion now? Ooh, that's a good question, Go. That's another good one, dude. You're 2 for 2 on the question front, dude. I'm gonna put that one up on the stream so everybody can see it. Of course I did, Ron. Anyway, you don't. Okay, for low Earth orbit, you don't really need to do a skip. You don't really have enough. You don't need to do a skip. I mean, you could get away with it, but if you think about skipping off the atmosphere like you'd skip a rock on a lake, like if you guys have ever gone to the beach or gone to a lake and you have a rock, you try to skip the rock, right? Coming in from low Earth orbit would be like a little, like an underhanded throw. Trying to skip a rock with an underhanded throw is not really going to happen, right? The only time skipping for heat mitigation only really makes sense is when you're coming in with a lot of velocity. And if you're falling back from the moon, you're going to have entry interface at like 40,000 kilometers an hour. It's going to be like 25,000 miles an hour, somewhere in there. And that's what warrants skipping, to make sure that you don't introduce too much heat into your heat shield too quickly. All right, the heat shield heat shields are a passive system, right? You can't, unless you use transpiration cooling, right? You can't like make it cool more, right? There's only so much heat that it can take before it'll heat shield int. You know what I mean? So skipping only really makes
shield int.
Yes, exactly. Yes, precisely. That's your vocab word for the day. It only makes a lot of sense when you're coming in fast to skip. That's a good question though, Goat Pilot. 2 for 2, dude. You're batting 1,000. All right. So we got Peter Shirian? Peter, I'm sorry, man. I'm butchering it. Please tell me how to say it in chat if you're around. So that's a $6.33 super chat. That's five pounds sterling. Thank you very much, good sir. All right. Why is relighting the engine in space an issue? Could a very wide railway be used to transport the booster and the ship to the launch site? I can do the second one. Ryan, you want the first one regarding relighting?
So, relighting an engine in space. So when you light any kind of engine off, whether it's an internal combustion engine, whether it's a gas turbine engine, whether it's a rocket engine or anything along those lines, you need to have a constant and controlled fuel supply. So like if you don't have that for an ICE engine, you're gonna stall it out and it could misfire and have issues. You do that with a gas turbine, well, it's not gonna burn very well, and you'll start having issues with pressures, and you'll probably peter it out. With rocket engines, especially with the RPM you're going at, if you don't have like a set flow rate into the engine, you could cavitate the pumps and hard start them and blow them apart. Basically,
Yeah,
they'll rip themselves to pieces.
For the car people, hard start is like visiting Rodney, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, no.
Hard starting kills the rocket engine. Yeah, seriously, it's a detonation. It's just like Rodnock on a car. It's the same thing. It's a detonation.
Basically. So what you need is you need a constant flow rate and pressure to that engine. Well, in space, there's no gravity that's pulling that fuel down to the engines. You have to impart a velocity onto the vehicle which is an ullage burn, basically, to put it to the bottom of the tanks, thus being allowed to keep the pressure in. That's kind of why they use header tanks for landing, because when you do the flip and burn, you're not going to be able to keep propellant at the bottom of the tanks for that. So you need a separate sphere of basically fuel propellant in order to keep supplying those engines with fuel. So that's why it becomes an issue doing it in space. You need to have a constant flow rate and pressure of propellant into that engine. Otherwise, you're just going to rip the engine to pieces by cavitation. So, yeah.
Exactly. If your impellers cavitate, that basically is game over. That's game over. This kills the rocket engine.
Basically. And then the rocket.
Yep, this kills the rocket engine. All right, I'm almost done with the support queue, and by that I mean it's growing more than I could kill it. But anyway, we'll keep going with it. We'll keep going. We got time. We got 8 hours and 34 minutes. We good. All right, so Rusty Android with a $5 super chat. Any idea why they're doing Flight 6 with 31 and 13? They've hit all major objectives with 30 and 12 on Flight 5. Why not skip the next gen 33-14? Oh, this is a good one. Ryan, you just answers. I'm gonna let Max answer this one. This is a good question.
I mean, the short answer is more data, more better, right? You have these ships, and you know, they know what they learned from the flight of Booster 12 and what they could use from that to implement into Booster 13. I guess the long story short for the booster is the Block 2 booster isn't ready yet. They still have a lot of work to do to get even the first one out to testing, let alone flying it. And of course, with Ship 31, one of the objectives they wanted to gain was to see how little FTS or how much I said FTS again. Oops. TPS you could take off the ship and still have it survive, with their eventual goal of not needing a TPS system like they have now because of the stainless steel architecture. And also, the next gen ship is not ready yet. And Ship 31 is ready, and because of that, they want to implement as much data gathering and, I guess, new philosophies in terms of either TPS or in-flight, in-orbit relight of a Raptor, all the things that they cannot currently do with V2 because V2 is not ready. So, long story short, the vehicles are ready, and more data, more better.
Yeah, absolutely. I just saw something real quick in chat. Arianespace, how do they make sure there are no air bubbles when relighting the engines? That's a really, to build off that question that Ryan answered a second ago. How do they make sure? Well, they chill down the engine. They prime it and they chill it down. If you're using like really, really cold propellants, like frozen propellants, like densified LOX, you trickle the propellants into the turbine machinery to get them to cool down and make sure they're fully saturated. So when you go to start spinning that impeller, you don't get air bubbles around it. Yeah, you'll hear that. Like if we watch a Falcon 9 launch, and there's a lot, so don't worry, you'll hear this next time you watch it. They have a call during staging, right before staging, called MVAC chill. Right, that's when they start flowing propellants into the second stage engine to get it to start and not explode. I mean, I don't know how much you guys know about rocket science, but if you're exploding in more than one direction, you most likely have a problem. You want the explosion to go in one direction out the nozzle, But yeah, sorry, just to build off that, that was a good question.
I think just to go off of that as well, thermal flashing as a whole in terms of flowing. Yeah. Thermal flashing is when it is flowing any cryogenic propellant or liquid into a pipe or any kind of system that is either at or above room temperature, that causes a whole lot of issues in terms of rapid evaporation, which of course when a liquid turns into a gas, it rapidly expands, and that's not good when you have a very small confined space. So, and that can cause a lot of issues both on the vehicle side and also on the pad and infrastructure side. So, you will actually see that as well on Falcon 9 launches when you see, as we call, the big vent at T-minus 20 minutes. That is when they begin to thermally condition the propellant lines in the transporter erector in preparation for stage 2 liquid oxygen loading. The last thing you want to do is flow either liquid methane or super chill RP1 or liquid oxygen or hydrogen in some cases through a pipe or an engine that is not already chilled down, because then, as we just talked about, you'll have a lot of sudden evaporation, gas expansion, which can cause ruptures, or in the worst case, explosions, which of course would make for a bad day for everybody. So long TLDR, if you want to flow any super chilled cryogenic propellants through any orifice or pipe, you want it to be at the same temperature or close to the same temperature as that propellant.
Yep. Yeah, this is all it's a complicated balancing act to get these things to not pop when you turn them on. All right. I'm going to keep going with the support queue here. Hey guys, just be sure, like, I understand you're giving us your time and I do appreciate it. Just be sure to hit that like button for me, dude. We're trying to get the word out on this stuff. And the more spaceflight fans we have, the better. The better for spaceflight as far as I'm concerned. Hit that like button so more people can see the stream if you really could. Like, if not, I totally get it. You know, I know it's cringe to ask. I understand. It's like, okay, all right. Smash the like button. But if you could, we want to get the word out on this. We want to get the word out so we can show people how cool this stuff is. So if you're feeling it, hit that like button. If not, totally get it. All right, there is Travis had a question here, but I forgot to actually answer the second part of the other question about trains. Why not build a big train track going from the build site to the pads? Well, here's the thing with the train tracks. You're going to have to build a lot of tracks next to each other to move something like super heavy. The reason why is because train tracks have a weight limit. You got to remember, we're on wetlands here. You're on wetlands. The water table is really high, meaning you don't need to dig that deep of a hole to get to water. You could probably get away with trains if you wanted to do that way. Maybe just a bigger road in the SPMTs. But, definitely in the future, SpaceX is going to probably need some type of dedicated avenue to move mass starships to the pad. So maybe it'll be a train in the future. My money's on like a crawler transporter. Or just keep going with SPMTs on a specialized road. Who knows?
SPMTs work just fine, honestly.
Right? Uranus, have I heard of the manhole cover that went into space at 37 miles per second? Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's what happens when you put a nuke down a huge bore and then you put a manhole on top and then blow it up. You inadvertently create the biggest cannon ever. And for what it's worth, I don't think the manhole made it to space. I'm pretty sure it burned up on the way up.
Insert space cannon here.
I'm pretty sure it burned up on the way up. Okay. Travis, what's your question here? This is the question that's actually on the screen. That train question is a good one, and I do like trains. Trains are amazing. I saw Bruce in the chat as DD40AX in his name. Yes, DD40AX are awesome, but I'm a G-tail kind of guy. If you know, you know. Okay, Travis, with the launch being delayed to today, is there anything going on that could delay it again? Oh, Travis, why are you going to hit us with the bad juju like that, man? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? I think they scrubbed yesterday because of the winds, right?
It was an overall weather concern. Go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you answered it anyway. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, it was an overall weather concern rather than any vehicle or system issue, which is always good because SpaceX can control the vehicle and the surrounding infrastructure, but nobody can control the weather. And the forecast today looks the best of their 3 targeted launch windows from Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. So today could be the day, and the weather is forecasted to be playing ball with us. So we will see if that pans out.
Cool. Travis, thank you for that question. We're popping through all more of the support queue. I'm trying to get through it.
They're really like cutting it close here. They're still dropping, and there's the sun out, by the way. They're still dropping off tankers and filling up LN2 and locks, because it's only LN2 locks that fill there. The methane is inside the launch site, away from the road, because well, there's certain regs you have to follow when you're offloading methane and all that other fun stuff. So, yeah, they're doing it right down to the wire here. So.
Don't the water trucks also come in over there?
For the detonation suppression system, yes. For the water deluge, they go over to the actual deluge farm.
Copy.
So, yep. Yeah.
Cool.
So.
All right. So, more lightning round support queue. Jason Hess, thank you for upgrading to Capcom. I do appreciate it. Gresh, keep up the amazing coverage. This is your 6th patch. Love the design. Yeah. Pauline does the patches. She does amazing. They're amazing. It's such a good job.
God tier.
Yeah, so good. I thank you for buying 6 of them. I really appreciate it, Gresh. Keep it up. You got to catch them all, right? Let's go. All right, Jason Hess, thank you for upgrading the launch director. I do appreciate it. And we all do here, especially the guys working the back end. Shout out to Carson, who's producing the back end on this stream. Carson, you are the man. Jay actually probably went to sleep, or he probably heard me do a Scottish impression and was like, no, I'm leaving now. That's how it happened in my mind. That's probably not what happened. Anonymous store message. EJ, let's light this candle. What's your Twitch handle? EJ_SA. It's yeah, Carson, because you're doing an amazing job at comms, could you put the header up there to show the handle? I don't like self-plugging, guys. I don't like doing that, and I feel stupid asking to hit the like button too, like, cause I don't roll like that, but we need to get the word out on this, so I'm forcing myself to do it. But yeah, I don't like self-plugging, but there you go. Shameless plug for this one.
EJ, I'm actually curious. What does the SA in your handle stand for?
Space Administration, dude.
Ah, clever.
Yeah, it's good stuff. So, all right, we got more in the support queue. A store message from Steve. Oh, it's not Ellen, it's Steve. Steve. Hoping for clear skies and an awesome launch. Thanks for the great stream. No problem. Thank you for being here, Steve. We really appreciate it. Aaron, what do you got? Thank you for the effort. The patches are amazing. Hype for the launch. Yeah, me too. Aaron, I'm ready. I don't know if you guys can hear. Like, guys, I've only had 1 cup of coffee, and that was like that was a little while ago. I know it sounds like I'm drinking coffee like every 2 seconds here. The reality is I'm just hyped up about this. This is, I've been a spaceflight fan for a long time, and not to sound like too kooky, right? People are going to think this guy's a dang cuckoo clock after this. I remember when we were lucky to get one launch a year, let alone like 120 and change Falcon launches this year. Like, I remember when one was like, oh, we got a launch. We got 1 launch this year. This is great. Like,
got a shuttle launch.
Yes, 1. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, the hype is absolutely real, Aaron, because yeah, I remember what it was like. It's just 1 launch. It's like, okay, it seems like the dream got extinguished like 15 years ago, but the bounce back that we've had has just been amazing, and it's because of the factory that you see on the screen there. So guys, I know it seems like it's like, okay, EJ needs to go drink less coffee. No, dude, this is the hype from this. This is amazing. Anyway, we got more in the support queue. I'm trying to get through this as best as I can. I am going to clear out the support queue.
The reference to how we, didn't get a lot of launches that for a while there. Just to say, if this goes today, this will go along with the 3 Falcon 9s that SpaceX did in the span of 20 hours. Only within the last day. So this will be flight number 4 from their 4th operational pad in like 2 days. What is it? 2-3 days? Yeah.
They had 4 rockets teed up on 4 pads, dude.
Yeah. So when this goes today, and the window opens in T-minus 8 hours, 21 minutes, and 43 seconds, that'll be four launches from 4 pads by a single company, single entity.
Forgive me, lads, but did I just hear a bit of Ryan optimism there? When it goes today? When it goes today?
I think I had Kevin yell at me in the back channel.
I was gonna say.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, big bold
too
text. There it is.
All right, Philip, been watching you guys since Starbase. Since Starbase was just a field. Yeah, good old tank watching days. You know, building out in a field with the windbreak, the triangular windbreak. Good times, dude. You guys do an outstanding job documenting history. Thank you, Philip. Really appreciate that. For what it's worth, guys, I haven't been around on NSF for too long comparatively to the whole tank watching thing, but I've been here too, Philip. I was watching these streams before I started commentating on them. So, yeah, to the OGs, when Starhopper was built on a concrete pedestal in the middle of the field. I remember that, dude. I thought the first NSF pictures that I saw when they took pictures of what would become Starhopper, I thought they were building a water tower. Like, I'm like, oh, they're building a water tower. I wonder what they're doing with that. Nope, not a water tower. It flew. Okay. All right. Elaine Karasostomo. I'm not saying that right, Elaine. I know I'm not saying that right, so I really appreciate it if you told me how to say it right, because I don't, I swear you guys do this on purpose. No, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member, Elaine. We really appreciate it. All right, Christina Wells, with a £5 sterling super chat there. As a teacher, my heart died just. My heart died just a little bit that there was silence as EJ said Wonkavator. Thank you, Christina. Yes, thank you. You stole fuzzy lifting drink. You've bumped into the ceiling, which now has to be washed and sterilized, so you get nothing. I could send a lesson plan if needed. Oh, please, Christina, we need a syllabus. We need a syllabus for these fools. All right. Telstar 86, coffee fund for EJ and the rest of the crew. Don't do that. You don't want me with another cup of coffee right now, dude. I don't think I'd need it, but also, I'm telling you, it'd be like Fry in Futurama. Time would slow down and we'd create a paradox and we'd need a flux capacitor to fix it. Great Scott! Okay, Jeff with another store message. Excited for Flight 6. Yeah, me too, Jeff. I don't know if you could tell. Joshua, thanks for the coverage. I've been watching since SN9. Yeah, baby. Yeah, SN9. That was... Yeah, that one didn't go too well. I was here for that too, Joshua. That was, we got to see an explosion. That's kind of fun, right? Nick Anderson, Eagle or Leroy? Oh, dude. Leroy. Because old school. All right. Cameron, Starship. Thanks for the coverage. Thanks for the store message. Thanks for buying some, Cameron. We appreciate it. Jason, thank you for all the streams. Go Starship. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Anonymous, thanks for being here. NSF, thanks for being here, Anon. We appreciate it. Okay. I'm almost through this. Max, Ryan, I'm almost through. We're almost done. All right. So, Christopher with the store message. Flight 6 already? That was quick. Might miss the launch, but not going to miss the patch. Oh, thank you very much. Question for you all. What has changed between 5 and 6? And has SpaceX made any changes to the TPS on Ship 31? Yes, they have. Ryan, I need you, bud.
Yeah? Oh, yeah, the 8 columns of tiles they've taken off on the thing, as well as, and stuff like that, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how it fares once it re-enters, hopefully in... Oh, man, my timeline. That'll re-enter... It'll be around... Assuming it goes at 4, that'll be re-entry around 5 p.m. Central or so. So yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah, baby. Okay, so Lars Edblom, hello from. Oh no, Lars, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me, man? Hello from. Okay, all right, I'm gonna do it. Ornskuldsvik, Sweden. I just want to hear EJ try to say that. Well, there you go. And I know you're laughing right now, and I could hear it through the dang computer, okay? But it wasn't bad. That was close. It was close. I know it was. But also, if you guys want to do that, you guys want to hear me butcher your native language, I mean, you can if you want to hear that. I mean, it's the internet. You can laugh at me. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Don't peak early, David. I'm fine, dude. I'm totally fine. I could do this for another 12 hours. Ask anybody that knows me. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm fine, dude. I'll keep up the hype the entire way. You don't know me. Okay, Ryan. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, dude. Maybe I've gotten the support queue down to to about 20 minutes ago. So we'll switch back over to questions here in a second. So Martin Cooper with 50 Canadian poutines. We do appreciate the poutines. Thank you very much. Did the last ship get detonated to make sure it sank, or did it blow up for some other reason? You're talking about when Flight 5 landed, when Ship 30 landed. Max, what do you think it did?
I'm pretty sure that was an intentional kaboom to sink it and get it out of the way of any, say, ships, or just to have less debris in the ocean. And of course, that is some very proprietary technology that SpaceX, I'm sure, does not want any prying eyes on. And so that also, I'm sure, plays into it. But I'm pretty sure that explosion was intentional.
Yeah, I would say so too. I mean, it's possible that, something went haywire, but I mean, yeah, it's kind of hard to say. We didn't see that much of that thing landing, but yeah, I would say they sank it on purpose. You don't want anybody you don't want anybody getting their hands on that stuff. Anyway, all right. So, guys, I still have a little bit in the support queue. I haven't cleared it out completely, but I see the support queue, but we're going to go back to questions here. So Tom Smith has a question here. I just checked the FAA license. The license on the FAA website says it is effective October the 12th, not November the 19th. Does SpaceX have a license for today? Oh, Ryan, you want this one. I can hear it. I can hear it through the computer.
Yeah, it's they have a license for today. When they got that license for Flight 5, they also got it for Flight 6, knowing there might be a little bit of changes here and there, like the Raptor in Space Burn and other stuff like that. So yeah, it's that's kind of what we're looking at. And we just got a tweet from Elon here, stating about some of the objectives for today. Speaking of, what they plan on doing. So it looks like here we got a restart of Raptor engines in vacuum, which will probably be one of their sea levels. The daylight of landing and ship, which we were talking about, is why they're going later in the day, so they can land during daylight in the Indian Ocean. Higher peak heating, steeper reentry. That kind of says that they're gonna reenter at a higher AOA at the start rather than at the end, but we'll kind of see on that one. And then a faster and harder booster catch, which is interesting. I wonder if instead of at a kilometer, they're going to start the landing burn like closer to the ground or something like that. And of course, the thousands of small design changes that they always do between flights and things like that, little tweaks here and there. Yeah, that's kind of a recap of what we're looking at for Flight, which the window opens in 8 hours, 13 minutes. So,
yeah, baby.
Here we go.
Here we go indeed. All right. The next question here is from Yuri Karotin. Yuri, I did it. I got it. I said it right. All right. So, check. How are you all feeling? Excited, confident, in full mission success? I'm confident. I'm excited. I don't know if you could tell. And I think this one's going to be perfect. We're going to see another Flight 5. They're going to catch a booster. Starship will do its thing, even with lesser tiles. I think she's going all the way. 100%, Yuri. What about you guys?
I would concur. I feel really good about this one. I think, since we've been talking, I believe I'm more now 80-20, up from 70-30, I think, chance of overall success. I mean, there is a lot more to go wrong here, especially if... I'm curious to know what Elon means by a faster, harder booster catch, if that means they're coming in at a steeper profile, so it's re-entering a lot faster, or if it's that, or if they're reigniting the engines closer to the ground, or some combination of both. I would love to know. But as to go on a point that we were talking about earlier about why not just jump to the V2 variants of both booster and ship. The more data you can get from any of the Starship launch vehicles, the better. And so with this being the last V1 Starship, they can pretty much push it as hard as they want to, and that data will then be used and implemented into future flight profiles and design philosophies for Ship V2. So, I mean, they have no payload on board as far as we are aware. So it's all about flight data. So they have nothing to lose here and everything to gain in terms of knowledge. So, yeah, I feel good.
Yeah, I'm in. Ryan, let's hear the flip side. What do you think?
No, I'm excited. What do you mean?
We got him happy
for this launch. What?
We did it, chat. We did it.
I want to see this. I think Ship 31 will go through, and we'll see if they catch. I mean, it's the whole thing of I hope they catch. I really hope they do. I mean, but yeah, of course you always got to. Yeah, but I really want to see this thing succeed. I mean, it's not like I want it to fail. What? Right? Like you saying I want it? No. I follow the Starship program as much as I do because it's incredibly fun to watch. It's incredibly fun to see something like this, and I want Star Trek-like stuff coming true in my lifetime as much as it might not. I want it, and this is the fastest way to get to that. So I want it. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Ooh.
I'd also like to remind everybody else that in Star Trek canon, the Constellation program happened. Just saying.
They got to Mars and
Constellation is canon. Yep. That's right.
Yep.
Thing.
I mean, there's a couple other things that are canon that haven't happened, but yeah.
We need a Zephyr Cochrane moment.
Right.
Okay. We're gonna keep rifling through the questions if you guys are cool with that. Let's keep rolling. So Creative Bytes TB, do we know what all the changes are that have been made to the flaps to reduce the burn through that we saw in the last re-entry of Starship? Dude, another good question. Thanks, Creative. Max, you want to tackle this one?
I can try. So, I mean, based on from what we've just seen, so I brought the 1200 millimeter lens out to the flats a couple of times to get a closer look at the flaps, both the forward and leeward flaps. So, it looks like they've just tried to patch the gap with bigger tiles. The gap that is the gap in between the actual flap and the body of the ship itself. It looks like they've just tried to patch it with bigger tiles. And I think I have a photo here somewhere of what that may look like. But that's what we look like, and it looks to be obviously a temporary solution because on the V2 design of Starship, the flaps are more. How do I say it? So the flaps on the V2 generation of Starship are further away from the heat shield, thus out of the direct flow of the plasma. So burn through should not be as big of an issue or an issue at all, theoretically, on this new design iteration. So it's more of a stopgap solution for now, but if it works, it works. And especially with the steeper reentry profile, the safer that they can make the ship, or that they can build the ship to keep it I cannot word anymore, man. It's been a long morning so far. It's basically the more that they can do to help ship survive reentry, the better, and that's what it looks like they've done.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Dude, I also can't word. I'm just too hype. It's too hype. There's a thing. Okay. I'm gonna keep rifling through these questions. N0 body or no body? What's the difference between catching and stacking? Heat tiles removed on this Starship to allow for catch hardware? How do they stack without the hardware? Ooh, Ryan, this is a Ryan question. Ryan, batter up.
So they stack by using they use pins that go into basically sockets on the ship. Is the way they stack the ship right now. The boosters with the catch pins. So for catching the ship, they're going to need pins because there's almost no physical way for them to hover in place and move the sticks in to put the put the pins in the sockets and lower the ship down so they lock in place. There's like almost no way they're going to be able to pull that off. That's as much as SpaceX's GNC is good. That's a no. Not with current technology. Maybe if you get impulse engines and inertial dampeners and stuff, maybe, but not now. So they're gonna need to basically they're going to need to do some kind of pin, deployable pin, or just a pin sticking out with an aero cover. That's kind of what they're going to have to do for catching.
Yep. David, stop cherry picking questions and comments. Man, there's too many of you. There's only one of me. What do you want? I'm trying, man. I'm trying as hard as I can. David, what was your question? I will go right to it just for you. Let me see. Let me take a look. Don't make this a habit. I'm not making this a thing. All right. You said all hail and bow down to the mighty and powerful Starhopper with whom we would not be here today. Please show Hopper's hop. I'll see what I can do for you, man, okay? I'll see what I can do. All right. Next question up here. Tristan Barrett. When will we see the tank farm spool up? Max, what are we looking at here?
So it looks like if the road closure appears to be... So if the road closure does happen at 8, as it is currently forecasted, is scheduled to, as Ryan was saying earlier, it looks like tank farm activity based on previous timelines that we've seen should be picking up around noon in terms of seeing the recondensers spool up, everything start chilling down. So around noon is when we should start seeing tank farm activity happening. But it looks like they are beginning, or they are actively shooing people out from the launch site and the beach, and the road closure is getting set up to be put in place. So things are about to start getting real soon here, folks.
Yeah. So, we're going to see the roadblock here real quick. If you want to know what the roadblock does and why it's there, we got a video teed up for you here. Carson, let's roll that. Let's roll the roadblock video here. Get everybody educated on this stuff.
On the day of a Starship launch, many events need to happen in order for the flight to take place successfully. One of the first events will be clearing of the ground hazard areas, which will see the closing of Highway 4 and Boca Chica Beach several hours before the launch. During this clearing, law enforcement officials from Cameron County, in coordination with SpaceX security, will perform sweeps of the beach in order to evacuate members of the public and keep them safe during the launch operations. 3 roadblocks will be set up on Highway 4 to control access to the beach. The first one, nicknamed the Soft Checkpoint, will be located about 15 miles from the pad on the intersection between Highway 4 and Oklahoma Avenue. Beyond this roadblock, only those with property there and law enforcement officials can pass. This also includes SpaceX employees. The second roadblock, nicknamed the Hard Checkpoint, will be located at the intersection between Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue. Beyond this location, only essential SpaceX personnel and law enforcement officials can pass. A third roadblock will be located on Highway 4 right after its intersection with Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard, which is at the end of Boca Chica Village. This intersection is the last one at Highway 4 before arriving at Boca Chica Beach, so it's used to control direct access to the beach. Once closer to liftoff, the roadblock is vacated as it's too close to safely remain there during a launch. Along with ground hazard zones, SpaceX will also work in coordination with the U.S. Coast Guard to clear the nearby waters around the launch site. Once the ground hazard areas have been cleared, SpaceX will proceed with tank farm conditioning. This process starts roughly 4 hours prior to launch, although sometimes it can vary by 10 to 20 minutes. During tank farm conditioning, the subcoolers on the tank farm will slowly be filled with liquid nitrogen. Shortly thereafter, the liquid oxygen and liquid methane propellants will flow through the transfer lines from the ground tanks to the subcoolers. During tank farm conditioning, you'll probably see venting every now and then, including the now famous Pope vent. This is completely normal and expected. Although the timing can vary, especially if the launch is delayed into the window, this conditioning should last until about 1.5 hours prior to launch. This is when the conditioning goes from the tank farm to the propellant lines that go to the launch area. This conditioning will see the flow of propellants from the subcoolers out to the launch mount and launch tower. This process will be noticeable because a vent will appear on both OLM and the tower while it's happening. The vent on the launch mount will start off weak at first, but will progressively grow in intensity as we get closer to starting propellant load on the booster. As for the tower vent, it'll start at a normal intensity at first, and will stay active for a few minutes before weakening or completely disappearing. It will then come back again, and with significantly more power as we get close to the start of propellant load on the ship. Around this time in the countdown, we should also see venting from the booster chines closer to the launch tower. This is a sign that carbon dioxide is being loaded into the tanks, which will feed the vehicle's fire suppression system during flight. While conditioning is ongoing, the SpaceX flight director will conduct a poll with operators to decide whether or not to proceed with propellant load. Here's hoping that later today, everything is go for Starship. On the day of a Starship launch...
Okay, so now you guys are educated up on the roadblock. Elysia's videos are always super helpful. It's very, very, very good. We run those for a reason, and she does a dang good job narrating those guys. But Max, I think your time is up, man.
Oh, yeah, it does appear to be that time at the moment, but rest assured, everybody, we will be back later on for the actual launch stream in just a few hours. But, gentlemen, it has been a privilege and fun, as always, to be chatting with y'all and be sharing space with all of those in our audience. So, we will see you all. I will see you all later, and we are bringing in someone very special.
Yep. So, Max, you're out. You are the weakest link. Bye-bye. No, seriously, thank you for being on.
Oh, man.
Bye-bye. Bye. No,
bye-bye.
Thanks for being on here, man. Take some awesome pictures today for us, dude. All right. So, Max is out, and we have swapped in. We're calling an audible here. We've swapped in the great Trevor Sesnick. Trevor, can you read me?
I can read. Well, it'd be hard to read you given I can't see you or see your lips or anything, but I can hear you for sure.
Oh, that's good enough. Yeah, that'll work. So, Trevor, you get any sleep? Be real.
Yeah, I actually got like 6.5 hours, something like that. So wasn't
That's 4 more than me. Jeez. Okay, and just to make sure Ryan is still alive, Ryan, you're still here, right?
Am I alive?
I don't know. You tell me, dude.
I don't know if I am.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So, what do you think we should do? I mean, we were on a question streak there. I think Adrian saying, "Oh, bye, Mark," to Max in the back channel. Oh dear. Oh, bye, Mark. See you later. What's new with you? All right, so I'm gonna keep going with this question queue, and then in a little bit, guys, I'm gonna tee back to that support queue. I will narrow that support queue down to nothing. You have my word on that one. All right, so Trevor, you're here, so I'm gonna move this question over to you. Salty GT asked, "Is the ship quick disconnect able to move up and down?"
Yeah, so I mean, to a very small extent it can, but no, in general. And this is why we saw they had to do modifications to it when they installed that hot staging ring on the second full stack. They had to move that ship quick disconnect hardware up so that it would be on the vehicle. But that said, of course, within a few inches it can move to be properly aligned.
So that it can be relocated, but it's not like the chopsticks that, with the drawworks that can just up and down, right? Yeah.
Yep,
Cool.
exactly.
Cool. All right. So we're going to do a couple more questions, and then we will get Ryan with the weather update. So the next one is from Eric Leith. I heard rumors of an orbit refueling test in March of 2025. Thoughts on that? Ryan, what do you think? Orbital
It's not
refueling?
going to happen that early. I think they were talking about, I think this was a NASA thing. I can't remember where this was from, but my guess is some of the initial stuff like hot gas thrusters will be tested around this time or something like that. I think they wanted to do the actual test in the summer. We'll have to see what ships do it, because the ships that do it are going to need certain hardware on the QD and docking hardware as well. And right now, as far as we can tell, 33 and 34 do not have that. So we're probably still looking at waiting till like ship 35, 36 for that to happen. So I would expect either end of this year or it gets pushed into 26. We'll have to really see when they plan on doing it, but it's going to be a couple flights down the road before they do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good question, Eric. Thank you very much. All right, we got Jedi Knight Todd with the next question here. Will Starship Block 2 have 9 Raptors, or will they wait until Block 3? Trevor, this one's right up your alley, dude.
Yeah, Block 2 is going to have the same configuration with 6 Raptors, and we know now that those are going to be 6 Raptor 2 engines, not Raptor 3s. So we were thinking that there'll probably be like a sub-block upgrade where they go to Raptor 3s on Starship Block 2, and then the full 9-engine elongated ship that Elon has talked about on several occasions will not be until version 3.
Yeah, so it's going to take some time before we get to that. But I mean, SpaceX is going to iterate. They're going to iterate all the way to that. I mean, Trevor, like they said they're going to move. SpaceX wants to move like 150 tons. Like that's what they want. That's their stakeholder expectation for Starship's payload capacity, right? You're going to need that much TWR to move that if you want that as your like baseline, right?
Yeah, I think Elon's even talked about the possibility of Starship V3 being over 150 tons. I feel like he said at times that it could be like between 150 and 200, which is just ludicrous. So, yeah, a very important part of that is getting that TWR of the stack to be as high as possible. And that's something that those Raptor 3 engines will help a lot with, since not only are they reducing a lot of mass from the booster, since they will not need any of that heat shielding, but they also will have substantially more thrust on them. So you get like less weight, more thrust, even higher TWR.
Dude, I'm trying to picture like 9 Raptors burning with like 150 ton plus payload capacity. You know, like I like this timeline. This is pretty cool. We should do that. It's a good idea.
We should do that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's already impressive if you compare like Starship's liftoff acceleration curve to that of like Saturn V. Like Saturn V crawls off the pad, and Starship's TWR is substantially higher already. Yeah.
Trevor, do you think it would be fair to say that Starship kind of stands on the shoulders of giants here? Because the Saturn V was like, that was the first super heavy launch vehicle like ever devised, right? And that was kind of like the first dipping your toes into it. You think they learned something from that inadvertently? I think they did.
Yeah, I mean, right, SpaceX has the hindsight of the shuttle, of Falcon, of all of Russia's vehicles and Saturn V.
Delta,
so yeah, so of course there are tons of lessons that they learned, that these engineers learned and things figured out over the last few years that SpaceX is able to take advantage of.
Absolutely, and it's beautiful to see. Might I add? I mean, while you were explaining that, Trevor, I found myself just kind of staring at what's on the screen here. Like, just look at what you see. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is just properly insane the times that we're living through. Like, if you have not been down to Starbase and have not had the opportunity to see this vehicle in its full glory, you need to go. It is just insane.
Yeah, it just monumental Herculean effort here. You know, bringing together the last like 50 plus years of spaceflight knowledge to make this. I mean, like Starship is basically, it's not derived from these designs in any way, shape, or form, but it's like the best parts of the shuttle and the best parts of Saturn V just kind of like rolled into one. It's amazing, dude. Amazing.
It's hopefully going to turn into what Shuttle wanted to be so desperately and failed at so miserably.
I want to be upset by that, but I can't argue with the results, I guess.
Listen, I love Shuttle, but like, it was not really reusable.
Refurbishable.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to put this in there because I have to defend the shuttle's honor. I don't know why I need to do that, but I think the shuttle was a programmatic management failure. I think the design is actually pretty dang sound, but the shuttle really would have benefited from rapid iteration, and that just didn't happen. you know?
The two massive flaws on the shuttle, in my opinion, in my very educated opinion, and this is when Chris is going to start yelling at me in chat,
Well, he's
is
asleep. Don't worry about it.
the fact that it's side mounted and the fact that humans need it to be on every single launch. The latter meant that you can't iterate on it, and the former meant that you had a lot of the TPS problems.
Yep. Yeah, agreed. If they made that thing remote control and did what SpaceX is doing with the rapid iteration on the tiles.
Ron.
No, that thing's a piece of junk.
At least it was remote controlled.
Yeah.
And it had liquid boosters, not solids.
I don't have any problem with solid rocket boosters on human rated things. Solid rocket boosters are very simple. They have like two moving parts. You can't convince me that a solid rocket booster isn't as safe for people. Dude, it has two moving parts.
I think liquids just look cooler. Maybe that's just me. I think I like.
Well, from a looks, yeah, okay. But dude, that the SRB trails coming out, that I don't know, man. I'm just saying.
I mean, can you really go against 4 boosters, each with an RD-170 on board? Like, come on. Yeah.
Brian, you're saying solids are unsafe? Look at their record. Solid rocket boosters have moved more people to space than any other type of propulsion. Yeah, I know. That sucks. Oh, wait. Hold up. Cancel the shuttle rant. Look on the screen. What do we got?
Yeah, we got Sheriff at the soft closure point at River here. Yeah, the closure was set to start at 8 o'clock, and it looks like they've got people at LBJ, and they've got a sheriff at the closure point at Richardson. So they are starting to close things down, turn people back, start to clear things out. They'll clear the beach, start clearing the range. Then everything should be cleared out by around noon, and that's when they'll start chilling down Tank Farm. So we're well into it at this point. We're still 7 hours and 50 minutes from the opening of the window, but we're well into preparations here.
It'll be here before you know it.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Time's going by real quick. See, Brian, what are you saying over there? You're still going on about the shuttle, huh? All right. Solid rocket boosters responsible for loss of crew. Yeah, Brian, but bad management decisions are going to make any rocket fail. Am I right or am I right? Am I right or am I right? This is where a bunch of people say, no, you're wrong. But I'm right. I swear. Trevor, go.
This is also where having a government agency design a rocket kind of causes a lot of problems, since the DoD was able to say, hey, we need this vehicle to have X, Y, and Z properties. And then another agency was like, hey, well, we actually need it to have A, B, and C. And so now you have like all of these design requirements that are pushed by different agencies that engineers somehow have to work onto a single vehicle. Whereas with SpaceX, right, the end goal of this ship, of this vehicle that they're developing, is to get humans on Mars. And basically every single design decision comes from thinking about, will this allow for rapid, full reusability of this vehicle? And can it do propellant transfer? Since with those two things, Mars is possible. Without those two things, it absolutely is not.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ryan.
When you're looking at government programs too, like a really, really other good one at which too many departments are sticking their hands in is the F-35. I'm sorry, you wanted an Air Force variant, a Navy variant, and a Marine variant. It should have just been. You should have made one with 2 engines for carrier ops in the Air Force, and then the Marines can have their own, or their own type of plane. You start introducing too many different things into one platform, and you hurt it when you do that. And it's just you try to simplify it, and then you end up overcomplicating it, and it's just kind of just backfires.
I tell you what platform benefits from having a lot of things on it. You know what? The NSF store. And we got a lot of stuff for you guys.
Oh,
we got a lot of stuff. We got the Christmas sweaters. We got the Christmas sweaters here only for a limited time. The final cutoff date guaranteed for Christmas delivery is November 22nd. You got 3 days if you want one of these to show up for a loved one. Or if you want to just buy it for yourself, sometimes it's good to treat yourself to a Christmas present. Treat yourself. Treat yourself. Nice segue. Yeah, I know. I'm getting better at this, man. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. These shirts, like Trevor was saying, are not designed by committee. We cranked them out over on the NSF store, and they are beautiful. The Starship one that's on the screen right now is fantastic. You got the stack in the center. You got Hoppies all around, Raptors on sleeves. Like, you can't go wrong with a shirt like this. And once again, the deadline for these is November 22nd. You got 3 days if you want these things to arrive by Christmas. If you order after that, we can't guarantee it's going to get there on time. We got to make sure because, we got to send this off to Santa, who's going to bring these sweaters for you. We got to send the list off to him. He's very busy. We got to make sure he gets the list in time. It's important.
Also, enter your address correct. Do it.
Yeah. Make sure you do that. That's important.
Yeah, that's important.
I guarantee if this showed up on my neighbor's doorstep, he'd be like, "Yeah, I'm taking this." I'm like, "No."
Plus, you'll make Crispy happy. You'll make Crispy, Adrian. You'll make the whole store team happy if you just enter your information right from the start. Enter your correct address.
Cool. So yeah, the NSF Christmas shirts are there. If you want them to arrive by Christmas, you got a couple of days here. If not, if you want them to come on Chinese Food Day, hey, still, but we can't guarantee a Christmas delivery unless you get it in by the 22nd. So, if you see that and you like it, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Christmas sweaters, ugly Christmas sweaters ain't your thing. I get it. I personally not a big fan, but if it had Starship on it, I'd do it. It's a good idea. All right. So, guys, the support queue has gotten too big and it's starting to bother me. I'm gonna have to lightning round support queue. You guys cool with that?
Gotta thank the people.
We gotta do what we gotta do. The oldest one in there is 55 minutes old. I can't allow this to happen. It's like playing Tetris. I gotta clear the support queue. We gotta get the lines. We gotta get the lines, dude. We have to. All right. So, Anonymous with a store message. This will be 5 test flights in the last year, give or take. Crazy to think of the progress SpaceX has made. Excited to see where the next year or two takes us. Let's light this fuse in 9 hours. See, that's what I mean. That it's T-minus 7 hours, 44 minutes now. See, that support queue has been in there for a long time. We can't have this happen. This is unacceptable. All right. So, with that being said, I will lightning round through the rest of this. Robert, with another store message. Can't wait to see Flight 6 today. These launches get more exciting with each one, and I can't wait until Starship brings forward a world where anyone can go to space. Robert, I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I don't know about you guys. I need to see Earth from low Earth orbit once. I'll be happy. But, if we can go further, that's great. If I could, take a vacation on the moon, I'd be good with that. But all I just want to see Earth from orbit with my own eyes once. I don't know. Chat, what say you? How far would you go? You want to go to Mars? You want to go to the moon? Where do you guys think? I'm gonna keep going with the support queue while you're typing that out. So, Stuart bought a Flight 6 patch. Stuart, thank you very much. Remember, those patches are in limited supply. Once we sell out, we sell out. You ain't getting another one. So, Stuart got the patch. Stuart doesn't need to worry about that because Stuart's cool like that. Jimmy De La Cruz, what do we got here? We got a €12 super chat. Thank you very much, buddy. I do appreciate it. We all appreciate it here. And then we got Matthew Dahl. Like this streamer, Hoppy will die. Oh my goodness. Whoa. $5 super chat. Dude, that got dark real quick.
That got dark. That got real dark.
I see Leo, Moon, Mars, and beyond. Yeah, yep. Stuart's chill like that. Yeah, of course. Mars or bust. Neptune, yeah, baby. Jerwat, no comment. All right, anyway, let's keep going. All right, so the next one. All right, here we go. I'm going to try for it. This one shouldn't be too bad. Taras Shevchenko, $10 super chat. Does engine cooling require flowing fuel and oxidizer through the engine and out into space? Can this be achieved by running through separate closed lines so the liquid can be reused as ullage gas? Trevor, this is all you, buddy.
Engine cooling does require flowing fuel and oxidizer through the engine, but it does not require it to be vented into space. So the way that this works on Raptor is there are basically two ways that the ullage gas is used, or two different ways to get ullage gas on ship. So the first is while the engines are running, there's basically a tap off from the liquid oxygen from each preburner that goes into the tank. So right, you have a liquid oxygen rich side, which is oxygen rich gas comes out of that preburner, and that gets routed into the oxygen tank. And then you have a CH4 side that is rich, and the gas is CH4 rich, and that goes to the CH4 tank. And that is what the vast majority of pressure comes from. However, that only works, that's called autogenous pressurization, and that only works if your ship engines are running. So for these long time on orbit, like they will have during today's mission before that Raptor relight burn, they do have a little bit of other gas to, especially in the header tanks, which I believe, Ryan, that's nitrogen, right? Not helium?
For gas in the headers.
It's nitrogen. Yes.
Yeah. It should be nitrogen for those, yeah. I can't remember.
Yeah,
they might even auto-gen those headers sometimes. I'd have to look at the piping again, but yeah.
Yeah, I think there. I know for a fact that there is the gas bottle, the COPVs for the header tanks with nitrogen gas in them, since that's needed when the ship's engines are not running. So, but very good question. Hopefully that somewhat answers it.
Guys, the thing about propulsion is that there's more than one way to skin a cat here. Don't skin cats. Don't do that. It's a figure of speech. There's more than one way to do it. If you really want to get a good understanding of how propulsion works, you need to really understand thermodynamics and how heat moves around and how you can use heat. You can use heat energy to actuate things. That if you want to get into propulsion, learning about thermodynamics is the first place to start. Because that is needed to get all the plumbing. That's needed to understand how all the plumbing on these things work. Super, super important. But if you wanted a place to start, that's a good place to start. Okay, I'm going to keep going down this support queue. We got Ben Ubienski. Ben, I'm sorry if I butchered that. I feel like I have to do that every time because you know what? You guys are doing this on purpose. You guys are putting in long names. I see the support queue. You're doing this on purpose. But anyway, Ben with the $5 super chat. How will they keep cryogenic fuel at temperature for long duration flights like Mars? Ryan, this is all you.
Well, they could put a system basically in to go ahead and try to recondense it. The other solutions are like adding insulation. So just basically adding new material around the vehicles and whatnot to just insulate it and make sure that you don't get as much boil off as you would if it were just bare stainless. There's a lot of things SpaceX can try. I can't wait to see exactly what they do for those long duration flights to Mars and beyond. So yeah, there's a lot of options they have.
Yep. Like I said, engineering is about finding the best way to do something that suits whatever your end goal is, guys, right? So if you want a theory craft like what we do, thinking about where SpaceX is going to go, you got to think, what are they trying to do, right? That is the fundamental thing with any type of engineering construct, what's called stakeholder expectations, figuring out what you want to do. I mean, any engineer is going to ask this when you say, hey, I got an idea about this. The engineer is going to say, what are you trying to do? And if you want to try and piece together in theory, craft out where SpaceX might be going with their design, you got to know the end goals, right? Going to Mars, building a sustainable city on Mars, making life multiplanetary. Start with those and kind of work your way back. And you can kind of extrapolate what they're going to do with this stuff, which is super cool. That's one of my favorite things to do. All right. Anyway, Andrea with a store message. Thank you for the amazing coverage. I always wished I was alive when the earlier space programs happened. The last Apollo mission splashed down exactly 1 year before your birth. Yeah, Andrea, I'm with you. I would have loved to have seen the Apollo missions, but I am just grateful to see what you see on the screen right now. Once again, when I started liking space, you were lucky to get one launch a year, like on a good day, right? Now we're going to, daily launches of Falcon 9, 4 Starship missions, in a year. This is only the start, right? It is truly a privilege to be able to witness this. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as we are. Steve in Oregon, not Oregon, it's Oregon. Becoming a PadRat member. Thanks, Steve. Really appreciate it. Okay, Reginald Amanita, you got a $10 super chat. I have a question. Do you think Elon will be accepting ship captains after Artemis concludes? I wish to explore the cosmos. Reg, I want Starfleet. I want Starfleet just as much as the next guy. I would certainly hope so. Ryan, what about you? We about to get the dilithium going or what?
Let's do it. We got to find it first, though.
Yeah.
Well, unless we find some EZO somewhere, maybe we'll find EZO on Mars.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a Mass Effect drive.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. Hey, whatever works. I'll take
maybe there's a Mass Effect gate just sitting out in the outer solar system. We just haven't found it yet. Maybe it's out there.
Maybe we should go find out. Just saying.
Yeah, we should go find out.
We should go find out in our starships.
Another tanker going through the.
Yep, there it goes. There it goes. So it's like Ryan was saying earlier, we got a soft roadblock, right? So some traffic is allowed to go through, but not all traffic. The only traffic that's allowed to go to and from the pads, Ryan, is like authorized personnel, like SpaceX personnel, and the tankers, obviously, right?
Yeah, tankers are allowed through so they can finish off doing stuff, and then there's obviously going to be some stuff that'll be parked and kind of waiting for the launch to go by so they can get access to the launch site after the fact, but yeah.
Okay, Silinx, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Zach Osborne, launch director. Zach, look at you. You're a big shot now. You're in the big leagues. Thank you very much. We appreciate the support, man. All right, Anonymous with a store message. Thank you to the whole NSF team. Absolutely love everything you do. Go SpaceX, go Mechazilla. Catch that thing. That's right. That is right. That's the hype that we need, Anon. We need the good vibes on a launch day, right? Okay. All right. Here we go. Look at this next one, guys. See, I told you that they're doing this on purpose. Look at the bottom of the screen. Lakani videos. Hello from Gothenburg, Sweden. Since Gothenburg is easy to pronounce, EJ gets to try. Nope. Yep. Nope. IKEA furniture. All right. Cool. Next thing. Pauline Brock with $7 Canadian. EJ, our currency is not poutine, it's loonies and toonies, for real. Oh, well. Okay, yeah, I can call it that from now on. That's fine. All right, Carl Magnus. Yeah, it's loony and toony, I guess. Yeah. I guess. I was just going to call it beavers, or like maple leaves or something. All right. Carl Magnus Berglund with $4.56 super chat, or 50 SEK. Thank you very much. I need to hear EJ pronounce the Swedish city. What? Why? Why are you doing this to me? What did I do? All right, Ornskoldsvik. Ornskoldsvik.
This is turned into EJ tries to pronounce names is what this has turned to, and as Carson is saying in the back channel, I need Adrian to join this.
Yeah. Yep. I know that the umlaut over the O makes it Ulan. But I know that's in German. I don't know if that's in Swedish. Oh my goodness. Maybe it's entertaining. I mean, hey, if that's what we need to do to pass the time, you just toasted that? Did I do good? I don't know, man. Just say squirrel. All right. Unsköldsvik. I'll get it. I just have to say it enough for my caveman brain to figure it out. All right, I'm going to keep going to the support queue, and then we're going right back to questions. Craig, sorry to miss some of the patches. Maybe somehow in the future I can get them. I don't know. You never know. You never know what's in store. We'll see. But like I said, they're limited time for now. Limited time. We need to work on your umlaut. Yeah, I'll get there. You just gotta hang around with you guys enough. That one already went through. Jao Vitor Amaral, new member. Thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Obrigado, Jao. Appreciate it. But yeah, I know I'm speaking other languages here, guys, but be sure to not go overboard. Keep it English in the chat, all right? We gotta keep it to English, all right? I only speak 2 languages, English and bad English, all right? Okay, Foolish Mortal with a $10 super chat. Why not have the ship land at a pad, SN-15 style, instead of splashdown for the best recovery of data? Trevor, this one's you, man.
Yeah, so the ships right now do not have any way to land. There are no landing legs on there, and the landing leg style that they used for like SN-15 would not work because of those Raptor vacuum engines. So right now they don't have a way of landing the ship on a landing pad, and they're just committing to the catch. Where hopefully next year we will see them catch a ship in a very similar way as we saw them catch the booster. And I also just don't think they want to overfly the land yet with a re-entry.
Yeah, I think it, Trevor, we were talking about with the shuttle a little earlier, right? How the shuttle program would have benefited from uncrewed flights, right? With Starship, we have that benefit here, but even when you have that benefit of uncrewed flights, you still got to prove it, guys. It ain't what you know, it's what you can prove. And flight data is king in this regard. So Starship isn't what's called an engineering. It's not a mature enough design to be able to, for the FAA to be like, yeah, you could fly that over populated areas, like it's not at airliner safe. I mean, that's what one of SpaceX's goals is, but we're not at that point, right, Trev? It's not, it's just, I wouldn't risk it. You don't risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Starship has flown it's 6th flight. Hold on, I need to cough, let me mute.
Yep, all good, man, all good.
Sorry
all
about
good.
that.
Clean it out.
And airliners fly hundreds of millions, tens of millions of times a year, if not hundreds of millions. And each year there's maybe one crash of these commercial airliners. Aviation is absurdly safe and absurdly proven, and we're just nowhere near there yet.
Thanks to the FAA on that one. That they would not be as safe as if it wasn't for them. Yeah, I know one of the 37s that we have for Sun Country will fly it 4 maybe 6 times legs a day. So one flight, 4 to 6 flights a day, basically. It adds up.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, let's keep going. I'm going to keep teeing up through the support queue. I've gotten the margin down from 50 minutes ago to just 15. So we'll do 2 more and then we'll go back into the queues. All right, so Donald with a store message. When will we start seeing nose art on the starships like World War II fighters? I nominate the Enola Gay 2. I do not think we should name Starship that.
Nope.
But I do want nose art. Trevor, if you were going to put nose art, no, it can't be of Taylor Swift. If you were going to put nose art on the Starship, what would it be?
I mean, doesn't this ship already have nose art?
Yeah, it has a banana on it. But if you were gonna, if it was like Trevor's Starship, what would you put on it?
The NSF patch.
There you go.
Touche.
There you go.
Touche. Good answer.
Winning points.
That was good, man. That was pretty funny. Oh, Luke, that's a great super chat. I'm not putting that up on the screen. Luke Warmer, yeah, I'm not doing that. Thank you for the $5 Canadian, man. I'm not putting that message up on stream. That's messed up. Funny, but messed up. I have to at least maintain some semblance of professionalism here. Just a little.
Here, you want me to pull out my pessimism here, EJ, even though it's not pessimism because it's totally realism? Because Elon did a tweet also with talking about how current Starship's more than twice as powerful as Saturn V. And Starship V3, he goes on to say, which hopefully flies in about a year. That ain't happening. No. Sorry, no. No.
You don't think so?
No.
Surely
it's not
you
happening.
Know more than Meme Lord, man.
It's not happening. They just got the Block 2. Come on. Yeah.
You don't know.
No. It's not happening. They don't even have a Block 2 of booster yet. What are they going to do? A Block 3 in a year and they haven't even built a Block 2 yet?
So what happens if we're magically at the end of 2025 and we're doing a flame trench, Ryan, and this happens? Can I be like, yo,
if they actually get a Starship V Block 3 booster and ship flying in a year, you could tell me I'm wrong, but good luck. Good luck.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. My memory is a steel trap, dude. Just saying.
Plus, no. Just
why say no when it feels so good to say yes? Yeah. Yeah, you don't have an answer for that. I love you, man. All right. All right. Booster 4 with another good question here. What makes full flow stage combustion so unique compared to any other cycle? Trevor, you were talking about pre-burners here a little while ago. I feel like you'd be good to answer this one.
Yeah, so it really comes down to full flow gives you a gas-gas interaction. So since you have those two pre-burners, as I was talking about earlier, all of your liquid oxygen is a gas, so it's now gaseous oxygen, and all of your methane is also a gas. So you're able to mix these two gases in your main combustion chamber and get to incredibly high pressure at fairly low temperature. So it's really good for reuse because of that. And also just high engine pressure means that you're going to have higher ISP, you're going to have more thrust. Like high engine pressure really is a very good thing, and that's why Raptor operates at such insanely high engine pressure. So this is a bit different than other cycles where, for example, in an open cycle engine, you generally have it's sometimes gas liquid, sometimes a liquid liquid interaction, and then in a lot of other cycles you have a liquid interacting with a gas because only one of them is truly heated up from that pre-burner or gas generator. So full flow is hard, but it is a very cool thing when it works.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you want that gas in there, right? So you get better atomization. It's truly wild what that thing can do. Like Trevor, I think about this a lot. Like even just making a full flow stage combustion cycle engine and like getting it operational, like for anyone else, that is a huge step. And SpaceX just churns this out. Like didn't just mass produce it. There's like 300 Raptor 2s made or something, right? Like
I think more than that.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot I think there are about that many just on the bottom of the ocean. Well, not quite 300, but...
Well, they fish some of them out, right?
Yeah, okay, true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still can't believe they fished some of those things out. And they brought them to McGregor, which is even crazier. Like, what are you doing there? What are you doing there?
Not gonna fire it. That's for sure. Yeah. I don't know about that. Salt water is not nice to any metal alloy, especially when you soak it for a couple of months. Yeah, it's not very kind to it, to say the least.
It would be funny to see them try firing one of those engines, though.
I would just to do some destructive testing. I would do it, right? Like, what do you got to lose? I mean, they did get the tripod stand at McGregor. We saw this on NSF's McGregor live streams. They pulsed that engine 37 times. How do we know that? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's far fetched. Like I understand it's far fetched, but how do you know they weren't testing maybe a component that came off of one of those rocket engines? Like it's the last time you're going to use the test stand. We saw them dismantle it. Who knows, right? Maybe they did.
Yeah,
we'll never know.
I bet. I don't think they will ever fire, or I'm very, very confident they will never fire any of the engines that they recover from the ocean. But I would be shocked if they haven't fired engines from Flight 5 at McGregor.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, like, the reason why I bring it up is because we've seen, if you cast your mind back to the CRS-16 mission, which is, in SpaceX time, that might as well be ancient history. The CRS-16 mission with booster 1050, right?
That was a sad day.
It was a sad day. I mean, they got it back, but they did end up using components off of that booster on other flight tests. The RCS, the cold gas nitrogen thrusters, the attitude control systems off of booster 1050 ended up on Starhopper. So
it's still the funniest thing to me.
It's not as far-fetched as you might think. Anyway.
You know what's crazy? Sierra 16 was SpaceX's 72nd mission.
Wow. Trev, what are we at now?
Now we're coming up. Today's mission, or today is launch number 420 for SpaceX.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Okay. Why did I ask?
Yeah.
It is legitimately 420th SpaceX launch.
Now the real it's gonna kill me to say this, but the real question is, will the window coincides with 4:20 p.m. Central Time? Do you think
it's happening?
Yeah.
It's happening.
It's happening.
You think
It's the 420th launch. They're going to launch at 420.
no.
It's not going to go at 4. It's going to go at 420. You know it. You just know it is. You just know. I'm sorry, but it's what's going to happen.
Yep.
You dread it, run from it. It's going to arrive all the same.
Okay. All right.
Unfortunately.
Keep these questions coming, guys. Remember, at NASASpaceflight, if you have a question, we'll tee it up in the queue. If it's a good question, I try not to do a lot of repeats in here, but I do have another good one here coming from Gerald. What do you got here? Does the ship have designated space for payload humans prepared, or is it just fuel tanks there? That's a good question. Ryan is very well poised to answer this one. Ryan, tee it up.
So, well, we're not even going to use Ship 31 at this point because they're going to move on to Block 2 at this point. So if we go to Block 2, payload bay, it's around 600 cubic meters. In terms of usable space, it's probably around the 500 cubic meter range. Because the top half of the nose cone on Block 2 is header tanks, flat frames, and the CLPVs. So that's basically all in the top right there. And then, of course, you go the bottom half of the nose cone, and then you go to 3 rings of the payload bay, and then just below, just near the bottom of that ring is the forward dome where all the avionics and stuff is. So they have a lot of space to play with. It's a lot. Like you may look at it and go, maybe that's not a lot. And then if you were to go in there, no, that's a lot of space to put things just in Block 2. And if SpaceX really wanted to, they could take a little bit of a hit and need to do more refuelings, but like put an extra ring or 2 on that payload section just to make it bigger, to add more room for people and life support equipment and all that other stuff. So, and a whole airlock and everything. Like they've got a lot of room to do it all. So it's that they've got a lot of room on this vehicle to put stuff in. So,
I still want reusable Skylab. Put a Skylab style pressure vessel inside a Starship and make a reusable space station. I want it. I'm just saying, it needs to happen. I don't know how, but it needs to happen. Okay, so we got more questions. I'm going to keep these questions coming, guys. Remember, at NASASpaceflight, we'll tee it up in the queue and we'll try to answer as many as I can. Also, that support queue is building up again, and I can't stand it. All right, so Dakota asks, what can we expect at Starbase after this flight? Are they going to go all in with getting Pad B ready for next year? Trevor, thoughts?
So I think we'll continue to see rapid progress on Pad B. However, they still have launches out of Pad A. My guess is that all of the remaining launches with Block 1 booster are going to be out of Pad A. And we know that there are at least 13, 14, 15, 16 are for sure Block 1, and 17 is probably Block 1, I think, is what we're thinking, right, Ryan?
Yeah, we think we've seen some parts for it, and we think it's still Block 1. But
yeah, so we have at least 5 more boosters, including today, that are Block 1, and that's 5 more launches, assuming there's not any reuse. But I bet they try to reuse a Block 1 booster. So there's still quite a few launches out of this pad, so they will continue working on Pad B, but they also will just continue ramping up work at the production site and getting a lot of these V2 ships ready for more testing.
It's gonna be crazy. I mean, you guys think this flight rate is nuts? Wait until they get 2 pads. I mean, it's going to be a while before Pad A, gets retooled inevitably, right? But it's going to get crazy.
I don't even think we're at Pad A's turnaround limit. Like, I could see, them getting this pad turnaround time to, like, a week or 2 weeks, something like that. Which is obviously not good when you compare it to Falcon, but they still have margin for sure.
The biggest issue so far with this pad has been the fact that every time they've launched, they have to get the alignment rig back out and align the clamps, the Raptor QDs, and the hold down arms. They've had to do it every time, and that takes like a solid 2 weeks to do. It takes about a week to replace all the lines, to refurbish stuff, and then it takes about 3 weeks to do the alignment and finish refurbing and replacing some stuff. So it ends up being a month one way or the other. I don't think they're going to be able to get it shorter than that. To be honest, I think the 1 month turnaround is the quickest they can do for this pad. The next pad, though, I'm going to assume that thing's going to be a week or less, maybe hopefully a couple of days, maybe lower than that, because it's going to be all water cooled compared to the current one. It's a little bit more beefier. You don't have the Raptor QD issue. I think it's going to go much, much faster. I can't wait for that pad to be finished.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I personally, I'm partial to the Flame Trench pad. I'm partial to Pad B, right? Because, Flame Trench, he said the thing. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what the future holds, because I still think that Pad B is going to have a mobile launcher platform that's not going to be like easily removable like 39A or B, but they'll be able to swap it out, kind of like Massey's. That's what I'm seeing. Trevor, what do you think? Do you think the thing that they're building at Sanchez is going to be like easily removable?
I have no idea. I have not been following the construction of it close enough, to be honest, and I would not trust my speculation on it, even if I was. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. There's my cop-out answer.
Hey, you know what? If you're comfortable enough to saying you don't know, I respect that, man. That's pretty good. All right, guys, we're gonna dial in some support here. Real quick, we're going to do a lightning round. The oldest message in the support queue is a half hour. I can't have this. I just can't have it. I got to clear out the support queue. It's my job as the host. All right, so Chris, get in mind with a store message from getting a patch. Thank you very much, Chris. We do appreciate it. Mark Wood, thank you for becoming a PadRet member. Do appreciate it. And then we have Mark Montz with a $10 super chat. FYI, Elon tweeted this morning that hopefully Starship V3 flies in about a year. Yeah. Ryan expressed his opinion about this with a grunt. about 10 minutes ago. Mark, you probably asked that before we gave that explanation. But yeah, I mean, dude, like I said, I think SpaceX is getting to a point where stuff's going to come at you quick. It's like Falcon 9. We were getting like maybe 20 Falcon 9 launches a year. And then 2021 rolled around. And then it was, it went from 20 to 40. And then it went from 40 to 60. And then went from 60 to like 106. And now we're at 122 Falcon 9s on the year, I think.
100. This will be SpaceX 119th launch this year. 115 of those have been Falcon.
See what I'm saying? Like, it's going to come out of nowhere, dude. That's for sure. Anyway, so I'm going to keep rifling through the support here. Kareen, thank you for the great job. Thank you for starting so early. Live stream. I enjoy work and being here. Yeah, Kareen, well, hey, if we can be your background noise, it'd be a great honor. Thank you for choosing us. We appreciate it. Let's see. What else do we got? Jared Walker with another 50 Red Team memberships. Jared, that's like 3 times that you've done that. I mean, I'm not saying don't stop, but also I just want to point out that we really appreciate it, man. Thank you for all the support, guys. To put it Jack's way, we wouldn't do what we do without you guys watching our back. I mean, it's true. We all really appreciate it here. And you're giving us, it's like, like what I just said about being background noise. You're giving us your time, and that means a lot. I personally don't take that very lightly. That's why I'm making it a thing to go through every single question and every single part of the support queue, even if my voice can't keep up with brain. That's what I'm trying to do. So thank you for giving us your time. We do appreciate it. We know your time is valuable. Thank you. Really, truly. All right. Let's see. What else? What's up?
I just realized this like a little bit ago. Like I saw 20 minutes ago, we had a bus enter the pad, and I don't know why. I'm trying to think in my head of why they would have put a charter bus into the launch site. Huh. It's kind of weird. I don't know. We'll have to see when it comes out. When they clear everything out, so.
Yeah, it was like, you think it's like a VIP tour or something?
I don't know. Maybe right before the launch or something. I don't know who or what, because there wasn't really any like security alongside the bus or anything, so it's kind of begs the question of who or what it was. So yeah, it could be picking up workers, but usually at this time, any workers that are there are, with their own cars and they'll clear out on their own. So I really don't know.
Yep. Tour bus gone wrong. Oh, well, hopefully it doesn't stay there, Starhopper. Jeez. You probably don't want to be where those cars are in another 7 hours. I'm just putting it out there. Okay, so I'm going to keep going here with the support queue. Ben Creasy.Vision, $10 super chat. Where are the folks on the ground watching? I'm soaking up the view from my balcony at Margaritaville. Beautiful day for a flight. Let's go, Lucky 13. Yeah, guys, if you're out and about near South Padre Island, Port Isabel, or near Boca Chica, you guys let us know. We want to know how many people are actually down there. Did you guys get to go? I got to get down there myself. I really, really do. But if you're down there, let us know. That's super cool. The hype is real, man. Dude, look at the campground. Boys, you see that? The campground's already filled up. That's something else.
Gonna be a heck of a sight once it's because as the day goes on here, we're gonna start having more and more of it burn off, and it's gonna get it's supposed to just keep getting more and more sunny and less cloudy as the day goes on. So, I'm hoping for that deep blue, clear sky like we had on SN8. I want a full stack launch with that. Please and thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Next door message is coming from Jeremy. Let's go light this candle. Yeah, baby. We got Grant here popping in with another storm message. I appreciate the production, knowledge, and effort put by everyone. The content continues to get better. Grant. Well, hey, thanks, Grant. We appreciate those kind words, bud, and thank you for the support. All right. Okay, the next bit of support here is coming from Alexander Ash. 2 pounds sterling here. Elon says booster landing harder and faster. Potentially a bang, maybe? Ryan, you think it's going to crash?
If they're going for hard and faster, maybe it doesn't work. We'll see. Wait and see. We should know within the next, 7.5 hours. One way or the other.
Either way, we're going to have a catch or an explosion. Yeah. Either way, we're all going to have a lot of fun, right?
Yep.
All right. Great, Mewtwo. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Paul, love you guys. Keep up the super work. Thanks, Paul. We appreciate those words, buddy. We appreciate it. I'm trying to bring my A game as much as I can because you know what I was about to say? I was about to say it's not every day you get a Starship launch, but also, that comment, I'm really hoping that comment ages poorly. All right? I'm really hoping. Gary 011701000111010. Oh, wait, no, don't want to get DMCA'd. Anyway, Gary, thank you, or Gray, excuse me. Thank you for becoming a Capcom member. I'm reading too fast. But I'm going to keep doing it. I'm sorry. Randy, we got to make it more pointy. It's not pointy enough. No, how are we supposed to instill fear into our enemies? Trevor, do you think the nose cone's too pointy?
No.
Yeah, I think it looks fine. It looks great.
I think it looks fine. Looks fine.
Yeah,
I used to think Starship looked terrible, and I now love how it looks. So
it does have an aesthetic. Yeah.
Yeah.
At first, I was like, "What is it?" Ah, okay, all right.
It's
I
gonna
think it
look
was like
so weird with a Block 2 from this angle because the flaps are gonna be a little off. It's just gonna look weird.
I think part of it was also when um the initial ships were coming out, they were just like rusty, the weld lines were terrible and whatnot. So like when the manufacturing quality was low, like the ships looked kind of bad. But then now, like that they have Star Factory, that they have the high bays and everything, it just looks so much better than it used to.
Like for reference, this is not only the last Block 1 ship to fly. This is the last ship to be for any of its parts to be built inside of a tent. Everything from here on out, whether it's a ship or a booster, is built within a factory. So, yeah, the quality is definitely increasing, and especially quality with welds now that they have the doors on the bays, so they can keep the environment a lot more controlled for stacking and welding. So yeah, it's after this launch, SpaceX is entering into a new phase in the program, and I can't wait for it.
Okay. Oh no. Oh, what am I supposed to do with this? It's
Oh,
Polish. It's Polish. Pierogi. Oh no. I can't. You're just here to see your name butchered. All right. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. All right. Wodchich. Zapatozny.
Something. I'm kind of curious if you got it even close.
Oh. I feel bad, man. I feel bad because like someone's gonna come in here and be like, "Wow, this guy can't pronounce my native language. What an idiot!" I mean, you're probably right for what it's worth. Like, was I close?
Somebody goes not even close. Someone said nailed it, so I don't even know where to start.
Well, Yahweh.
I can't even pronounce American names, so good on you for even trying.
Greetings from Poland, Lucas Yegsamash. Hey, remember, keep it English in the chat. Greetings are fine. Just keep it English for me. Don't make it harder for our mods in here. All right. We only speak English and bad English in here. All right. Sarah with a store message that says, "Hi, Mom." There you go, Sarah. I said it. I said it. Sarah's mom. If you're out there, she's saying hi to you. Just saying, you should say hi back. Elisar, why are you like this? Why are you the way that you are? Is this not hard enough?
I saw that coming and I was like, uh-oh.
What am I supposed to do with this? Wales, man. It's Welsh. What makes you think my mouth can say that? Oh, do I have to?
Is that 4 I's, 4 L's in a row?
It's Welsh, man.
I don't even. Yeah.
Lienfripling Gungili go Gary Chiwini Ranjo Walencilio go. There. That was wrong except for the end.
Thomas Hayden says, "No way, that's a word. I want to live in this world with Thomas."
Yeah, right? Oh, man.
I was close. That was close. Come on. You got to give that to it. Hey, at least I attempted it. At least I had the stones. At least I had the fuel pressure vessels to attempt it, okay?
I'm
Elisar,
actually astonished.
We're going to have words later.
We're going to have words later.
We're going to have words. There was a lot of things in that super chat that I didn't like. Oh, boy. You'll have to redo it because you had an ad. No, Ron, no. Absolutely not. Anonymous, a hoppy is love, a hoppy is life. And then we got Aaron with a store message. Thank guys again. Keep up the good work. David Anderson became a Pad Rat member. And I've gotten the support queue down to only 20 minutes here. So we're going to go back over to questions. Trevor, are you good with that?
I love some questions.
All right, let's tee one up. Let me find one you'd like. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Robert Jones, can the ship be placed on the OLM by itself? This is actually a good question. Trevor, tee it up.
No, it cannot. It does not have any. It cannot really fit on the launch clamps. Back in the day, even on the suborbital pads, there had to be some conversion fixture between ships and boosters, and now those stands are very, very long gone. So the OLM is just for boosters, and the ship static fire stands are just for ships. There's no real way that there could be any one on the other.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good question. All right, let me find another one here in the queue. There's a lot. Thanks, guys. Thanks for keeping us going. Honestly, you guys asking all these questions is how, people ask like, how are you going to do this all the way until launch? Asking the questions and keeping us talking is the way to go. Even if it's pronouncing Welsh cities, villages hey, that's still talking. All right, sound is coming out of the voice box. All right, but yeah, seriously, thank you. This helps keep us going. That's how this stream ends up going, 5 hours, and it seems like you've been here for 30 minutes. So we appreciate the hype, guys. Appreciate all of it. We're going to keep answering these questions until I can't talk anymore. All right, here. Soul24 Alt, what do you got? Will the extra 2 Raptors on the booster allow for a similar thrust to weight ratio that will increase the size mass of version 2? What do you... that's a weird one. Ryan, what do you think? You think that adding 2 boosters is going to screw with the TWR?
Well, here's the thing is the only reason why, the only thing about 35 engines being thrown around is the fact that it was said in the EIS for 39A, the EIS for 37, and in the TEA for what was it? The TEA for BOCA. A tiered environmental assessment. So that's the only thing we get the 35 engines from. There has been nothing saying that it's going to happen soon. Everything, especially at Massey's, looking at the way they're setting up the new test stand for a possible Block 2 booster at some point, pretty much points to 33 engines still. So the 35 engines is in case SpaceX does want to put 2 more on at some point, or at some point down the road or something like that. So that's kind of where it is. But if they did do that, it would just, increase their payload orbit. I mean, 2 more engines, if you put 2 more Raptor 3s on, that's another 600 tons of thrust. Which is stupid to say.
Yeah, that's not an insignificant number. It's just 2 motors, All right.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna do one more question. We're gonna do one more question here, and then we're gonna segue into something. No, it's not a merch plug. Yeah, I said it. Okay, Ryan, this is your swan song. Your last question before we have to say goodbye.
Oh.
Laura Rexroad asks, why can't the ship land on the forward flaps?
Well, you'll crush the flaps. The flaps are not designed at all to take that weight. They're designed for aerodynamic stuff. They're not designed to take 100-something tons of a ship. Granted, they might experience more with the aerodynamic forces, but they're not designed to take the ship weight. And the hinges aren't designed for that at all. You'll just crush and damage the flaps and any heat shielding that's on them. So they can't do that. They have to find a way to integrate pins into the forward dome of the ship. So yeah, that's kind of where SpaceX is at, and that's really their only option. So yeah, but
yeah. And with that, Ryan, how you feeling?
It's been a fun 5 hours to hang out with you guys. AEJ had a lot of fun talking. I can't wait to see this thing launch. Yeah, and well, I guess I don't know if I'll see you all later or not. As of right now, I'm just going to be kind of sitting and watching this thing go. So you all have fun. Just have fun. Watch this launch. I hope it all goes successful. And You can say hi to a very special someone.
An
Yeah.
old man.
So, guys,
Really?
don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. You're not getting rid of me that easy. Ryan, thank you very much for popping in, dude. That was a fun 5 hours. We'll see what we got for launch.
See you guys all later.
You are the weakest link. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you, man. And let's see. Well, if Ryan's popping out, we got somebody coming in to replace him. Somebody that I think you guys are quite fond of. Mr. Jack Beyer, can you hear me?
I don't know. Can you hear me? Can I get some
I
5x5s?
I can hear you. Chat, how's Jack coming through? Can you hear him?
It's a solid 25.
Let's
go. 5 times 5. Let's do this. I mean, it's launch day, baby. I'm here. I'm excited. I hope everyone else here is too. Let's go. It's a nice looking day. Fair amount of clouds, but they're really high up. So you know what? It's fine. And we've got many hours to go.
So, Jack, be honest. How much sleep did you get?
Well,
That bad, huh? Okay.
I think my head hit pillow around 4. And then if you want to call that sleep, because I'd like wake up every 30 minutes like, oh god, I'm late.
Dude, too real.
And then I woke up at 6:30 and then got all my remaining stuff together and ran out here before the road. Because that's the thing is the road closure is listed as 8, but you never know what law enforcement or SpaceX are going to do. So you can't play it fast and loose with the road closures. So you got to get out here kind of early. But yeah. Got a little bit. I got enough. You know what? I got enough. Today's launch day. You don't need to sleep a lot on launch day. You sleep later.
I got 2 hours of sleep, dude. If you could call it that, because I did the oh gosh, I'm late like at least 2 times.
Dude,
so
I think about Neuralink a lot these days. And if Neuralink or something like it ever actually becomes a thing, I'm like, even aside from all the mind-blowing, like, oh, I can control everything with my mind. It's like, no, I'd love to be able to turn off that part of my brain. Just like, yo, dude, I have an alarm. I know it's good. Just like, let me please get the maximum amount of sleep I can out of this actual sleep. Or like, what if you could turn off back pain? Just like, yeah, no, I'm good. Just turn off the back pain. I'm good.
Did you see Elon actually talked about this on X recently, that the next Neuralink product is going to be like about back pain?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah. I think stuff like that is really interesting. Anyways, not to just immediately derail things.
Hey,
where are we at?
dude,
how are we doing?
I'm good, man. They put you and me in here. I mean, Trevor is probably gonna try to have to corral us, but they put you and me together on a stream. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't know what they were expecting. Yeah,
I mean, I think the intention is that you and I nerd out, and then Trevor occasionally dunks on me, which par for the course.
I'm here for it. I'm here for
dunking goes one direction.
I agree. I'm here for it. Please dunk away, Trevor. Okay, so Jack, what do you think? Question queue, support queue. What should we start tackling?
Support. You're 34 minutes behind on support, buddy. We got to let these people know that we cannot do this amazingly cool thing that we get to do without their support.
Okay. All right. Here we go. More lightning round. Actually, hold up. Are we getting a hard road closure here or what?
Someone's like, hey, can I fish? And they're like, nah, dude, it's launching today.
Yeah, maybe. Jack, actually, before we jump into that support queue, maybe we should. Can you give us a weather update? Like, you're there, aren't you there right now? Like, what is it? What is it looking like? What's the status update? I mean, because it looks like we might get a hard roadblock here.
Yeah, I mean, I am now currently at Rocket Ranch Outpost, looking at Starship right now across the South Bay. There, it's absolutely beautiful. It's a beautiful day, Oh, and this is my feed. This is coming off my camera right now. A little bit of wind, but you know what? We'll work with it. Slow-mo forgives a lot of sins. But yeah, it's a nice day. It's true. It's a nice day as long as you don't have rolling shutter. There are some clouds. I'm gonna say it. There's clouds. But they look very high. And again, as I said earlier, we have many hours. So fingers crossed. Either way, it is crystal clear. I mean, I can see South Padre Island, like it looks like I could reach out and touch it. So and we're getting into that time of year where it's not summer, it's not the heat of the summer out here, and let me just say that is delightful, because not only are the bugs not that bad right now, but also it's just not so brutally hot and humid and oppressive, and for imaging purposes, heat hazy kind of thing. So it's shaping up to be a fine day for Starship Flight 6.
Let's go. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go right into we're gonna jump right into the support queue here. So I'm gonna keep going. They're trying to keep the support queue full, Jack, and I'm trying to empty it. And it's like playing Tetris in my mind.
No, you're now 37 minutes behind. It's a Sisyphean task, but it's the best Sisyphean task.
Yeah. Couldn't have said it better myself. Anyway, all right. So Richard with a store message here. Just made your Christmas. I always try to influence the youth to get into rockets and space, and this will definitely help with the Christmas sweater. Yeah, absolutely, Richard. Dude, that's why I do what I do here. That's why Jack does what he does. That's why Trevor does what he does. I mean, we want to get more people into this stuff. We want to get the word out. It's awesome.
I don't know if I told you. There was a kid with his parents that came up to me at the production site a couple months back, and he asked me if I thought there was anything smaller than a plank. Or something like that. I was like, dude, I'm not that smart, but it made me happy, right? Because obviously they were stoked about Starship, and I'm like, it's a cliche, kids of the future, but no, kids are the future. Dude,
when I started getting into space, it was not a cool thing to do, but now it seems like kids are into it, and that's awesome. That makes me so happy, because when I was a youngin' once upon a time, like 30 years ago, my parents took me to KSC, and I saw, I didn't see a space shuttle launch, but we saw the pads, we saw the Saturn V. It just, dude, it is life-changing stuff. Like, KSC's hallowed ground for us, right? Like, and I would hope that somebody someday, like a child someday, looks at Boca Chica with the same reverence that I look at 39A. Like, oh man, this is awesome,
Yeah, 100%. All right, absolutely. I completely derailed it. You're now still 38 minutes behind. Bye.
Man. All right, Stefan Klaas with a €5 super chat. Hi, EJ. You are a human from Germany. Very German way to identify yourself. Okay. All right. I will come to Texas to see one of the next launches in person. I hope there's chances to meet with you guys. Stefan, someone from NSF is always down there. So you're bound to meet one of us. I need to get down there myself. Jack was actually hounding me about it the other day. And you know what? He ain't wrong. Jack
was telling me for years, like, come down now, because each year, like each month, right, there's a little bit more fence that goes up, a few more areas you can't access. And for years I ignored him, and I'm so glad I went down, because it is just unbelievable. And I wish I would have gone down in the Hopper era and Starship suborbital test flight era.
The cool part is it's still early days. Like, it doesn't feel like early days because we're launching full stacks and we started from a water tower that could fly. But yeah, I mean, everything is still completely janky prototype out here. But yeah, we're always out here. You'll definitely have a good chance to meet up with us when you're here. Shout out to viewer Sam, who got stuck on the beach last night, and Anthony from Rocket Ranch, myself, Caesar, and a couple other guys all tried to get him out of the sand. Didn't do extra good at it, but we did eventually find a tow strap, and a Cybertruck was able to pull him out, no problem. So, yeah, it happens. But we're all down here. We all like to hang out, and just come up and say hi if you see us. Also, most of the time, I think we've given away all of them. Most of the time, we have these cool NSF patches. They're not the flight patch. It's just a patch that says NSF on it. But yeah, if you come up to us and say, hey, you get a patch. That's the rule. If we have them.
Okay, I'm going to keep going through this. What the heck? All right, I kind of have to elevate this in the support queue just because. Do you guys, am I looking at that right?
I did a double take too.
Whoa, Jared, dude. What? I don't know what to do with my hands. I felt like I was on a spaceship.
That is. How do you even?
I don't know what to do with my hands. You know, ship run real good.
Jared did a similarly insanely generous tip on the last Flight 5 live stream. So, wow, Jared.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I mean, it's so much money.
Words, Jack, go. I can't word.
No, I mean, it really is hard because that is an immense amount of money. But we are a huge team here at NSF. But we're not a big company. We're just like a scrappy little startup, and it's amazing what we're able to get done with the resources that we have. And we say this constantly. You know, we can't do this without y'all support. And the number of things we could do if you doubled our budget, tripled our budget, quadrupled our budget, buddy, it'd be insane. So, every little bit of support we get that lets us do cool things and here and there try cool new stuff, and it means the world because, again, we all love doing this. We absolutely love it. You know that. You guys watching us, listen to us, you can tell. And to be able to continue to do this and continue to get better at it and continue to add more cool features, more cool views, whatever it is, y'all, Jared, thank you. It's what do you even say to that? That's so much money. Thank you, Jared. And again, thank you for the similar donation, or not donations, for the tip on Flight 5. Yeah. Fun fact: you can go to tips.nasaspaceflight.com and support us that way. One of the many ways to support what we do. Jared,
Jack,
thank you.
And this is in addition, by the way, to 150 gifted memberships.
Yeah, Jared's going off today. We appreciate the support, man, so much. Thank you. That really helps. Guys, to be honest, money's great. We appreciate it, but we do this because we love it, and to get that validation, it does mean a lot. But it's not everything. But I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like it doesn't help. That's great, man. Thank you so much. Also, Jack, did you say
data isn't cheap? Robot cameras aren't cheap. People's time isn't cheap. And none of this is none of this is easy or cheap. So thank you, Jared. You're the best. You're awesome. Thank you. If you're ever down here, please come shake my hand, and I will give you. I'll give you redacted. I'll give you a special piece of memorabilia. How about that?
What?
Nothing.
Good. Oh boy. Okay. Jack, did you say quirks and features before?
Did I?
You said we had quirks and features. This is a Starship Ship 31. Sorry. Sorry, that's something different.
You lost me. Sorry, buddy.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Somebody will get it. Somebody will get it. See? 1320 Jack. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good deal.
All right, we're going to keep going through the support queue. It's up to 42 minutes. I'm not doing a good job. So we have it. Yarden Dantho becoming a Red Team member. We appreciate it. Bob Smith. EJ sounds like he got sleep, ate his Wheaties, and is rocking the espresso. You're half right. Supercharged and kicking butt. I'm just happy to be here, Bob. I actually got about 2 hours of sleep. I'm one coffee deep right now with 2 hours of sleep. And we're gonna lay by the bay and make things out of clay. We just may. What do you say?
Yeah. You know how little sleep I've had? You know that one song that's like, "What is love?" I just want that song, but they replaced the word love with sleep. That is the internal monologue in my head right now. It's just that song, but replace the word love with sleep. That's it. It's just I can't escape it.
So did you get a lot of sleep? No. Yes. Okay, so Michael McMaster's upgraded his membership, upgrading to Red Team. Thanks, Michael. We really appreciate it. All right, Dave with a $5 super chat. Since there are going to be less tiles, if the ship breaks up on reentry, will that trigger an FAA investigation? Trevor, analysis.
No, thankfully this is still one of the allowed failure modes of this vehicle that will not trigger an FAA investigation. Basically, everything about the reentry and landing burn of the ship is considered, experimental probably isn't the right word, but I'll use it anyway. And that does not trigger an accident investigation. So I think the allowed exceptions to for a mishap not causing it is like if there's a problem during the ship not following its trajectory during reentry, as long as it's within that reentry corridor. If there are any issues with the Raptor engines igniting, and I think there was like one or two more, so no, it would not trigger an FAA mishap.
Cool. Guys, I'm going to keep rattling through the support queue. So we have Tyler Dirks becoming a Pad Rat member. We appreciate that. Grisu, 19,840. $4.20 for the memes. All right, I'll allow it, Grisu. I'll allow it. Anonymous with a store message. Leroy Jenkins. Oh my gosh, he just went in. Stick to the plan. Stick to the plan, chums.
Is that thing like 20 years old at this point? Are we just?
Yeah, I was about to say I probably just dated myself with that. And if you don't get it, yes, sorry about that.
We're so old.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Yeah, see, because you're young. When in 20 years, Trevor, you're gonna find something from your childhood that you really appreciated. You're gonna say it. You're gonna be like, "Oh, I remember this thing," and everyone's gonna be like, "I don't know what you're talking about, old man."
Yeah, people are gonna be like, "Who's Taylor Swift?" Or no one will ever be like that. People are gonna be like, I don't know. It's gonna happen to you. I used to be hip. Then what was hip changed, and now it's weird and scary. I forget the Simpsons quote.
Remember, Jack, it's hip to be square. Okay. Rebecca with the store. What? Yeah, that's good too. It goes in the square hole. Sorry. Too far. Rebecca, go Starship, go NSF. Thank you, Rebecca. We appreciate the support. Chad Hone becoming a red team member. That's very Chad tier of you, Chad. Thank you very much. JC Davis. Doesn't the amount of hot staging rings they plan on disposing of limit how many V1 booster flights they can do? Jack, does it?
Sorry, talking while muted.
No, all good.
Yeah, no, I think there was this is so an Alex question. There was a specific number of hot stage rings they said that
20.
they were going to. Thank you, Trevor. So there you go. Maybe, but they can always ask for more, I assume. I don't know. This is very much an Alex question, but I do think that the hot stage ring will be integrated fairly soon into the booster, but it's still going to need to be removable, right? Because they need to work on the forward dome of the booster. But I'm not too worried about it for these version 1 boosters. It's not a big deal, and ultimately, I do think we will see a version 1 booster reuse. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think they'll reuse? Like I don't think there's like a limiting factor on booster 1 number of flights, other than at a certain point they are just going to move on to version 2.
Trevor, what do you think? You think they're going to put a new hot staging ring on a reused booster?
Yeah, I do. I think it'll probably be like the V1.2 non-block 5 boosters to the
yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah,
the first
so it'll
Falcon
be
9s where they only ever reflew them once and they changed out the interstage and a bunch of other stuff kind of thing.
Yeah, did they change out the interstage?
Oh, I thought so. I could be wrong.
They swapped an interstage to like a Falcon Heavy nose cone, if I'm recalling correctly. Like I don't know about swapping interstage to interstage though.
Yeah, true. They have done the Falcon Heavy nose cone conversions, but yeah, I'm not sure about the interstage.
Cool.
Yeah. No, regardless, that's what I'm personally expecting, is that there'll be some limited reuse, and it'll probably be, more refurbishment, less reuse to start. And then, just like we've seen with Falcon, as they get more and more confident in the system, they will start doing just inspections. And then eventually they'll space out when they do those inspections. And it'll be an awesome process to track.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a good time. Yeah, I think we'll see them do that. But you probably want to move to full hot staging ring integration sooner rather than later. All right, we will bust through a little bit more of the support queue. You guys are going faster than I can clear the thing. You know what? I'm not upset, but also I'm.
To be fair, I'm also kind of just delighting in slowing you down. So.
Oh, geez. Okay, Aaron Crosby with a $5 super chat. I'll be ordering my Flight 6 patch before getting my Flight 5 patch. Thank you, Chris, for hooking me up after USPS lost the first one. You all rock. Oh, yeah, no problem, Aaron. Yeah, Chris is good people. He's the man. He's the Burgonator. Okay. Anonymous with a store message. Good luck. Ship 13. Starship. Booster 13, ship 31. Fly high, land well. Guaranteed excitement. Yeah, baby. Let's go. We got Okie Dad becoming a Pad Rat member. I do appreciate it. We all appreciate that, Okie. Thank you very much. Anonymous with another store message here. I missed the Starship Flight number 5 patch. Will it be offered again? Right now, if it's gone, it's gone. Maybe in the future, but there's no guarantees. Unlike the booster here, unlike the flight today, excitement, I don't know, excitement guaranteed here, but we got no guarantees on those patch. Once they're gone, they're gone. So we'll see, but who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, if you're driving right now, like pull over safely in a safe place and buy it now. Like if you want it, you should get it now. Whatever you're doing, you should do it now because it's gonna sell out. And I'd hate getting the DMs from people who are like, "Oh, what do I do?" And it's like, "I'm sorry, it's out. Like it's just how it is. I'm sorry."
It's out of our control, man. It's out of our control. Derek S. gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Derek, thank you so much for the support, buddy. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. All right. We got 12 with a $2 super chat. Let's make this water tower fly. I'm in. Let's go. Brad Neese, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Do appreciate it, Brad. All right. Telstar86, time to go to work. See y'all at the launch with a £2 sterling super chat. Thank you very much. All right. David with a $10 super chat. What do you got for me? All right. Port Isabel. You're at Port Isabel. Park my Tesla M Model 3P on the beach, on the rocks facing the launch pad as close as you can get from this side. Let's light it. I mean, if you get stuck, David, Jack can, he has a, digging service, apparently, that he can come and help you. Just, shoot him a message. It's fine.
And a Land Rover. I can yank things with it. I have 4 low.
Yes, 4 low, baby. 4 low.
I've got big chunky all-terrain tires, and I love pulling stuff.
Heck yeah, brother. That's what I'm talking about, man.
I've been in Texas long enough. I think it's starting to get into my bloodstream.
Where's your pickup truck, buddy? You got that dang Land Rover. That ain't no pickup truck.
Dang old Land Rover doesn't make a pickup truck.
Defender? Nice try.
Oh, that's true. Oh man, I would so drive a classic Defender. Hey, buddy, we're still going slow on the support. I ruined it again.
I know, dude. This is kind of your fault, but now SpaceX is ruining it because they just tweeted. They have said, here. Let me just make sure that Carson has it in the back channel so all these fine people can say it. Yes, he does. All right, all systems and weather are looking good for today's flight test of Starship. The live launch webcast on X will go live a little bit before liftoff. There you go, which is targeting 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. There you go. That's good news. Trending in the right direction, guys.
Top of the window. I like it. I like it a lot.
That moon photo is so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of photographers that have gotten that lineup over the last couple days. I know Adam Byrne got it. Kraus got it. I think Max definitely got it. Max nailed it. You love to see that. You love to see people getting cool stuff out here. It's always kind of wild whenever there's a launch and everyone descends on Starbase, and I'm like, we friends, all the people that I love working with and being friends with, and then everyone leaves, and it's like tumbleweed passes by, and it's like crickets, and I'm like, well, where'd all my friends go? So. This has been cool. I always love seeing all the amazing content that everybody in the community makes.
Cool. We got Dylan with another story. What's up?
It's a metal print.
It's a metal print? Oh, Dude, Jack, I don't know if you were here before when I noticed this, but if you look at that picture, the Starship Moonrise picture, Carson, if you could zoom in on like above Starship's nose cone, Starship in that picture is pointed at the Sea of Tranquility on the moon. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but that right there, that darker area is a lunar basaltic lowlands. That's where all the Apollo missions landed. Not in that particular area, but in all the darker spots around the moon. It is pointed at
Wow.
the Sea of Tranquility. It's quite literally pointed at Apollo 11's landing site, which is pretty cool.
That's fantastic. Max,
Right?
you know, they call him Mr. Clean, and they call him that for a reason. That is a fantastic exposure.
Beautiful. Also, if you look at this picture, there's people on top of the tower, so you can really grasp the scale here. Yeah, those little pixels that are on top of the tower are people walking up there. So this isn't small.
No, sir.
She's a beast. Okay,
beast.
Dylan, what's up?
I was just saying a beast.
Yeah, it's
sorry.
a beast. It's all good. Dylan, store message. Tin can rocket, good. You sure have made a tank watcher out of me. Go Flight 6. That is the goal, Dylan. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, Kyle, thank you for all your coverage. NSF, you're awesome. Go Flight 6. Yeah, baby. I'm trying to lighten around. Jack, I got it down to 30 minutes here. All right, so I've been following Starships since BFR and watching since NSF Starhopper. I love you guys. Right back at you, Justin. You've brought back my passion for rocketry from when I was watching Shuttle. As a Shuttle fan, Justin, I'm right there with you. I know exactly what you mean. You get that anticipation and excitement from Starship. It's carrying the torch, figuratively, of the Shuttle program. And, dude, nothing makes me happier. What's up?
Did you experience kind of like... Okay, so I grew up in Florida, right? And I was a super turbo space nerd. I saw the shuttle a bunch of times. I was fortunate enough to see it once from the Causeway. Like, my family got a car pass somehow. And we drove on. We were like 6 miles away from, I think it was STS-88. And so I was super into spaceflight my whole entire childhood, up until about, I don't know, early high school. And then I kind of just checked out. And I think that coincides with, like, shuttle retiring, and really not much happening at all. And I just sort of lost that part of me. And then, after I moved out to California and realized Vandenberg existed, and that was right about the time that SpaceX was starting to attempt soft water landings. And that was about the time where I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. This is interesting.
Pretty neat.
Yeah, and then at that time, that's after, like, in the time where I had sort of lost my interest, that's when I learned cameras and began being a photographer and whatnot. So I don't know, I sort of had this weird lull in my life where I wasn't a huge space nerd. So yeah, I completely identify with that statement from Justin. I don't know if you sort of had a similar experience, EJ.
So Jack, I went to college in Florida. So
what school?
Full Sail. I'm a Full Sail University graduate.
What?
That's in Central Florida. It's down the street from UCF.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
We went to the same school, buddy. I didn't know that.
What?
Yeah.
When'd you graduate?
1780.
Yeah. Thanks, Trevor. 1780. I graduated in 1780. I think it was 2010. I'm pretty sure it was 2010. I don't know. That whole part of my life is a blur.
Know?
I said, I don't know, Trevor. That whole part of my life is a blur. I'm 36 years old. I've lost a lot of brain cells over the years, okay? Can you not give this poor old man a hard time?
Okay.
Wait, what program did you go through, Jack?
Film, my guy.
Oh, see, I was over in the computer animation department by the Albertsons. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
then they closed down the Albertsons.
Yeah,
they closed down the Albertsons and turned it into more and more classrooms. That's really cool. We at some point when we're doing a pre-show or post-show for the members from like the Flame Trench or what have you, you and I should have a Full Sail discussion because I have a lot to say about that school that is both good and very bad. But I'll leave it at that.
It exists. It's not a bad thing. I mean, graduated when I was 20. That's cool. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going with the support queue. We will definitely talk about that later.
Just really quickly, if anybody out there wants to do something like that, and you're like, oh, but it's so much money. Pro tip: go in some sort of armed service and then use the GI Bill to pay for it.
A lot of people did that.
It'll take a little bit longer, but guess what? No student loans means you are in the zone. Anyways, let's move on.
I mean, either that or treat Full Sail like a graduate school. That's the way to do it.
Is that the last car leaving, or one of the last cars?
Yeah, last cars are leaving, and the last tanker actually left in the middle when you were talking about living in Florida. Yeah, tanker went out, dude.
Let's go.
We're seeing steps trending in the right direction, along with a tweet from SpaceX to make, yeah, we're trending right. That's good. Trending good for a launch. All right, I'm going to keep going through these super chats here. Justin, that was an awesome thing in the support queue. Thank you very much. So we have Echo Deal with a $2 super chat as long as we don't get big bada boom. Well, excitement's going to be guaranteed either way, buddy. Okay,
Big
the Guardian
bada
441. What's up?
Big bada boom.
Bada boom. Yeah, big bada boom in a cab, remember?
You actually do kind of sound like Bruce Willis, just naturally, and then of course you're good at accents. That's highly amusing.
I'm not from New York, so it's kind of insulting. Just saying. I'm just kidding. Anyway, so we got €5 from Guardian 441. Thank you so much, all the NSF, and your incredible output and coverage. Yeah, hey, no problem. We wouldn't be here unless you guys were supporting us. Seriously, we really appreciate it. So, Matt Sherwin, $5 super chat. Could SpaceX create a man-made pool as a backup to landing? Have a man-made body of water to easily recover vessels, easy rather than if the tower got damaged? Trevor, you want this one?
I assume they're talking as an abort, like instead of hitting the tower, abort into some pool. But the good news for SpaceX is they don't need to make a pool. There's a massive one called the ocean right next to them, and what they do is they actually target a spot just like a little bit off the shore in the ocean, so that if there's something wrong with the vehicle, they just go splash into that spot. Just like we saw on CRS-16, and then it's not until last minute where they really do that translation to get over to the launch site and go for a catch attempt.
Can we take a moment and just really think about this? Because at some point there's going to be an abort of a super heavy landing. And the memes, when that happens, are going to be just completely amazing. Because it's going to be coming at the tower, and then it's going to nope out and go into the Gulf, I assume.
Yeah.
like the I must go, my people need me kind of, like, it's going to be very meme-worthy.
Yep.
Okay, people are saying it's the Gulf, not an ocean. It's essentially an ocean. I'll stand by my comment.
6, half a dozen.
If we were standing on South Padre Island and we were standing on the beach and somebody said, "Hey, look, the ocean over there," you'd know what they were talking about, guys. I'm with Trevor on this one.
It's an extremely large body of water beyond which you cannot see any land masses, and it will kill you. Ocean.
And there's salt. So
yeah, also salt. Yeah, it's kind of important for ocean.
Yep. Papa Hawkeye 4077, $5 super chat. Is this the flame trench part of the stream? I mean, Jack and I are here, so yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to right the ship though. I'm trying not to run the ship aground like what we usually do, you know. Trying.
This isn't the flame trench portion. This is the sleep deprivation portion, I think.
Yeah. Dean with a $5 super chat. Here you go, EJ. Longest place name in New Zealand. Nope. Okay, next. Nope.
I thought for a second, like, you got me. I thought for a second you were gonna
nope.
You were gonna attempt it. Yeah.
Nope. No, I'm good, man. I don't need to do that. Okay, Varya here with a €2 super chat. Ilya is a little kitten. Yes. Ilya is a little kitten. Thank you very much. Jerwa with the $20 super chat. Greetings from.
What happened earlier in the stream? Like, what happened 34 minutes ago that everyone is doing this?
Everyone from Sweden decided to super chat, and they figured out that I don't pronounce Swedish things right. And they all sat here and they were like, "Oh, EJ, say ham sandwich in Swedish," which is like "myrkadur." And I'm like, "Yep, all right." So that's the story. Jerwa, nope, not saying that one. That's not a real
That's
place.
like,
go away.
Also, what's up, Jerwa? It's like when people found out that Adrian couldn't say squirrel.
Okay, dude, I'm trying to keep up with the support queue. It's not working, man. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying. All right, we got Robin Fukink. Robin, I am not saying that right, and I'm afraid to pronounce that, to be honest, okay? 1163 super chat, thank you very much. or 11 euros. How does SpaceX place the booster on the OLM after a catch? Is the booster too far out on the chopsticks? I'd imagine it wouldn't fit. Does it move on the chopsticks after landing? Trevor, this one's right up your alley. Tell them about the chopsticks and how they work.
Yeah, so I think there are a little bit of control for both rotation of the vehicle to align it with all of the pins and also the translation of the vehicle, but I'm honestly not entirely sure what that system looks like. And they've done several modifications on it, so.
Okay. Chris K with a 279 Canadian, so 199 super chat. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it, buddy. All right. Derek Gamble with a $10 Canadian super chat. I want to get down for the next launch. Where's the best spot to watch? Preferably around other rocket peeps. 6,000 kilometer round trip. I want it to be a great time. What's a kilometer? No, Jack, I think you would be suited. Yeah, right. I think you'd be suited to answer this one. Where you're the local yokel down there. Where would you go?
Yeah, so there's like two sort of main options. If you want to be like as close as possible, but it's a little bit more of a sort of a roughing it type vibe or atmosphere, then you're going to want to go to the Rocket Ranch, which actually, the Rocket Ranch proper is not roughing it, but the outpost, sometimes you have to be here, like if it's a dawn launch, sometimes you have to be here all night. People will put up tents and stuff. It's really cool. Anyways, I'm at the outpost right now. I like this view. That's my favorite view. You see flaps while the ship is on the pad. You're not just looking at a straight tube, which is important to me as a photographer. That said, if you do not want to do Rocket Ranch, or if you're like with your family and a whole bunch of like really little kids or whatever, although I feel like you'd be fine at the outpost, you can also do like the resort vibe and go to South Padre Island and watch from Isla Blanca Park. Isla Blanca Park's about 5 miles, and the outpost is about, I think it's 3.8 miles, something like that, right on the edge of the blast danger area. So yeah, Rocket Ranch and in South Padre Island. Also, South Padre Island is awesome because it has, like I said, the resort experience. The Margaritaville is there. That's where they host some of our cameras there. Margaritaville rules. It's a really nice hotel. There's like restaurants and stuff in it. They got a bunch of pools, all that. It's a whole 9 yards. It's right there on the beach. If you get the right room, you can see this. Would be your view out of your balcony. So you could even theoretically not even have to go to the Isla Blanca Park, which you can see in the foreground there. You could just hang out in your balcony. So shout out to the Margaritaville and shout out to Rocket Ranch. This is the view from Rocket Ranch. So yeah, can we just like toggle back and forth right quick a couple times? Like, see what I mean? You get flaps from the outpost. I can see the flaps. Here it's kind of like a tube, which is sick because the rocket does roll very shortly after it lifts off. So you do need to take that into account, but yeah, those would be my recommendations: is South Padre Island, Isla Blanca Park, stay at the Margaritaville, or Rocket Ranch Outpost. Both excellent options.
Okay, Eric Fraser trying to get me to pronounce something that I can't pronounce again. Thank you for the $5 super chat, and it's gone. It's gone, Eric. Please move to the back of the support queue, and it's gone.
Thank you, Eric. Ooh, helicopter.
Right. Yeah, there we go. Austin Skirvin with a $5 tip. Flight 6 hype. How much bacon could fit in the full stack? Will Captain Jack wear a kilt while videoing the launch in a kayak?
No. Didn't somebody ask ChatGPT how much bacon would fit in the nose cone? I feel like they did. So we saw this if you're watching this stream and you're like, what is going on with this helicopter? We saw this for Flight 5 as well. There's sort of a fuel tank that is stationed here roadside, and this helicopter will come up, land, refuel, and then head out. So pretty nifty. just so happened to luck out and have our highway location and cameras be literally directly across from the road from where this happens. I assume this helicopter is being used for range security. So pretty neat to see. You love to see it.
That's pretty neat. Yep. Okay,
pretty neat.
So if you guys, so they got
with
two
an electric Hummer.
Oh,
is
neat.
it? Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It's towing a diesel generator, though, Trevor.
Yeah, it's towing a diesel generator. It's called a range extender.
That's the best hybrid car ever.
Yeah, you can go anywhere, buddy.
Oh my, that's pretty funny. I was gonna say, yeah, the vehicle on the left is shore power for the helicopter, the electric Humvee, right? And the vehicle on the right, if you notice, they're pulling a trailer, and the trailer has a load indicator on it. It's that red diamond at the back of the trailer. Now, if you're carrying over, so if people wondering what's that diamond for? If you're carrying over a certain quantity of any particular commodity, you have to indicate it on your load. The reason why is if something goes wrong and a firefighter needs to come, they need to know what you're carrying so they can know how to fight the fire correctly. In this
those
particular
safety placards you always see on semi trucks and whatever. I always love when I'm on a road trip and I see like a new one. It'll be like a black diamond with an 8 on it. The higher the number, the worse it is. And it'll be like, ooh, what is 1508 corrosive? And like the icon is like a hand with a beaker pouring liquid onto it, and the hand is like melting away. But yeah, you gotta know what's spilled if something spills, because that stuff's hazardous. I always love identifying what is what.
Exactly. DOT regulations say when you carry over a certain quantity, you have to indicate. And let's say that fuel tank that truck is towing is over the quantity. I believe it's 100 gallons. And if that doesn't make any sense, just it's a lot. You have to carry a lot. Some people have gallons. I don't know what that means. But if you notice, that one said 1863 on it. 1863 is jet fuel, or well, in this case, helicopter fuel. So that's I'm pretty sure that's Jet A. Somebody in chat just double check me just to be absolutely sure. I'm pretty sure it's 100 gallons, Oguz, but I don't know. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I read DOT.
Someone in chat is saying it's 50. I have no idea if they're right or not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm loving this helicopter action.
Jay, yeah, I'm right. Cool. All right, it's been a while, dude. I do like trucks. If you don't know me, guys, I like trucks. There's Dodge Ram quad cab dually right there that's pulling that trailer. That's pretty cool. I'm
Actually,
a fan.
DJ, did you see those? Did you see those? The Scout, the new EV Scout. Have you seen that?
I have. It looks like a
think?
Rivian with a Scout logo on it.
It looks better than a Rivian, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's cool, but the Scout had 2 doors. It's a 2-door personal off-road vehicle, like a Jeep Wrangler or something. But then again, Jeep Wranglers have 4 doors nowadays, so what are you going to do?
They got rid of the worst design decision of the Rivian while still looking like a Rivian, so...
That's what I'm saying, Trevor, right? Like...
The front, what was Rivian thinking with the front headlights? They are truly awful.
Wiimote, maybe? I'm with you on that one. It's very, very weird.
Like, I love everything about their vehicle except for the stupid front headlights. They're just
What do you think of
Rockets are
Cybertruck's
cool.
headlights? Yeah. I agree.
Somebody was telling me the Cybertruck headlights fill up with snow because it's recessed.
I saw that in a YouTube video. We'll see. We'll see.
That's so optimal.
Stephen Lewis, UN 1863, flammable liquid placard, fuel aviation, turbine engine. And if you guys notice, that helicopter does have a turbine engine. For anybody that's wondering, that helicopter has a jet engine that's sitting just behind the rotor. It's just behind the red stripe. It's a jet engine, but it's not a jet engine. It's called the turbo shaft. And this, believe it or not, it's not that far off from what a rocket engine does. Certain designs, though. This jet engine is not producing thrust per se, but it's pushing on a turbine wheel, another turbine wheel, and that turbine wheel is on an axle that's connected to the rotor mechanisms. It's a little more complicated than that. It has a lot more to do with planetary gear sets and reduction gears and stuff, but that's the gist of it. If you have a jet engine that's designed to create shaft horsepower, it's a turbo shaft.
I understand that, but how do they eliminate the side fumbling?
Hydrocoptic nozzle vanes.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
You got to go with the hydrocoptic. You can't do the hydrophobic. That'll just screw it all up.
Well, yeah. Yeah, of course. So a rocket engine in this particular case would use a turbine and a gas generator to turn a pump. Like a Raptor engine does the same thing, but instead of like turning a shaft, right, you're turning a fuel impeller. Your fuel pumps are connected to the jet engine in a rocket engine design. Now, don't get me wrong, fellas, ladies and gentlemen, it is a little bit more complicated than that, but here's the thing about rocket science. Rocket science is pretty easy to understand. It's hard to do. That's the hard part. Doing it is the hard part. But yeah, fundamentally, it's pretty simple.
The fact that turbines are so integral to both rocket engines and jet engines is fascinating to me, and it's like the pinnacle of human technological, metallurgical, manufacturing expertise. Is how do we make fans spin really fast?
Yep. Yeah, pretty much, dude. It's a freaking windmill. That's what it is. Bruce, EJ, jet operation is suck, squeeze, bang, and blow. Yep, that's right. You have a compressor, right? The compressor compresses the air through either radial or axial staging. That's right. Or you could have it single stage if you want, right? And then from there you go into a plenum. The plenum goes into a combustor. Into your combustor, goes out through the turbine. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. That's jet engines in a nutshell. Now a rocket engine doesn't do that though. A rocket engine has a gas generator. So instead of pulling in air from an intake, right? Like from atmosphere, I mean, where the rocket goes doesn't have any atmosphere. So you got to use the oxidizer. I mean, oftentimes you use the oxidizer that comes with the rocket, and you have kind of half of a jet engine. You have your injectors for your fuel and oxidizer, and then you have a gas generator, and you have a turbine, and that turbine spins your fuel pumps. In that case, that's called a turbo pump, right? Not that far off. Right.
What would be the equivalent for a rocket engine? Like sip, squish. Yeah, I don't know. We got to come up with an equivalent.
Well, it has an you have a fluid pickup in the tank, so it would still be suck, but fluids are incompressible. So.
Well, I was thinking sip because the turbo pump is sipping the fuel to squish the fuel and compress it and get it flowing into the chamber. Then once it's in the chamber, maybe the spray. Sip, squish, spray.
It's definitively
burn.
less compressed in the chamber than it is.
But it's compressed before. All right, I'm gonna stop. This is awful.
Yeah, I mean, Trevor's right. After the injector plate, I mean, it depends on the rocket engine design. We don't get too detailed into it. But Trev, right, like you want atomization post-injector plate so you can get your propellants to spread out so they can atomize better, right?
Yeah, like it's all about in the main combustion chamber, you want to mix your two propellants in basically as ideal of a way as you can, because you want to burn as much of your propellant as possible, and you want to have as little excess oxygen as possible, with the asterisk that you don't actually want to run perfectly at stoichiometric, because then your efficiency is a little bit lower and you would have so much heat.
Yep. Yeah, Trevor, we were talking about Merlin engines before you popped in, and I was saying the reason why Falcon 9 has the soot all over it is because there goes the helicopter, because the gas generator runs fuel rich, so does the engine. So you get a lot of unburnt hydrocarbons coming out of the exhaust.
Yeah,
I love that it just goes down the road. It's just using the road.
Yep.
The gas generator on Merlin runs incredibly fuel rich. If you look at some of SpaceX's testing footage that they've released of Merlin, you'll see that the exhaust from that gas generator is almost like it's dark black soot.
Rolls coal, man.
Yeah. The only form of rolling coal that isn't stupid.
That's what I kept saying, and I wanted you to say that because I like diesel trucks, and I'm with you on that one. Dude, the rocket engine runs rich because it has to. Rolling coal, you're just wasting fuel.
Yeah,
you're just wasting fuel. With a diesel motor, because adiabatic compression, you're just wasting fuel. That's all. There, I said it. I'm saying that as a truck guy. It's just a waste.
Gareth in chat says sip, spray, crackle, push.
Look what Alex said in the back channel.
Oh, what did Alex say? Hang on.
Suck, pre-burn, burn again, and shoot. That's pretty good, man.
Also good.
Oh boy. Okay, a little bit more support here. Snackless with the $2 super chat. EJ, you're wearing the good luck hat. I am. I have my SpaceX hat on, and I have my SpaceX Dragon shirt on. I have my SpaceX Dragon 1 shirt. I was wearing it during the first ever landing, Falcon 9, Orbcom 2. I was there. And then I wore it during the first ever Falcon Heavy landing. I was there as well with Das screaming like a madman. So, yep, still kind of cringe to watch. But hey, the rocket growled at me. I had to growl back. I'm sorry. It was just some primal instinct that took over. I don't know what to tell you.
I really need to go back and watch. I assume it's on Twitch still, on DOS's Twitch. I need to go back and watch that.
It's there. Yep. And then I had this shirt on during the first booster catch too, and actually every Starship mission. So this is the lucky shirts necklace. We got it, man. Okay. All right. You guys want to switch over to questions? I totally lost the support queue. We are an hour behind on that. Ugh. Oh boy. Uh-oh. I see people tagging Bideford in yeah. Okay. Yep, Bideford's here, Jack. Oh.
Sorry, I was completely muted. Sorry. Yay! What's up, Bideford? Always love seeing her name pop up in
with
chat.
the Hundies.
Oh, holy cow! With a Hundi, Bideford.
Yeah, it's a Hundies, dude.
Come on. Thank you, Bideford, so much now and always. You're the best. Mark buddies.
Thank you, Bideford. Cool. Do you guys want to switch over to questions, or should I keep trying to keep up with the support queue? I feel like that's...
I've been throwing some questions in there, and I know you got to go soon, so let's do some questions.
All right, question it up.
Y'all, you don't have to, send us money for us to answer your question. Just at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we'll see your question pop up here and maybe answer it. So, EJ, do you want to pick the questions?
Yeah, I'll pick one, dude.
To pick the question.
No, I got it. We good. I'll move hosting duties over to you in a little bit. So
that sounds good to me.
Yeah, all right, man. Let's get her done. So this question here, coming from the question queue. Remember, guys, you can at NASASpaceflight. We'll answer the questions. I'm trying to get through as much of this as I possibly can. This is from Admiral Marith. All right, what do we got? Were there any obvious changes to Booster 13 from Booster 12 noticeable when Booster 13 rolled out? This is a Trevor question. Am I wrong?
The only real big thing that I noticed is there's definitely some more reinforcement on the chine, so hopefully we won't see the chine ripped off again during that landing burn. However, largely Booster 13 and Booster 12 are very similar. The obvious changes, or the changes were much more obvious on the ship.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it seems more or less similar, right? But that doesn't mean that every booster coming out in the future is going to be similar. SpaceX changes stuff, and they change stuff fast, and they change a lot of things. So, we'll see. All right, we got Chaos King right here. What will SpaceX do if they find out the missing tiles for the catching hardware are essential? Ooh, this is a good one. Jack, you want this one?
Yeah, I think at that point they're going to have to start to think about some sort of aero cover with tiles over it, or, some sort of retractable kind of deal. But obviously the best part is no part, so if they can get away with it and just stick some pins on the side of the ship like they have for the booster, then go with that. If those pins melt off when you do that, or if the tiles need to be there, or what have you, then this is how you iterate. It's like first principles kind of things where you're making sure you're not doing unnecessary stuff. And that's part of the reason why this is such a cool mission, because they are sort of going intense with the heat shield.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, guys, here's the thing. Can anybody honestly sit here and tell me that even if that's the case, SpaceX won't find a way around this? I mean, they caught the booster, all right? They caught the booster. That was their solution to rapid turnaround, catching the booster. An idea that up until when it happened seemed completely unorthodox and crazy. But here we are. I'm like, I don't mean to just be a complete fanboy, but you'd be crazy to go against SpaceX's technical capabilities here. Like, they'll figure it out. They'll figure out a way to do it. Whether it's less parts or more parts. I mean, most likely, like what you said, Jack, it's going to be less parts. But hey, wait a minute. Are those chopsticks moving?
Yeah, they're moving. They're opening up.
Oh, excellent.
Another step closer to launch. Sorry, I'm in a good mood today. Can you tell?
Dude. I think you are. You know, you're in such a good mood. Do you want to take over writing this commanding this ship? Because I've been steering the ship for the past, I don't know, 6 hours. You want to take command?
I gotcha.
Okay.
Are you still hanging out?
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here until I am relieved of duty. He said duty.
All right. And you do it good, Peter. Wow.
All right.
Let's do some more questions. Oh, here's more of a statement. Airbreath says the Gulf of Mexico is a small ocean basin lying between the North American plate and the Yucatan block. For those of the people who are saying it's not the ocean, it's the ocean. We were talking about booster abort earlier, and Stephen Lewis said, doesn't the go/no-go for catch happen at boostback? Yes. However, it is my understanding that the booster can still abort up to a certain point. I think there is probably a point of no return. That would make sense to me. But up to a point, the booster can be like, nope. So, yeah, that'll be funny to see someday, although, it'll be a bump in the road for the Starship program. But who knows? Maybe it'll never happen.
Okay.
Dampferfreund? Hopefully I'm saying that right. They say, is it known whether SpaceX has buoys in the target area again, or are there only pictures from an aircraft? I believe our very own Gavin had some tweets. Yeah, was it yesterday about some ships out in the Indian Ocean? So I would say that's highly likely that they're out there deploying buoys in the recovery area. That's pretty neat. What do you guys think?
Or
You
as
think we'll
Chris
get buoy
would
cam
say,
again?
a boy.
Dude, I can't call it that. You know, I hate admitting this. They're technically right. You know, buoyancy, dude. It's buoy. All right, I'm sorry.
Yes,
you guys may have
agree.
Yeah, right. So you guys may have invented the language, but we appropriated it. It's ours now. We took it. Okay.
Yeah, you can't have it back. Sorry.
You can't have it back.
All right. Well, I think EJ, we're gonna swap you out for good old Sawyer. So
I
EJ,
am the
thank
weakest
you.
link.
Goodbye.
Oh, all right, guys. Well, hey, it was very fun steering the ship for the past 6 hours. I hope you guys enjoyed it. But we do have Sawyer coming in. My buddy from the Northeast, even though he's from New York, we still love him. And he's not from New York, he's from Jersey, for what it's worth. He'll correct me on that. But yeah, it's my time. See, the alarm's going off. It's my time to go. It's my phone's going off. It's my time to go. Thank you very much for having me. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed the hype, and we're gonna keep going. Jack's here now, so the hype train is intact. And Trevor, I'm sure you can tell from his enthusiasm, his very, very big enthusiasm, that the hype train is not stopping. Trevor, am I right?
We're under 6 hours from launch. It's the hype is getting hyper. As you can see, those chopsticks are now in the getting close to that launch position. That's what we want to see.
That is exciting, Trevor, if I've ever heard it. But anyway, I'm out, guys. Thank you very much for having me, and I will see you guys all later. Sawyer, you're up, buddy. No problem.
Thanks, EJ, for running the stream for many hours in the odd hours of the night. So thank you.
All right.
How you doing, Sawyer?
I'm doing great. I think it was smart on whoever planned the schedule here that it's not good to have the entire Flame Trench crew on at the same time because this would devolve into somehow even more chaos. But I'm excited to be here. Excited that we are at launch day finally again for Starship.
Yeah, I don't even feel like finally is applicable.
A month still feels like an eternity for Starship.
Yeah, fair. But yeah, welcome, Sawyer. Thank you for jumping on stream, good buddy.
My pleasure.
How about do some more questiones?
See.
Dylan is asking, I've asked before but got overlooked, how do you think starships or super heavy boosters will arrive in Florida? Will they launch from Starbase and land in Florida, or a second factory in Florida? Trevor, what do you think?
Yeah, so they definitely aren't going to be launching from Texas and landing in Florida. So the two real options are production in Florida and barging vehicles in somehow from the Cape, from Starbase, not from the Cape. I personally still am a little skeptical of the barging idea. If anything, I see them doing it more as sending parts from Starbase to the Cape for final assembly. But I would be pretty surprised if we see full vehicles barged. So my guess is that they'll be produced in Florida, but we know that there has been talks of barging them.
And also worth noting that in the last
what do you think,
flyover we
Sawyer?
did of KSC, that we saw them already starting to put up tents that could potentially be for Starship work. We know that there's an over 40-acre plan to expand the Roberts Road facility, and it's very likely that would be for Starship, if I had to guess. So I think a lot of it's going to be shifting production to Kennedy. Maybe barge the first couple, but otherwise, I think KSC is going to start seeing Starship building.
Just like barge a used booster over there. If anything happens to it, wave hits it, sinks into the sea, no big deal. And then once you get it there, you can use it for like fit checks and stuff. Make sure everything is working. Maybe do some proof tests with it. Make sure the tank farm is working right. And then, yeah, good to go. And eventually, of course, they're going to build that big honkin' factory there for Starship. Let's see. Ron Stream S20 is asking, is the B-57 NASA plane out for this launch? I believe it is. Does anyone know for sure? I feel like I saw it file a flight plan this morning or something like that. I saw that go by on the socials.
Yeah, I believe I saw that. I'm sorry, I believe I saw that flight plan as well. We should have the WB-57, which for those who don't know, it's NASA's high altitude plane that they have that has a giant tracking camera on it. A lot of times you'll see it used for capsule re-entries, but I believe that we will keep an eye on flight radar, and certain Mr. Map will be keeping an eye on the flight map as well.
Good deal. Yeah, I love the B-57. It's one of my favorite aircraft. It's like a 1950s, 1960s era, like World War II, or not World War II, 1950s, 1960s era, like super old design that has just been sort of kept up and kept going over the years for different purposes, using a really cool gimbal stabilized camera system in the nose. It's just a cool plane. Everyday Space Nerds asking, when do you think the first humans will launch on Starship? This is a good one. Oh, should I go first and give you two the time to think, or do either of you have like an answer ready to go?
I don't know. It's going to be a while.
True. I mean, I'm going to say 2028.
It's kind of what I was thinking.
Define humans on Starship, because are we talking launching from the Earth on Starship, or just being in Starship for the lunar lander?
Let's go with launch on Earth.
Then, yeah, I think 2028. Although, when it comes to human spaceflight, I think the main focus when Starship starts is HLS, Human Landing Services, getting that vehicle ready to return to the moon for Artemis 3 and 4. I think then we'll start to see them work on, hey, maybe we can have this as a crew vehicle and then start doing all of the other cool, awesome flights that hopefully they have planned in whatever the Polaris program ends up doing with crewed Starship.
Right,
that's
one
interesting. So the first humans to launch on a Starship vehicle might be the ones that are ascending off the lunar surface in an HLS Starship. That's funny.
One interesting thing that could
go ahead.
Help answer this question is we did get that comment from Shotwell the other day where she noted that she thinks in the next 4 years there are going to be 400 Starship launches. And if we combine that with the previous information that I think Elon has said, that they want hundreds, if not thousands, of launches before the first crewed one, like 2028 sounds like a pretty reasonable net date. But for crew. But then again, there's also that comment from Shotwell back in like, oh boy, this is probably like 2019, where she said if they didn't fly humans, and then maybe it was like 2020, if they didn't fly humans in the next like 4 or 5 years, it'd be a huge company failure. So who knows?
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out. Because I was also thinking of that quote from Shotwell, Trevor. Like, if huge company fail, doesn't sound like something that they, it sounds like something they're taking seriously. But at the same time, that was a really aggressive timeline.
Yeah, I mean, that's the SpaceX way. Set absurdly aggressive timelines that no one suffers the disillusion is going to be met, but it keeps teams under schedule pressure, so you end up delivering way faster.
Let's see. KK14 is asking, where's the nearest location at Starbase where they could park a barge for transport? So Starbase is right next to a shipping channel that leads into the port of Brownsville. And when we've seen, for example, the HOS Ridgewind, which is a recovery ship that has come out and pulled pieces of Booster 11 out of the Gulf, as well as its hot stage ring, as well as Booster 12's hot stage ring. All of that comes into the port and then got transported down Highway 4 to Massey's. So over the last several years, there's been a massive utilities project underway to remove all of the overhead lines, all of the overhead power lines from Highway 4. So from Starbase all the way up to the Port Connector Road and then across to the port, it is clear. So in theory, they could just roll a ship the same way they roll, or a booster, the same way they roll them to Massey's, just keep on going all the way up to the Port Connector Road and then all the way over to the port, and then just chuck it on a barge right there. Not a big deal. Lost in Space is asking, how do the space shuttle tiles protect the retractable landing wheels? Possible ship pin solution. Oh, well, good thing we have Sawyer here, because I want to know how this worked. Because they had to have doors, right? And the doors had to have tiles on them. But like, how do you seal that? That seems incredibly complicated.
It does seem incredibly complicated, but yes, they had the doors, as you mentioned, kind of like you would see on, let's say, an Airbus plane, because I know, like, 737, the wheels, you can still see them, but it was pretty tight seal. And one of the interesting things about the shuttle landing gear in particular was that there was no way to mechanically sort of retract it after you drop the gear. So once the gear was down, which was done with the assistance of gravity, it was down and locked. So they had to then take it back into the orbiter processing facility, manually retract the gear, get it back into place, get the doors closed and sealed again. So it was quite a process to be able to do that. I think they'd be able to maybe get it more refined nowadays, especially with the mechanics that they already have with things like the grid fins, but it was quite a process.
I simultaneously miss and don't miss the shuttle. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens with the ship pins here whenever they end up implementing catch hardware. We often talk like whenever you see new hardware show up here in Starbase, it's like another piece of the puzzle. And ship catch hardware on the first ship that has it is going to be a really interesting puzzle piece for sure. Let me do some support really quick so we don't get too behind. It's like there's no way we're going to be able to read them all the way out.
You're an hour
thank you so much, everybody. Trevor, don't do what I did to EJ to me. You can't just learn from what I do and do it back to me. That's not okay.
So you're saying I shouldn't try and slow you down then?
Ben Creasy Vision, thank you for the support. Yes, I am traumatized from the Dawn launches. Mr. Stufus, thank you for the $9.99 curly L's there. And I'm not gonna read that. Sorry. Mats Gosselar again with 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much, Mats. Bill, thank you so much for the super chat. Yep, there is a VIP TFR today, so we'll see what happens with that. Jason, thank you for grabbing a print from the store. Looks like it's a Max print. Fun fact, if you didn't know, photographer that took the print or took the photo gets a portion of the sale, and it really makes all the difference for when you're renting gear, buying cameras, buying lenses, buying gas to get here, all of that stuff. So I know Max appreciates it. Stockbridge Locomotive Works, that's a cool name. Thank you for the $20. They say thanks for the great coverage. When the time comes, how will SpaceX handle booster and ship FTS with a rapid turnaround? I think we saw a rapid increase in speed of FTS installation for this flight versus previous, and I think as time goes on, that will only get faster, and maybe they even just start leaving it on there or something. Who knows? Roland Hines, thank you for the support. They say today's my birthday, and I'm excited for the launch. Happy birthday, Roland Hines! Everyone in the chat say, "Happy birthday, Roland!"
Happy birthday!
And if you're not Roland, but it's your birthday today, happy birthday today! You just completed another orbit around a star. How crazy is that? Limeyes 9i, that's a hard name to say. Thanks for becoming a Padrat member. Ronald, thank you for the support. Getting a Flight 6 patch. They say space, the final frontier. The Starship on its 6th maiden voyage to go where no Starship has gone before. Thank you, NSF. Thank you, Ronald. I know, I feel like I could have done that read way better, but oh well. Andy, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Angela becoming a Padrat member. Bacon Warrior 750 gifting a red team membership. Thomas, thank you so much for getting the patch from the store. Once again, once it's gone, it's gone. So if you want it, get it now. Thank you for the love from Germany. Anon with a $20 tip. Thank you. They say, just want to share some of my Rocket Lab profits with my most viewed channel. Let's go Flight 6. Heck yeah. Thank you, Anon. Papa Hawkeye for 4077 becoming a flight engineer. Holy cow. Papa Hawkeye, thank you. The membership program is so key to helping us do what we do. But you know what? When you all come out with support like this, it means we can only continue to upgrade our game as time goes on. So thank you so much for becoming a flight engineer. You get all the sweet perks associated with that, including Discord access and your name at the end of NSF Live. You get flair in chat. You get all kinds of cool stuff. So thank you so much. Deuce, thanks for the super chat. They say, I got to nerd out for just a second with y'all just before Countdown to Launch XXL yesterday and got my blue NSF patch. Looking for red and white now. Let's go. Thanks, Jack. That's awesome. Yeah, that's you got to collect all the patches.
Come to the Cape. I've got the red.
Nice. Oh, looks like the helicopter is rolling out again. Excellent. I must go. My people need me. Poochie died on his way back to his home planet. Good deal. Alex Wilson becoming a Padrat member. Wayne First gifting 5 red team memberships. Thank you both. Matteo got a Flight 6 patch, looks like. They say, let's light this big pointy stick. Let's indeed. Wow, okay, I'm still like an hour behind, but it is what it is. You know what? You don't have to support us.
10 minutes.
You don't have to support us monetarily, y'all. We appreciate y'all just the same. You know, if you don't have the funds, that's all right. It's a giant like community, massively distributed funding system, so it's totally cool. We appreciate all our viewers, and you know what? Just hit the like button if there's something you want to do to help us out. You can hit the like button. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. I know that's like cliche, but it really does help. Share the stream with your friends. Tell your friends, like, hey, this crazy thing is happening today. Here's how you can watch. It really, really, really would mean the world. Because as we continue to reach more viewers, that just means we're going to get more support. And that just means we can do even cooler stuff. Hey, did that lift just go to the pad? I looked away. It was at the roadblock, and then I looked away, and then I looked back, and it wasn't there. Did it go to the pad?
Trying to tell.
No, it's just parked there. Okay, it's just parked there.
Yeah.
Okay, well. Is it a lift? It looks like a crane. All right, well, we'll keep our eyes on it. Matteo. Oh, I did that one already. Thank you, Matteo. All right, how about questions? You think questions?
I think questions.
Tyler's asking, when do you expect we will see HLS hardware or a ship with windows on top of a booster for a flight test? Sawyer, go first.
I'm gonna guess 2026. I mean, we've started to see some of the mock-ups, some of the things they're doing down at Starbase with it. Given the current timeline, emphasis on current timeline for Artemis, I think they're gonna need to have something viable to show to test by 2026 if they want to land theoretically in 27 or 28 for Artemis 3. So I would say early 2026 we start to see them testing HLS ships.
Trev, what do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think 2026 is when the uncrewed demo mission is supposed to be, if I remember correctly. So for them to meet that target, which to be fair is probably somewhat optimistic, it would have to be 2026.
Man, I'm just trying to think, 2026? Seems like too far. I hope we get an HLS something in 2025. All we got is that first nose cone, and then that they painted white and put an American flag on it. That was sick. They put a NASA worm on it. Of course, worm gang. And then now we have the current HLS nose cone mock-up, which is like a disused version 1 nose cone with tiles and some white paint. It's kind of weird. But I would really love to see an actual HLS vehicle at some point here in 2025.
And to see it with a meatball on it.
Nope, with a worm.
Porque no los dos.
How about neither? Because all of NASA's logos are bad.
How about the metahedron?
Whoa. You take that back, Trevor.
Okay. Ricky Nixon is asking, Jack, where did you mount your new tracking camera? Is it remote or are you going to monitor it? Did I say I had a new tracking camera? Nope, it's just my standard one. I am going to be at the Rocket Ranch Outpost tracking. I have 8 other cameras set as remotes, so we'll see how that goes. River Dave is asking, do you think Starship and Super Heavy will ever be able to be transported horizontally? We kind of touched on this a little while ago. Trevor, what do you think?
I still think it is unlikely we ever see these transported large distances that would require horizontal transportation, but I mean, it's definitely possible to get them to be able to be transported horizontally.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So, did we see? I'm nervous about that dang lift. It's still there. It's still good. And they have plenty of hours left to go. Ronald D is asking, will the forward flaps hold this flight? Keep up doing the great work. Thank you, buddy. All right, so in the last couple flights we've seen those forward flaps take a bunch of heating. And we know that there's been those changes to the heat shield on this flight, including some reduction in heat shield. So, oh yeah, and there's a flight profile change. If you didn't know that, there is a flight profile change. The ship is going to be flying at a higher angle of attack as it's in its final phases of descent in order to stress the limits of flap control, so that SpaceX can gather more data on just exactly how well they're able to achieve that. So, that's a really good question. I don't know, Sawyer, what do you think?
I believe we also saw them put additional cameras and sensors that we could visually see looking directly at those flap hinges. So I think their goal is to stress the heck out of them on this flight. Like you mentioned, that slightly increased velocity for re-entry, the lack of the tiles. I think we are still probably going to see a burn through, but I think we might get a Flight 4 type deal where it barely hangs on. But it's absolutely going to, I think, put the biggest stress that we've seen on these flaps so far.
Yeah, not higher velocity, higher angle of attack. That's sort of like if you picture, you know what angle of attack is, Sawyer. I know you know. But for the viewers,
Yeah.
As a plane is flying through the air, if it's flying completely flat and level, that is a very benign angle of attack. It's a low angle of attack. If the plane is taking off and it's climbing into the air, that's a high angle of attack. It's about how the plane and the aerofoils on the wings are approaching the flow of air. So if it's a high angle of attack, that means you're coming in way with your nose way up versus more horizontally, which would be a low angle of attack. If y'all are out there wondering what that means when we talk about it, so the ship is going to change how it behaves in that final phase of descent. And that's going to stress the flaps, and that's going to be really interesting to see.
And for reference, by the way, the space shuttle went in at 40-degree angle of attack, so the nose was pitched up 40 degrees to the horizon.
Let's see here. I'm so excited for the entry, though. Either way, it's going to be so exciting, especially because we're getting that daylight entry, so that should be a real serious treat. Let's see. Aiden is asking, what is the objective for this launch? Sorry, I haven't been keeping up with it. Trevor, do you wanna take a stab at this?
Yeah, that's a really good question and probably a good thing to highlight. This flight profile is in general quite similar to last flight. However, they're doing a few minor flight profile changes that they're wanting to test, in addition to thousands of small hardware changes on both vehicles. And these main differences include they're going to be attempting a in-space relight of Raptor. So that's probably going to be a pro-grade burn, and they will briefly start up a Raptor engine to prove that they're able to do that. And then, as we've been talking about, they've made some TPS changes to the ship. Primarily, they removed a large amount of tiles, I believe on the order of about half a ton of them, and it was 8 columns on either side of the ship. And the reason why they did this is because they want to get data as to if they need tiles there for when they go for a ship catch. Additionally, we've learned this morning from Elon that they are planning on doing a harder catch. Not entirely sure what that means, but this probably means that they'll start the landing burn a little bit later and slam on the brakes harder during that landing burn. And then additionally, as we've been talking about, they want to get video of Ship 31 splashing down in daylight in the Indian Ocean. And part of that, as we've been talking about, is the slightly different reentry profile, where toward the end of that entry of the ship, they will be at a little bit higher of an angle of attack, putting more stress on those flaps. So those are the main test objectives. That said, of course, this is still a data gathering flight. The payload is data. They will be trying to learn as much as they can, and hopefully, there's a non-zero chance that this booster eventually gets reflown if it gets successfully recovered and they are happy with it.
Heck yeah. So what you're seeing on the left side of your screen there is a booster transportation stand, and it looks like it is rolling out to the launch site. Probably just to be on standby for the booster post-catch, so they can get it down on the stand or down on the OLM and then safed, and then down on the stand and move back to the production site as fast as possible. I'm not too worried about it, but it's interesting that they chose to do this now.
I wonder if it's going to be stationed near that lift that we just saw.
Oh, could be. Yeah, maybe that lift. That's a good point, sir. Maybe the lift is meant to be staged for a post catch operation of some sort, whether FTS safing or what have you. Let's see. I'm gonna try and run some support again, just because I don't want to get too far behind. Forgive me. Matteo, thank you. Aaron Kemp, becoming a Capcom member, thank you so much. Pop into the Discord and say hey, because the Discord is awesome and you get access at Capcom level and above. Duncan McCollum, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. John, thank you for grabbing the patch and the kind words. Stuart, thank you for grabbing the patch. They say patch me baby one more time.
Oh.
That's too good. The Nozzle. Heck yeah. Any Venture Brothers fans out there? The Nozzle. Please do not move. The Nozzle is calibrating. Anyways, thanks, Nozzle. They say thanks for the great coverage. No, Nozzle gifted a Red Team membership. I'm reading the wrong message. Patched Up Parachutes. Becoming a Red Team member. Anonymous, thank you for the store purchase. Asking what's their plan for this flight. Well, I think Trevor kind of just went over it. Hopefully you were listening. Joshua, they say let's go ship 31. Salute V1 ships. Yeah, this is the very last version 1 ship. That was a very good point. Thank you for the store purchase, buddy. Pezzo di Patira, I hope I'm not butchering your name, but I suspect I am. Thank you for the support. They say, dilemma. If Starship doesn't launch today, tomorrow I'll have to choose between watching the launch live or seeing Interstellar at IMAX. Last chance. Do IMAX. Honestly, there'll be more Starship launches.
Even so, depending on how far they get into the test today, if they do fuel it up, I don't think we would see another attempt tomorrow, so I think you're in the clear.
Honestly, yeah, I'm a film nerd, so obviously I'm biased, but one of my favorite things about living in LA is every so often a very small, 2-screen theater will do a 70mm film print. You're not looking at a digital IMAX, you're looking at the film projected onto a screen as the film gods intended. So yeah, I would definitely go do that. I mean, there'll be more Starship launches. If your choice was between seeing Interstellar at IMAX or seeing Starship in person, then yeah, go see Starship in person. But you can always watch the stream later. So
I shouldn't mention that I fell asleep during Interstellar when I saw it.
Sawyer, buddy, you're my friend. I love you.
Was.
Please don't say things that hurt me like that. No, I'm kidding. It happens. Mannix, thank you for the support. They say these are my Infinity Stones and my PC is my gauntlet. Let's launch this thing. They're getting some patches and some stickers. Awesome. Jake, thank you for the support. They say, hi, Jack. Search 2005 Land Rover Defender pickup. Land Rover do make a pickup in the UK. Thanks for the great coverage and adding this patch to my collection. It's the best so far. Thanks so much, Jake. Yeah, I'll just import a right-side drive vehicle to the US real quick. Kobe, thank you for the store purchase. They say, I love these patches. I have all of them, and I want to think of a cool way to display them. Any ideas? One thing you can do is stick some Velcro to the back and stick them to the headliner in your car. I know a lot of people who will stick them to the headliner in their trunk, so that when you open your trunk, the lid of the trunk on the underside of the lid, like what you would be looking at when the trunk is open, has a bunch of patches on it. You can get a cork board. You can get some kind of I painted a big canvas gray and just stuck some Velcro to it, and then stuck the Velcro on the patches and just made sort of a patch wall. Yeah.
Put them on a jacket.
I wish I had a sweet jacket for it. Yeah, I don't, unfortunately. I don't know. What do you any patch suggestions, Sawyer?
That's what I do. Is I've got a jacket for them. I also have a corkboard collection. So yeah, I think those are the two cool options. Although I'm sure if you go to somewhere like Etsy or one of those kind of stores, there are people that have gotten even more creative.
Good deal. The Bus Driver Dan Show. Thank you so much for the support. They say it's my 60th birthday today. Oh, the panel just crashed for me. Uh oh. Okay, here we go. It's my 60th birthday today. Lifelong Rocket Man. How great is this? Happy 60th birthday, Dan. Absolutely fantastic. Just like, was it Roland earlier? You just orbited the star one more time. How cool is that?
Orbit baby one more time.
Nice. Everyone in chat say happy birthday to the Bus Driver Dan Show. And anybody else out there that's his birthday, happy birthday. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thanks for the $5 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. They say, morning, guys. They talked about this briefly yesterday on Countdown. Since this launch will be SpaceX's 420th launch, will it really, Trevor?
Yes.
Are you serious?
It will be SpaceX's 420th launch.
I kind of hope they launch it at 420.
Yes.
That would, like 420 at 420 would be amazing.
It'll be the
All right.
119th launch of the year and the 420th total SpaceX launch.
So yeah, I'd rather be flying an X-Wing is asking what are the odds the T0 slips to 420. I would say non-zero chance that happens. What do you guys think?
I see it slipping to 420. I see the meme surviving. The Starship's first launch was on 420. I still cannot believe that someone predicted that launch 18 months in advance. So keep the 420 meme going, SpaceX.
It's for the memes. I wouldn't be surprised.
And Jack's probably talking while muted.
Potentially. Hi, I'm Jack.
You see
I wear a
that
kilt.
microphone
Oh my god,
icon. You have to
I
click it.
was muted. I'm a dumb idiot. Thank you. Snot Garden, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Cole, thank you for the purchase from the store, getting a Max print. I know Max appreciates it. Shout something, Max.
Thank you.
I don't know if you heard that, but Max says thank you. They got the moon print. That thing's selling like hotcakes, Max. Yeah, so let's see. There was a couple of these that I really wanted to call out right now. Let me see if I can find them. Here we go. Annette. That means that's Bideford. Bideford with a $100 tip. Thank you so much, Bideford. Once again. They say, yeah, another special NSFer now on. Welcome, Sawyer, with Jack and Trevor. I am so sorry that I did not know YouTube takes 30% of what is donated. Tips only from now on. Thank you, Bideford. Don't be sorry. Honestly. Like, really, don't. There's all kinds of ways you can support us. If you prefer to do it through YouTube, because that's easier for you, by all means, just do that. No worries. If you want to go to tips.nasaspaceflight.com, you can do that. If you want to get something cool in return, you can go get some merch. You know, there's all kinds of ways, and it doesn't have to be a monetary thing. You can just hit the like button, tell your friends about us, hit the subscribe button if you're not already. We appreciate you just the same. So thank you, Bideford. That is insanely generous of you.
Yes. Also, hi, Bideford. Thank you.
Speaking of insanely generous, Brock. $300 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you so much, Brock.
Wow.
They say, when Bacon Cam on Launch Tower? All jokes aside, shout out to the team for views, commentary, and keeping chat friendly. Just go Starship, go NSF. Thank you so much, Brock. That's so much money. Seriously, I don't even know how you adequately express thanks for that, but thank you. We'll keep doing what we do, and with all the support, we'll keep getting even better at it, implementing new things, and trying to just bring you guys the very best coverage that we can.
Our mod team is definitely underrated. We don't shout them out enough, but they are why the chat is so clean, and we try to get rid of all of the trolls and just annoying people so that people who actually want to have a conversation and interact can do so. So thank you, mods.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that, Trevor. I should do a better job at shouting out the mods, because holy cow. It's talk about a Sisyphean task. Chris K, thank you for the support. They say, do you think the exhaust plume from Launch Mount 1 or 2 will look better? 2 will look way better. That's my opinion, because of the flame trench. Hopefully we get less dust. Hopefully that means that we get some cleaner shots of the moments immediately after liftoff. I don't know, what do you think, Sawyer?
I mean, you learn always from the first ones. The first tower is more kind of, I think, for practicality. And the second one is, now that we know what works and how it works, now we go for the aesthetics. I mean, like, even early on when they were launching from 39A, they were kind of just working off of the fixed service structure that they had from Shuttle. And then as soon as they got rid of the rotating service structure, then we got the fancy paint jobs, we got the new buttons in the elevators. That's when it became SpaceX-y.
Yeah. Devin Waldron, thanks for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Juan, thanks for the super chat. Vox Noer, thank you for the super chat. They say, what do you think is the next propulsion for space? Nuclear or question mark? And how is their work being done on other types of propulsion? I mean, chemical propulsion is not great. Nuclear propulsion would be better. I do think that's like the sort of thing NASA should be prioritizing spending a bunch of money on. But that's me personally. I don't know. Trevor, thoughts? You're the science boy here.
That's a generous comment. I don't see us switching to nuclear propulsion for a long time. chemical certainly is not as
Wait.
efficient.
Can you say that word again? Switching to what kind of propulsion again?
Nuclear.
Really?
Thank you, George.
I'm confused.
Trevor, say new. Then say clear. Nuclear. Nuclear. It's not nuclear. What are you, Homer Simpson?
I mean, technically, both are now considered approved pronunciations in the OED, but yeah.
Take that L, Jack. Take that L.
I refuse.
It still sounds wrong, but technically it's correct.
That's the worst kind of correct in this case. Jason Hilbert, thank you for the support. Wow, $49. Thank you so much. They say, I've been watching you guys for years. Thank you for everything you do. Well, thank you, Jason, for the support. That's very generous of you. Michael, getting a t-shirt from the store. They say, thanks for the marathon stakeout. I enjoy your banter and insights while waiting for the launch. Send it, SpaceX. Thanks so much. All right. I got us down to under 45 minutes behind. It's not easy. All right, how about we do some more
You were yelling at
questions?
EJ for it.
Well, you know what, Trevor? I yell is what I do. You should know that by now.
Yeah, again, glad I wasn't there, or else it would have been, I think, a conceded effort between both of us to just mess up EJ a la Flame Trench.
Thinkataz is asking, could you put a nose cone on the booster and fly it from Starbase to Kennedy? No. I mean, like theoretically, would that be possible? Like in the realm of possibility for the universe, is that possible to do? Yes. Would they? I really doubt it. What do you think, Trevor?
No, I don't. I do not see ships or boosters being flown between any launch facilities in the short term. Eventually, point to point, that will be happening, but that's different.
Picture this, though. Starship on top of an Antonov 225, a la space shuttle carrier aircraft.
I would want to see it on the back of a 7.4. I'm sorry. I don't know if a 7.4
wouldn't fit on the back of a 7.4, I don't think.
But I want it. I want it, Sawyer. Let's modify a 747-900 or something, like the freighter, like the extra long, brand new, like most recent version. Just make it work. It has to be a 7.4. 800. Thank you, Max. Oh, I'm Max. I know about different 747 variants. Sorry, Max is sitting behind me. We all love Max. Grisu is asking, when a transport stand is on the move, why is it still called a transport stand since it's no longer standing? Sorry, did you put this one in there?
No, but I can relate.
Who put this in there? Come on, it's 10 minutes old. I didn't put it in there.
I swear that was actually not me. Trust me, I wouldn't put anything in about standing.
That's remarkable. Flo Schribbert. I'm sorry. But they're asking, what is the percent of favorable weather for today's launch? I don't think, we don't have like a percent of favorability kind of thing for the, like, it's not like it's a launch out of the Cape or Vandy where there's a weather officer that publicly says, because they're a government person, hey, this is the thing. We don't know. We just don't know. I think that helicopter is flying over the Rocket Ranch outpost right now. I hear it.
Get to the chopper.
Foxtrap is asking, will they test the Starlink dispenser door and any other payload deployment methods planned? I'm surely there will be other payload deployment methods at some point. There's going to have to be a chomper door, some sort of option for satellites that aren't Starlinks. But for now, just Starlinks. But as for the first part of the question, testing the Starlink dispenser door, we know that they are going to go for the in-space relight of the Raptor. Do we know if they're going to try to open up the door again, Trevor?
They are not. It is just the in-space Raptor relight that is the only difference in the coast phase. We saw that right on Flight 3. They attempted that payload bay door. Flight 4. Was it 3 or 4? Boy, my memory is failing me.
I believe it was 3. It was the first one.
I think it was 3. If I'm
hit
Yeah, it was
space.
3.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because
It was
that's
3.
right. And we saw that they definitely had some problems with that. It didn't really seem to open or close as expected. So my guess is they were like, hey, this design on Block 1 ship is not really worth super caring about. We'll improve it on Block 2 and then test that.
We'll just have to wait and see. I can't wait for Block 2. It's going to be amazing. Ooh, Yakiger?
Hey, it's you,
Yaki
yeah.
Roger? Oh my god. They say you should sell jackets with Velcro for patches. Adrian, store team. I think that's a really good idea. Kirak is asking, what did they use as igniter on the Raptor 2? I have missed that. Trevor, what's going on with igniters on Raptor 2? Does it even have igniters anymore?
So each pre-burner does have a torch igniter, but the main combustion chamber does not have any igniters. Somehow, I'm guessing just that, right, they have super high pressure, high temperature, oxygen-rich gas and fuel-rich gas, and I'm guessing that basically just acts hypergolic in that environment where it doesn't really need a spark or anything.
Yeah. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. God, I can't wait to see Raptor 3. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, here's a really interesting one. Supersonic Retro Propulsion, which is the best name, is asking, if Block 5 is the final version of Falcon, what block do we guess will be the final version of Starship? I don't think it's 3, that's for sure. I think they're going all the way to 5 again. Who knows? What do you guys think?
I don't think there will be one.
You don't think there will be a Block 5 Starship?
I do not think that there will be a last block. Just like there's no last block of aircraft. Like, they're continually upgrading them, making improvements.
I picture this. Starship, 35 engines, 12-meter diameter, launching from the Cape, Block 5. Calling it now.
How many meter diameter?
Yeah, you heard me. Monstrosity. 12. Make it big.
All right, that's someday. When Starship Sea Dragon?
But yeah, imagine that. It's like you got Saturn 5, now you got Starship 5.
That would be cool. Let's see. Johnny Mack is saying, how did the chopsticks transition from booster lifting config to ship lifting config? Huh. I guess there's like the ship lifting fixtures that extend for the ship or retract when it's a booster. Who put this one in there? Who's putting questions in there? Is it Ryan?
I think this is all Ryan.
It sounds like something Ryan would put in chat. But yeah, there are some little shipped lifting fixtures that get extended when they are lifting a ship and retracted when they're lifting a booster. All right, let's take a second and, well, hang on just a moment. Really quickly, I do want to address this one from P-Gamer Elevators. They're saying, some people are saying this is the final Starship flight. Why? Well, it's not the final Starship flight ever, but it is going to be the final flight of Starship version 1. Right, Trevor?
That is correct. Ship 31 was the last V1 that was finished. So the first V2 ship is 33, and 32 has been sat in the rocket garden for like a year and has not had any work done on it. So the next flight of Starship will be with the version 2 of ship, which has a number of improvements, especially the main one that we've been talking about is those forward flaps are being relocated. So yeah, it's very much not going to be the final Starship flight. I think Starship will be flying in some form or another for many, many decades.
Let's see. Okay. Real quick, I think we should take a moment because I don't know if y'all have been paying attention, but lately on our recent streams, we've been talking with some folks from BYU who've been doing some real cool science about the audio of Starship. But that's not the only science that we've been able to host on some of our sites. We've also been able to host Dr. Holly, who you've heard us talk about all the time, from Hebron High School for a sort of a NSF science fair where her students were able to conduct experiments at our sites. So let's take a look at this quick video and hear the students talk about, what their experiments on the last flight and this flight are.
Hi everyone, my name is Miguel Kachu. First, I want to express how grateful we are to both NSF and John Galloway for giving us this incredible opportunity. Clay and I are seniors at Hebron High School in Louisville, Texas. This is our second year participating in the Starbase Science Fair, where we've been building seismometers for Test Flight 3, 5, and now Test Flight 6. As a quick reminder, seismometers are instruments used to record vibrations or movements in the ground. Before diving into our work for Test Flight 6, I'd like to briefly showcase a seismometer we built for Test Flight 3.
Thanks, Miguel. Hi, everyone. My name is Clay Lamar. Last year, we created a total of 8 seismometers deployed across 4 testing sites. 4 of these devices recorded seismic activity along the z-axis, like this one, while the remaining 4 recorded activity along the x and y axes. Using basic classroom materials, we successfully detected significant movement. Interestingly, the weights on our devices began shifting only after the rocket's roar was heard. To better understand the timing, we used a camera to compare the launch timeline with the seismometer readings. This analysis led to some intriguing conclusions. However, we acknowledged that external factors such as wind gusts or shock waves might have influenced the movement we recorded rather than pure seismic activity. For Test Flight 6, we worked hard to minimize these potential errors and look forward to reviewing the new data we hope to collect.
Now I'd like to introduce you to our final seismometer design from Test Flight 5. With support from Pasco Scientific, we acquired high-tech accelerometers for our testing sites. Similar to last year's seismometers, these devices measure acceleration along the x, y, and z axis. However, the key difference is their improved accuracy. One standout feature of the Pasco accelerometers is their ability to record data remotely. This allows us to set up the devices the night before the launch and collect up to 16 hours of data without needing to be on site. To address wind gusts or shock waves affecting our data, we secured the accelerometer to plastic bases and stapled them firmly into the ground.
We did encounter one issue with this design. Due to security restrictions, we must set up seismometers at least 14 hours before the rocket launch. Unfortunately, the accelerometer's battery life is limited. To conserve power, we configured them to record acceleration changes every 2 seconds instead of continuously. With this approach, it extends battery life. However, it also misses critical data points. This resulted in insufficient data from Test Flight 5. To overcome this, we led the accelerometers in fishing lines, creating a consistent sway that responds to any seismic activity. This setup ensures we capture all valuable data. For Test Flight 6, we will have 2 of these accelerometers on site and 2 of the design from Test Flight 5, staking both into the ground using these metal staples. With this advanced system, we are confident that we'll be able to accurately collect seismic activity during the rocket launch.
To wrap things up, we want to thank both NSF and John Galloway and everyone involved making this experience possible. We're excited to analyze the data from Test Flight 6 and hope it provides meaningful insights. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone.
Man, that is so cool. How cool is that? I love the NSF Science Fair. More science, more better. And I wasn't doing anything that intelligent in high school. I'll tell you that right now. That's really neat. Special thanks to Dr. Holly for facilitating that.
I wish my high school physics class had me going out to the launch. Instead, we were just like pushing blocks in lab, and it was boring. But I became a physics major, so I guess it was at least interesting enough for me.
Yeah, fair. Did you ever have to do any like weird projects in high school in physics, like AP physics, where you make like a catapult or something?
Yeah, so it wasn't AP, it was IB. So they had their weird requirements, but one of those was definitely making a catapult.
Neat. Would you chuck like a pumpkin or something?
No, it was much smaller scale than that. It was, I think we had a competition of who could throw a marshmallow the furthest. With the catapult.
That's lame. In my high school, we threw pumpkins, and you built a big honking catapult. It was awesome. I didn't take that class because I'm not good at math, but my friends did, and I got to see their catapults.
We didn't even get that option. Jeez.
Oh my god, I just looked at the support queue and we're 80 minutes behind. Here we go. Buckle up. Alan, thank you for the support. I'm glad you are here. Ronnie, thank you for the support. Curveless Sphere, thank you so much for the support. They say, what do you all expect from a harder and faster catch attempt? Do you think it'll be more Falcon-style suicide burn? Thanks for all you guys do. My thinking is there'll be less of a horizontal component and there'll be more of a vertical component. What do you think, Trevor?
It's definitely not going to be more like Falcon, because that would mean a longer burn, because Falcon decelerates much slower than Starship does, so or Super Heavy does. So it'll be an even higher acceleration to slow down.
Sawyer, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think we will probably see them push it a little bit closer to the pad, if I had to guess. Maybe a couple seconds later on the burn. See how, if they could save fuel down the line, get it more efficient. It'll be interesting to watch, though. Especially in particular the speed numbers, and see how those compare.
Yeah, that's I'm super excited. Never a dull moment here in Starbase. But yeah, thanks for the support, Curveless Sphere. Shandy OPM is asking, is that locking pin skewer by the ship QD holding the stack? When is that removed? Loving the coverage. No. The ship QD does not interface like with the stack other than the actual ship QDs. There used to be a sort of a lobster claw kind of thing on the ship QD that actually did interface with the stack, similar to the claw at the top of the transporter erector or strongback for Falcon 9, but no. Dano got the Flight 6 patch. Thank you so much for the support. Damien also got the patch. They say, love the coverage. I have every patch so far and hope you do more. Heck yeah. Or hope to get many more. Kieran also getting the patch. They say, love the prints and patches. Been around since Starhopper. You guys are keeping my passion to study aircraft engineering alive. Love it as always. Man, that always means so much to me when people are like, oh, I got into this industry because of you guys, or you guys helped me get excited about it. That's so cool. Awesome. Thanks for the support, Kieran. Sofa King, thank you for the tip to NASASpaceflight.com. I wish I was the king of a sofa. Andy, thank you for your support. They say, EJ rocks. Where's your book? Hello from Colombia. No, this isn't the Flame Trench. Brandon getting the Flight 6 patch. They say, let's get it on. I agree. Turtle Sanctuary, thank you for the $10 there. They say, maybe I'm biased, but ship looks more like a turtle than a whale to me. What do you think? No, I think it looks like either a demented chrome space penguin or a demented chrome space whale. You cannot change my mind.
Gene the other day mentioned that it looks like a penguin, and I cannot unsee it.
I've been calling it a demented chrome space penguin for years. I don't know. We need to get some merch on this ASAP. Andy, thank you. No, I already did that one. Nikki, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Mondays, thank you for the support. They say T-minus 6 hours. Well, T-minus 5 now because I'm so far behind. Sorry. Looks like those cars are leaving the pad. That's good. I like that.
with a car in tow. Did any of our other NSF viewers get stuck on the beach again?
No, a viewer did, but that was yesterday.
No, I'm joking. If that car was one of our viewers that got it stuck on the beach even after closure.
Oh, right. All right. Well, cool. I like to see cars leaving. That makes me happy. Although, probably not fun if that's your car. And there it goes. Man, the placement of the X logo on the office building really couldn't be better.
It's so good.
It really is good. I hope it's actual neon. I can't quite tell if it's neon or LED. Yay neon. Boo LED. Boo.
Almost like they planned it.
Right? Oh my god, we have a poll. Ship looks like option A, Demented Space Chrome Penguin. Chris got the space in the wrong spot. Or B, Demented Space Chrome Whale. I'm gonna go with Penguin. Oh, I can't vote because I'm on the stupid.
Don't worry, I voted for Penguin for you.
Thank you, Sawyer. Oh, good
also,
deal.
If anyone who hasn't seen it now, I cannot unhear Benedict Cumberbatch trying to say penguin.
Oh, I have not seen that. I don't know what you mean.
He says a penguin.
That's amazing. Anonymous, thank you for grabbing some stocking stuffers from the store. And thank you for the kind words. Lawrence, also, man, you got just the store purchases left and right today. What is going on? It's like there's a Starship Flight in 5 hours, 1 minute, and 24 seconds or something.
But who's counting?
And counting. Lawrence, again, thank you. Rudy, thank you as well for the old store purchases there. Looks like you got the print from Max and the Flight 6 patch. Max, your prints are selling like hotcakes.
Don't forget, we also have other awesome photographers down there. You've got some shots in there. D has gotten some fantastic shots as well. Definitely check out all the photographers in there. There's some really cool shots.
Yep. Yeah, the team does its best to bring a diverse set of views for y'all, print-wise and stream-wise. So yeah, check it out. Whether you get a print from Mary, myself, Max, or whoever, or D, or whoever, it's it's appreciated because again, a portion of the sale of that print does go to the photographer. Let's see, Lawrence. They say let's go SpaceX, IFT6. Let's go NSF. All right, thank you, Lawrence. Thank you so much. Can I yell about something really quick? Or why are we still calling it IFT? Why?
Because they're not operational flights yet.
It's just Flight 6.
Is it not an integrated flight test, though?
I mean, I guess. It's just
better than being a disintegrated flight test.
Well, it's like everyone says, OLM when talking about the launch mount at the pad. And that comes from a time when we had suborbital mounts and orbital mounts. Or we didn't even have an orbital mount. It was the first orbital one. So we had to denote between suborbital and orbital. That makes sense. You say orbital launch pad. You know you're talking about the right one.
Yeah, but it says what it is. It's kind of like, again, I'm a shuttle guy. I'm a Cape guy. Cat 39A. You have the fixed service structure is what we still call it. That's because during shuttle, there was a rotating service structure in addition to the fixed service structure. One moved, one didn't. To this day, we still call it the fixed service structure.
You don't? Why not?
No, it's the tower.
Just tower? Just plain tower?
Trevor L. But anyway.
Look, all I'm going to say is I try to mirror SpaceX with my messaging when I can in terms of wording. So I go to SpaceX, I look at their thing on their X. Wow, language. Why is it so hard? I look at the thing on their X, formerly Twitter, the Everything app, and what do they say? Watch Starship's 6 flight test. Great.
Yeah, so it's a flight test, and the vehicles are still integrated technically. So
they're going to be integrated on operational flights too. They're going to be integrated every time. If it's a full stack, it's integrated. I don't buy
Technically,
it, Sawyer.
both
I'm
are
sorry.
correct, though, which is the best kind of correct. But
Oh, you got me there. Anyways, Lawrence, thank you. All right, let's do a little bit of a status check. I think at this point we're getting close to a tank farm chill down. Are we not, Trevor?
Yeah, I think we generally start seeing tank farm activity kind of at that T-4 hour mark. But that said, it's not super predictable up until the propellant load because they can start a little early, they can start a little late. So should be fairly soon.
Excellent. And we'll see a whole bunch of venting from the tank farm as it chills down in order to be properly thermally conditioned to manage several thousand tons of cryogenic propellants. Pretty neat. Hal 9000's asking, how many boosters do you think SpaceX will use once Starship and Super Heavy are operational? Like, how many boosters would they have in their fleet?
that's what I would think. I mean, that's a good question. When you think about how many Falcon 9 boosters they have right now, what is it? I believe 12 or 15 operational, of which feels like 4 of them are at the port right now waiting to be moved. You've got the one vertical, 2 horizontal, another one that is inbound in about an hour from now, and then another one that should be coming back tomorrow. They're running out of storage. But I feel like we could see something similar pace-wise to what we currently have for Falcon 9. Of course, as they go for even more rapid turnaround times and reusability, it may grow, but I think 12 to 15 would be a safe bet to start.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, that's a reasonable number. It really just depends on how rapidly they can reuse them.
Right, and eventually when they get to the point of not even having to take it off the launch pad, just put it back down after the catch, refuel, and go again. Once we get to that point, you'll need probably even fewer boosters.
But more boosters, more better.
I mean, yeah.
Let's see here. Did
Jack just cut out for...
I believe so. I was just making sure that it wasn't my internet either.
Yeah, I thought it was my internet.
Wow. That's...
I think... Oh, is he back?
Am I here? Can you hear me?
We have Yak back.
What is... Can you hear me? Am I good?
Yes.
5x5?
Yes.
Question mark? Okay. Sorry about that. What do we think about this question? How are they going to put a payload in a ship? I think the answer is, if a ship is caught, it's going to get set aside and then processed with the payload and then brought back to the launch site. Meanwhile, a pre-processed ship will be lifted onto the booster. Like, I don't... Because how else do you get the payload in it? It's a good point.
I know how. Carefully.
Nice. Good work. Man, I'm sorry if the messages are like being laggy or like not showing up. Our software, we call it the panel, is just not working right now. I think y'all broke the... I think chat broke the panel again buying the patch. I'm like, I click and I wait for the question to show and it does it or it goes away. Like, so yeah, that chat broke the panel. Thank you, chat. Jay is furiously trying to fix it in the background. Make Jay suffer, even though we love him. But also, holy cow, this is like really hard to do. I want to keep up on the support, but you guys are making it really hard. Not only with the amount, but just with the fact that you broke the software that we use yet again, as is tradition. Looks like we got another car leaving the old Paderino there. Good deal. That's what we like to see. All right, let me try and click some more things here. Rob, thank you for getting the Flight 6 patch and breaking the panel that we use to thank you. They say, I've been following your coverage since SN4 and have loved every minute of it. Thank you for turning me into a rocket groupie. Absolutely. You're quite welcome. Sharon, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Paul, thank you for grabbing some stuff from the store. Looks like they got some stickers, which we do have stickers again, by the way, for the patches. If you're not a patch person but you like the design, we now have stickers again. Paul says, thanks for the great coverage and knowledge sharing. Thank you so much. Matt, thank you for the super chat there. They say, thank you for your coverage. Love you guys. My dog, Bella Bubbles, is passing tomorrow morning. May I request your thoughts and prayers for her, please? I'm so sorry. It's the curse of having pets and loving them is that they don't last forever. It's really hard. I'm so sorry. Chat, give some love for Bella. Axel, thank you for the super chat there. They say, get out of school at 4:20. I wish they switched time. I hope they switch it just for the memes, as usual.
Sorry, what
for
time?
The memes.
4:20?
4:10. So they want it to slip to 4:20 so that they can see it.
When will
Dirk,
that happen?
thank you. We'll have to wait and see. Dirk, thank you for the grabbing some no, they got the patch, I think. They say gotta catch them all. Yeah, panel still just basically not functional. Let's try and do some questions while we try to get more server hamsters running in wheels to power the panel better. Sam Game 05 asking, how long do you think it'll be before Starship will be able to send payloads into orbit? I'm going to say 6 to 8 months.
That long?
I know, I honestly kind of do feel like that is a long time. What do you think, Trevor?
I would be pretty surprised if it's not Flight 8 at this point.
Yeah, but that would be like, I guess Flight 8 is probably what, like 3 to 6 months out, roughly?
Yeah. If Flight 8 is 6 to 8 months out, that is Elon will not be happy.
Yeah, good point. That's a very good point. Sawyer, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think you're probably right on with that. It's definitely going to be, not definitely. I would have to guess Flight 8. Flight 7, though, there's still going to be the regulatory things that need to be done because this is a new version of the ship that we'll be using. I'm sure there's going to be some changes potentially to that flight profile, especially once you get to an orbital launch that also requires changes to the licensing. Add all of that in, plus the fact that SpaceX is going to continue to tweak and work as much as they can. I think it's safe to say 6 to 8 months for orbital, which would be Flight 8.
Man, that's kind of wild. Thanks, Trevor, for helping me get some perspective on that. Because, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Flight 8 at all. Raymond,
I think it'll be like 2025. I think is going to be a ridiculous year for Starship because they have, Elon has said their goal for next year is 25 flights. That's not happening, but that just shows how ambitious they are. So, hopefully we'll see some orbital refueling. There's a possibility they do an entire orbital refueling demonstration next year. Then, of course, we're looking at catching a ship next year, reusing a booster, actually deploying payload. Like, there's going to be a lot of cool stuff next year, and NSF will be here to cover it, which will be also very fun. And Jack's talking while muted again.
Yep. Thank you, Trevor. Okay. Let's see here. Ryan, thank you so much for the support. They say, can someone please hit the 2x speed button on the Earth's time settings? Can't wait for this thing to move. Please don't do that because I still have a lot to set up after this stream. The Visualist, thank you for the support. They say, as a poor and starving artist, I don't have much to spare, but I've been enjoying your streams for quite a while, and the guilt has become unbearable. Seriously, don't feel guilty, please. You do not have to support us monetarily. So many fine folks out there who are able to do it. It's like what the community is great for. The people gifting the memberships and all that. Please don't ever feel guilty if you can't support us monetarily. It really is fine. Just hit the like button. Subscribe. I know it's a YouTube cliche. I know you've heard it so many times. Those words don't even register with your neurons. I understand that. But really, hit the like button, subscribing to the channel if you're not. Both are completely free, and both really, really, really do help us out. Just like telling your friends about us. So share the stream. hit the like button, subscribe. Don't feel guilty if you can't contribute monetarily. We appreciate you guys so much. It still blows my mind how many people will get watching a stream. It's just like, what? That many people care? Amazing! Emma Louise is asking, what has been your favorite moment of the Starship program? Personally, I remember being so excited about the first time a ship got a nose cone. Emma, I'm really glad that you remember that and you were excited about it, because if you remember, we used to do Starbase Update back in the day, before the current iteration of Starbase Update, and when SN8 got its nose cone, I literally did a shot for Starbase Update where I was running around my neighborhood in Los Feliz in LA and just screaming, "We're going to Mars! We're going to Mars!" and I look back on that and I'm like, boy, you sweet summer child, you have no idea how long this road's gonna be. But yeah, I do remember being very excited about that. Trevor, do you have a favorite moment in the Starship program?
I think it probably has to be the 150-meter Starhopper hop for me.
Yep.
Because that was just like so insane, and it was like, wow, this program is turning into something. And back then I was probably like, dang, look how close we are to an orbital launch, in my ignorance. But yeah, that was just such a cool moment, and I think it was in some ways kind of fun back in the, looking back in the day when we had absolutely no idea what was going on. I remember watching some of those early live streams, like with Tim, when you were standing next to Tim, or like when Tim would be out in his Tesla looking for the spin prime test, and like the spin prime test happened and everyone missed it. And I don't know, there was something joyous about those moments that now definitely does not have. But now it's obviously way cooler, and from any objective point of view, like we're going to see this rocket launch in under 5 hours and re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. Like, this program is just so fun and so cool, and it's been such an honor to just like be a small part of bringing it to people.
Honor is the right word, Trevor. I think I'm gonna agree with you. I think Starhopper's 150-meter hop is my favorite moment in the program so far. This close second would probably be Flight 2, just because the visuals were so good, and it was finally like, okay, we got good visuals of a full stack launch. But Starhopper, oh man,
I gotta go with SN10. It's a strange one, I know, but that was the first time that we saw that successful flip and burn and basically a full landing. It landed hard, yes. It blew up after, yes, which was absolutely spectacular visuals. But that was the proof of, hey, this crazy concept might actually work. They got this thing to stick the landing for a little bit. So that was the first time when I saw this program finally as like, oh my gosh, this is viable, rather than just, oh, this is a pipe dream.
So I personally had that moment like after SN8, because I thought it was clear that even though SN8 didn't stick its landing and they had work to do, like after that flight profile, I was like, okay, this flip and burn is obviously going to be something that they're able to get working. So, but yeah, I totally understand your argument.
Let's see here. That's a really good question, though. Daniel Hogbin, thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Is the panel working? Ooh, it might be. Avon got the Flight 6 patch. They say just picked up my 6th patch. Keep up the great work, guys. Only 6 hours to go. When is the earliest you think we'll see a double Starship launch? Ooh. I'ma say 2026. Trevor, what do you think?
What does a double Starship launch mean?
2 Starship launches in the same day.
Yeah, I would say 2026. I think it's unlikely that by the end of next year they have 2 pads online at the same time, because I suspect like 39A I don't think will be done next year. Pad B needs to be operational next year for them to not really struggle with cadence. But I think right as Pad B goes operational, they're going to take Pad A offline to do upgrades to it. So yeah, I would say probably 2026.
Sawyer, thoughts?
I'm going to go 2027 because I think it's going to take a bit to get Starship operations up and running at the Cape. Then we might be able to see it where we see 2 different launches from 2 different launch sites, potentially with Starbase and the Cape. I think maybe 28 is when we finally get double in the same day, both at the Cape or, at the same launch area, like we've seen with Falcon, where we see 2 launches in a single day.
I can't wait. You know what? I also can't wait for launch, but thankfully we're getting some activity at the tank farm. Looks like the vaporizers are spooling up. You can see some condensation there from the tank farm. Excellent. Excellent. This is exactly what we want to see at this point in time. Thermal conditioning everything, getting the tank farm ready to supply the rocket with thousands of tons of methane and liquid oxygen. What is it, like 4,000, 5,000 tons? It's insane.
Yeah, that is loaded in under an hour.
Well, yeah, like 45 minutes. I'm
Yeah.
still mind blown that the fuel load for Starship is about as fast as the fuel load for Falcon Heavy. It hurts my head. There's no universe in which any company develops a new thing that's way more complex, way bigger, and way more groundbreaking than their previous thing, and then it is able. I don't know. It hurts my head. Webby in our back channel is saying it's about 3,900 tons of LOX and 1,100 tons of LCH4, which is methane. Metric tons, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. M tons. Or is that just a typo, Ryan? Either way, lot of propellant. Yeah, no, it's metric tons. Thank you. Peter, thanks for the store purchase. Dino Walpa, thank you for the support there. They say, could a carbon fiber cable get dragged to the outer limits for an Earth-to-space elevator? Carbon fiber is not strong enough. Space elevators are cool, though. Hopefully someday we'll have materials that are able to make one, but not carbon fiber, unfortunately. I need, like, carbon nanotubes or something. And even then. Ian, thank you for grabbing a t-shirt. They say, keep up the good work, y'all, from the UK. Michael, grabbing the Flight 6 patch. Thank you so much. Seriously, the support. It makes me happy. Thank you all so much. They say, I've been following Starship since Starhopper, and I can't believe how far they've come. These streams are better than the SpaceX ones by a mile, so keep up the good work. If you like us, watch us. If you don't, watch someone else. There's plenty of options. That's sort of the nice thing about this. But we're glad that you like what we're putting down. Brian, grabbing, what did Brian grab? The Flight 6 patch. They say shuttle fuel doors worked very well. Yeah, in addition to the landing gear, Sawyer, they also had to have those doors on the belly of the shuttle for the lines that went from the external fuel tank into the orbiter, right?
Exactly, when we were talking about potentially protecting catch mechanisms for the ship. After the external tank was separated, there were doors that would close up and protect where the fuel lines were running through the vehicle. So that is another good point. But those were also, closed in orbit, and then they kept them closed all the way through until they were ready to stack it again.
So neat. Chris, thanks for grabbing the Flight 6 patch. They say, go Flight 6, land that thing! Bruce Rose, 10 ring 1911. Thanks for coming a Capcom member. You get Discord access. I keep saying that. Capcom level and above. The Discord is awesome. There's a gaming channel. There's a food channel. There's a makerspace. There's a channel for like every rocket and company and everything you could possibly want. It's amazing. So check out the member Discord if you come in at Capcom level and above. It's an awesome place. Also, every now and then we all change our names to various versions of our names, like portmanteaued with the word crab. And then everyone posts crab gifs for like 2 days straight. And then people walk into the Discord and they're like, what is going on here? And we're like, crab up. And then they change their... It's great. Just jump in the Discord. Trust me. I know that makes no sense, but trust me. Dino CR, thank you for the super chat. They say, what tech is used to coordinate the movement of the chopsticks with the location of the booster during a catch? LiDAR, high-frequency radio? Thank you, NSF. Trevor, do we know any specifics about this?
Yeah, so we know that there is some communication between the two, but it's, I think, primarily just state estimation on the vehicle side, where they have radar, GPS, and I'm sure a bunch of other sensors to get a good idea of where it is in space, and then it figures out from radar probably too, where exactly the tower is, and I don't know, was able to hit it accurately enough for a catch, which is pretty incredible.
Pretty incredible indeed. HughDove58, thank you for becoming a Pandrat member. Annette, I bet that's Bideford. They say, there you go, Graham Bateman, another one to your set. Nice. All right, let's do some more questions. How about, does that sound good, Trevor? Does that sound good, Sawyer?
Sounds good to me.
It sounds so good that now it's quiet.
I'm trying to find a really good question. That TS STEM Nerd 13 is asking, at what point does the fuel in a rocket engine vaporize? I know the propellants are not much colder than their condensation points. Is the energy put in with acceleration enough to do it? Trevor, go.
So that's not true for SpaceX's vehicles. The propellant is stored a good amount under its boiling point. So like, for example, I know on Falcon, the liquid oxygen is about negative 210 degrees centigrade. I think boiling point is like negative 200, something like that. Don't quote me on the exact numbers. But the point is, they do chill at a good amount under that, the boiling point. And what that does is it makes the propellants more dense. So when they become a vapor is different based on the engine cycle. For Starship, because it's full flow, everything becomes a gas in each preburner, and then you have this gas-gas interaction going on in the main combustion chamber, and that is one of the really, really big advantages of full flow stage combustion. However, this is not the case in other vehicles. Like, for example, on Falcon, not all of the propellant entering the chamber is gas. I believe, I can never remember if they chill the nozzle with RP1 or LOX, but the point is, one of them enters as a liquid in the main combustion chamber and the other enters as a gas. So therefore, they don't have everything is not a gas until it is ignited in the main combustion chamber. So it depends on the vehicle.
Good deal. Here's a really cool question. Adrian is asking, do you think a future crew of Starship will be able to hear the forward flap motors moving when controlling the ship? Famously on...
Did we lose Jack again?
I think he had some visitors pop in from the sounds of it.
Famously on... I'm going to guess shuttle.
No, sorry. Famously on Dragon, you can hear the vehicle making various noises, pumps and things like that. So I do wonder if they'll be able to hear the flap motors moving. That's really fascinating. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean,
probably.
I don't see why they wouldn't. Although I guess the difference with the noises on Dragon with the fuel loading is that you're sitting right directly on top of it as the fuel is loading in, but I think it's potential to hear it.
That's really neat to think about. I can't wait till we see a crewed starship. And I really can't wait until we see a sophisticated starship. Jokes.
Yes. It's so funny I forgot to laugh.
Oh, you're one to talk.
I know.
Looks like there is a train of vehicles leaving the launch site there, and really just leaving Starbase proper. This is a shot from our river lot, that upper right picture-in-picture. Oh god, it's like AM in the morning. In the picture-in-picture, you can see a whole bunch of cars leaving. That's a good thing.
It's just
probably clearing out the production site. Stop Looking 9 is asking, what do you think SpaceX will do to Booster 12 transport stand-wise? They probably need to free up the stand. So, where do you think Booster 12 will go after that? Scrap.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but although it would make me very happy if they stuck it in the rocket garden next to Ship 20. just so that we have a version 1 booster and a version 1 ship, and they're just, sort of there and good to go and beautiful. I mean, it deserves to be in a museum, or it deserves to stick around, right?
Yeah, what bugs me is the fact that there's a chance that they will scrap Booster 12 before Ship 26.
I hope not. I will be furious. I will be livid.
I hope they save it. I hope they save Booster 12 and Ship 26 eventually disappears, but I don't want to hold my breath on that.
Here's a thinker for y'all's noodles out there. Stephen Lewis is asking, why will Starship have to fly 100 times before crewed, but SLS is crewed on the second flight? Is the SLS too costly to test fly? Is this safe? It's very different methods of developing the rocket, right? Also, SLS is, of course, based on shuttle hardware, which is flown many times. But it's a fair question. It's a good question. I just think Starship is
about as many times as Falcon will fly this year.
That's wild. But yeah, I think it just comes down to there's so many things about Starship that are novel that we all expect. There's going to be a lot of shakedown flights before they put crew on there. Most notably the belly flop and then flip and landing burn. And that's just not. When you have a heritage of every human space vehicle either coming back under chutes or under wing, and then you have this crazy third thing, which is brand new, you're gonna want to quantify the risks. You're gonna want to explore all the edges of the envelope and make sure you understand control authority and everything, just so that you can safely have humans come back to Earth.
Yeah, we've launched plenty of crews on capsules. I mean, even SpaceX does that now. SRBs, we've seen them used with crew. Obviously, the giant orange fuel tank. Also, hydrolocks, the hydrogen and liquid oxygen. We've seen that used prior. We haven't seen a crew vehicle yet that's used methane as well. We haven't seen a vehicle that does a flip and burn to try and land and then be caught upright. We haven't seen vehicles that are designed to return to the exact launch site, not just a pad nearby or a runway nearby. There are so many things that have never been tried before that it's not like we can use past data as a starting point.
Yeah.
Also a reminder that the first shuttle flight was crewed, so shout out John Young, Bob Crippen.
Acts of God interspersed with continuous miracles, or something like continuous acts of God interspersed with miracles. I'm always butcher the quote, but that's like the best quote in all of spaceflight, except for maybe one small step. Let's see. Sam Miller is asking, do you think the human landing system gets launched on a Block 2 booster or a Block 3 booster?
3.
Okay, would you care to elaborate, Trevor? Why 3? It's like the opposite of an Alex answer.
We should require Alex to give some answers like that. No, I think it'll probably need the performance because I think, right, Elon said that the current version of Starship could only place about 50 tons into orbit, which is, I mean, a lot, but like also not a lot for a vehicle of this size. So I think they'll need some of the further optimizations. And that includes probably the Raptor 3 engines, which I guess we actually don't know if it's going to be on booster 2 or 3, but now that I'm rethinking this, I'm thinking probably it could be 2, and I was thinking ship, and that confused me. I don't know. I could see it being either. And Jack's muted, I bet.
Are you there? Did we lose you?
No? Hello?
No, I heard all of Trevor's answer.
Really? Okay, I must be having some connectivity issues here. So if I just go silent for a hot minute, feel free to just pick up the baton and keep running. But yeah,
I have permission to pretend to be you and then talk about kilts.
No. Sawyer.
I, Jack Byer, do solemnly
Stop.
swear.
Stop. Stop it. It's not funny.
You're right, it's hysterical.
Stop it. All right, moving on. Let's do some more viewer questions. Y'all, once again, type at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we'll see your question pop up in some software we have running in the background, if you could call it running. I mean, it's trying to run, that's for sure. Max B is asking, odds we will see a giant inflatable escape slide on a ship eventually, like on an aircraft. Hey man, if they ever do point-to-point, we're going to have to see stuff like that.
See,
That'd be hilarious.
My mind went to the tower escape system that they have. It's like 40 with the giant slides that you go down to get away. That was where my brain went first, but that would be cool.
More questions. Andrea's asking, can a vehicle launch from one pad while a vehicle is being loaded on the other pad? If so, could the second vehicle launch as soon as the first booster was caught? I don't see why not. What do you think, Trevor?
Yeah, I mean, they do this with Falcon. Very rapid turnaround between different launch pads. Obviously, those are a bit further apart, but like, yeah, I definitely think this is something that will be very, very common in the future.
Good deal. Turtle Sanctuary, thank you for the support. They say, do you think one shipload of Starlink satellites deployed in lunar orbit will be enough for complete lunar coverage? I don't know. My gut is probably, but I'm so not a rocket scientist, so... Trevor, what do you think?
Not. I mean, of course, it depends on the orbital altitude, but definitely not.
Even if it's like 60 Starlinks?
Yeah, that's really not that many.
But the moon is small.
It'll also depend on what orbit they're placed in, right?
Actually, you are right. The moon is kind of huge.
Yeah.
And yes, you're right, Sawyer, what kind of orbit they're in. Good. That's a good question. Anonymous, grabbing one of Max's prints from the store. They say, decided I simply must have this. Love Max's work. Thanks, NSF. I love Max's work too. They grabbed the moon print. Max is sitting next to me. You guys can't see him, but he's sitting next to me.
I love you.
Love you too, Max.
Moon.
Seriously, though, thank you. It really means the world to us photographers when someone buys one of our prints. Not the least of which because it helps us defray the cost of rentals and things like that. That equipment purchases. It's just, that stuff adds up. So, how much did you spend on rentals this launch, Max? Over $1,000. $1,000? Yeah, I'm at 900 on this one. And I could have done more, but I was like, Black Friday's coming up. I might need a new monitor. But yeah, the stuff ain't cheap. You know, we get a lot of support from NSF, but also if there's some kind of crazy thing that we want to try, that's sort of on us. So, you know, really appreciate when people buy the prints. Chaos Embodied, thank you for the support. And it's a whole entire... Oh, it's Ethereal Swordsman. They're here in town from Kansas. Cool. I'm glad you're working on the card game. Thank you so much, buddy. Rob Trike? I can't read. Wow. Rob Trike. I'm good at this, I swear. They say, if you guys can't say nuclear, how do you say none? What? I don't get it. N?
Noon, like, I guess a nun. No, nuclear. Noon. I don't know.
James, thank you for grabbing some stuff from the store. They say, I'm expecting Gene Rally to personally deliver these to the Still Shack. I don't know what that means, but Gene better do it. Samuel, thanks for the store purchase. They say, thanks for the coverage. I'm an engineering student at the University of Texas at San Antonio and a working machinist. I really appreciate y'all putting in the work to help further interest in spaceflight. Thank you so much. Sam, that's why we do what we do. The more people that are excited about
the
Go ahead,
world,
Trevor.
especially aerospace, is in desperate need of machinists. So keep on that track, and you will have a very cool job very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's true. Norris, thanks for the store purchase and thanks for the stickers. I'm glad we have stickers again too. Jason, also thank you for grabbing a Max print from the store and something else as well. A couple other things. They say needed an IFT5 print and of course had to get a holographic sticker set. Thanks to everyone at NSF. You guys are living the dream. We really are. In no small part thanks to your support. Fire Striker. They say, couldn't they use large batteries or set up a time delay to avoid wasting battery while waiting for a launch? Battery? What?
This is in talking about the student experiments.
Oh, that's right, because we're still way behind on the support queue, which is why I'm running through these very quickly. Ramraj, thank you for the support. Joshua, thank you for the support as well. Grabbing the Flight 6 patch. Casey Smith, thank you for the super chat. They say, when do you guys think that we will see significant payload to orbit? Over 50 tons. I don't know. Significant payload, 50 tons. You know what? Heck it, I'm going to say next year. Trevor, what do you think?
Yeah, I think probably. I think probably next year.
So, yeah?
I think once we get booster version 2, I think booster version 2 and chip version 2, that's when we're going to get the full tonnage to orbit.
Yeah. Well, either way, it's going to be soon. 2025 is going to be an amazing year for Starship, especially if today's flight goes well. I cannot underscore that enough. I am so excited for all the milestones that we're going to hit in the upcoming year. I just feel like it's just going to be SpaceX mission on the gas and just rapidly accelerating this program in the directions they need to in order to be able to fulfill their Artemis contracts with NASA and make humans a multiplanetary species, which will be a treat. It's going to be a good year, y'all.
It's crazy. This year, right, I estimate SpaceX has put about 1,450 tons into LEO, or into orbit. And eventually that could literally be 10 Starship launches.
Wow. That's hard to even think about or wrap my head around.
Yeah. We're in for exciting times.
We are indeed. Jay French, thank you for the support. They say, have we ever been told of the engine out capability in a landing burn phase? I know we saw one engine go out on Flight 4. Love the work. Go SpaceX. I don't recall anything specifically about engine out on landing. I think if they lose an engine on landing, it's bad news, but I don't know that for sure. Anybody, any thoughts? Anybody else?
Of booster ship. Because booster, they have plenty of margin, right? On Flight 4, they had an engine go out during the landing burn, and they still were within that half-meter accuracy that Gerstenmaier talked about. For flight, or for ship, we also know that they have a little bit of engine out capability where we saw this in the suborbital test program where they down select to from 3 engines to the healthiest 2 and then down to the healthiest 1 for landing. And SN15 actually landed in a off nominal configuration. So ideally they had an engine problem and they weren't able to use the ideal engine configuration. So yes, both ship and booster have engine out capability on Starship, unlike on Falcon.
Neat. Let's see. One more question here. Cornell says, Gwen Shotwell recently mentioned they started to look beyond Mars. When could we see the first landing of Starship on one of the moons of Jupiter? How long would it take to get there? Ooh, I don't know about the how long. Probably long. But we always talk about Mars. Like, what about a Starship mission to Venus? What about a Starship mission to one of the moons of Jupiter? Or a Starship mission that is just like a bus for some sort of giant, science payload? That would be so cool. When do you think we'll start seeing cool stuff like that? Sawyer, go first.
I mean, we just saw Europa Clipper launch to Europa, a month or two ago from aboard Falcon Heavy, and that's going to take 6 years. I know if it had been in the original SLS's plan, we were talking 2 years. So let's assume then the 2 years for Starship. I think we're still a ways out. I think the priority, especially for SpaceX and NASA both, is get that lunar program going and then get to Mars. So I think we're still over a decade away from even considering potential additional crew missions, but I could maybe see it launching a larger probe to some of those locations aboard Starship in the future.
Trevor, what do you think?
I really have no idea. Probably, I think that's a long ways out. SpaceX's goal is Mars. I don't see them. I don't really see them focusing on anything else until there is a self-sustaining colony on Mars. Like, SpaceX was founded with this laser focus on this goal. I mean, you can go on any SpaceX job application or any SpaceX post on their website. It basically all starts with SpaceX was founded with the goal of making humans multiplanetary. And until that checkbox is ticked, I don't see them losing focus on that goal.
Yeah, that's completely fair. I do not disagree. All right, I want to do some more support, but before we do, I do want to take a moment and let's talk about what's going on with the weather today. We have our very own Adam Suker sitting right next to me. I'm going to hand him my headset. But yeah, our weather guru is here, so let's hear about the weather.
So the weather for today, it's going to be very close to what we saw yesterday in the forecast that I was showing. So basically, we're going to still see highs around upper 70s to right about 80 degrees, right around the launch window. We're still going to see those north to northeast winds, roughly 10 to 14 miles per hour at the same time. The only thing we're looking at is obviously SpaceX has mentioned that the weather looks favorable, and that's those winds I've been showing you all aloft over the last few days. Those look to be still steady and just under the limit, so it looks fine there. The only other thing is visibility is great because we have humidity levels down now around mid 40s to 50% relative humidity, so it's making for very clear conditions right now looking at the tower. The only thing that we're tracking is there is some clouds that are going to be intermitting over the next few hours that are coming in from the west. They're trying to break up, so there's a good chance we could have, some passing clouds, but overall, I think the conditions are going to be great for the launch.
Awesome. How is weather looking on the alternative days if they do have to push for any reason?
Wednesday for sure is an absolute no-go. The latest data that I looked at there's just going to be too strong of wind shear on that day. There's going to be really strong even north winds on Wednesday. Thursday is starting to look like that could be another potential day as we go into Thursday and Friday. We'll finally get these troughs that are coming in that's causing a lot of weather disturbances up to our north. Those will finally pass through, and that'll kind of let the conditions calm. But right now we're in the lull between those two systems, so that's why today's a good day. But yeah, Wednesday I would say absolutely no. That looks definitely off charts and off limits. But by Thursday it could be really close to today, so it'd be another day like close to watch, but maybe within limits. So that would be my guess from the data I've been looking at lately.
Awesome.
Any other questions for the weather while y'all have me on?
I can't think of any. Sawyer?
No, I'm keeping an eye on chat as well, see
Yeah.
if there's anything. I guess the only other questions are out for the ship landing, but I don't think that's a requirement for launch conditions for this flight.
So I did look over that for the Indian Ocean. It still looks the same. It has a little bit of low-level directional shear, maybe a few passing low clouds in the region, but overall, I think it still looks favorable even for ship landing in the Indian Ocean also. I think it looks very favorable.
Beautiful.
Cool. Yeah, if anyone in chat has any questions for Adam, list them now.
Looking through, pretty much answers most of them.
Well, that's
Yeah,
good. I try to be
you're too
descriptive as
thorough,
possible, so I try to make sure I give it down all the goods with the weather from the ground all the way up. So awesome. Well, we're gonna hand it back over to Jack, and might come on a little later when these clouds get a little bit closer and see what the conditions will be closer to the launch window.
Well, actually, there is one question for you from Gene, wondering how the winds are comparing to yesterday, given that they pushed from yesterday to today.
Oh, definitely. So yesterday, it's not so much the ground level winds that was a difference. It was more the upper level winds. There was a lot of directional wind shear yesterday in the upper levels, and the directional shear itself has come down a little bit, and so that's why today is a little bit better than yesterday would have been.
And EJ's
Very
asking, what about vertical wind shear?
Yeah, so vertical wind shear, yeah. So we have two different wind shears today. We have one at the 0 to 3 kilometers, which in the past of my forecast have been showing that low level. That's where the winds are changing with height. So that's where, they're more concerned of when the booster comes back. We want to, make sure that it's not getting pushed all around too much when it comes back for landing. Also, when the ship launches, you don't want a lot of vertical winds either. And then in the upper levels, we have what we call speed shear, which is just the wind speeding up as you go up with altitude. But every time I look, it's only been like 15 knots every 1 kilometer change. And so that's not a dramatic change for each kilometer. So that should be within threshold for the rocket too. So everything's looking pretty good.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Adam, for the updates. We really, really appreciate these.
No problem. Handing it back over to Jack.
Thanks so much, Duder. Really appreciate it. Always good to get some expertise in the studio and hear what's going on with the weather, especially for Starship, because, again, this isn't the Cape, this isn't Kennedy, this isn't Vandy, where there's a weather officer that says, this is the % of violation, etc. Oh, you guys. Oh, buddy. Are you seeing what I'm saying? Are you seeing what I'm saying? The tank farm has chosen a new pope, and it is Ship 31. Apparently. No, that is the...
Is it white smoke or black smoke when there's a new pope?
I do not actually remember.
But most importantly is this vent.
Yeah.
The vent that we are talking about, if you look basically right to the left of those rectangular gray chillers, that is the Pope vent, and that is sort of right on schedule for a sort of tank farm chill down procedure and fuel loading and all of that for a opening of the window launch right at 4 p.m. So this is excellent. This is exactly what we want to see, and good. Just a good sign all around. We have the old Pope vent activating. Hooray! I would love to know what that vent's name actually is. It's probably something really not that exciting, like an acronym that's like Tank Farm Chill Down Vent 1 or something. TVC 1. I don't know, but yeah, Pope vent active. Hooray!
SpaceX is usually more creative than that.
Right. Usually. Unless you're talking about Starlink group names. Or Starlink shells. Go ahead, Trevor.
We did get an interesting post from Elon on X a few minutes ago. Right from someone posted the chart that he had had at the all hands meeting earlier this year, and he was just giving some updated numbers for this flight, and he said the liftoff thrust is about 7,500 tons, or about 75 meganewtons, and the mass is about 5,000 tons on this flight. The tanker version of Starship V3 will weigh over 7,000 tons, so that's, to me, shows that they're probably running Raptor 2s on this flight at full throttle, which they have not in the past. They've been a little under full throttle. And that also means that this thing should leap off the pad with what, a thrust to weight ratio of about 1.5 or something. Yeah, 1.5. So this will be an exciting launch today.
Exciting is the word of the day. It's going to be a really, really good one. And the Pope vent starting up is just another sign that we are in store for the most surreal possible sight that you could see right now, November 19th, 2024. They're just the craziest science fiction, not even better than science fiction, just wrought out of actual steel. I'm excited. Can you tell I'm excited?
I can tell.
No, not obvious.
Trevor, are you excited?
I am excited. I was a little fatigued at the start, but that's going away, especially as this tank farm activity starts, that we're in countdown.
Excellent. So are you excited?
I mean, this never gets old. Yesterday I was at the GSAT 20 Falcon 9 launch, and even those, the quote-unquote regular-ish Falcon 9 launches are exciting. So add this in, and I mean, it just gets even more exciting.
Oh, yeah. All right, I am so far behind on support. So here we go. I'm going to try and do this as fast as I can.
Good luck.
Jim Graves says, glad to be celebrating my 58th birthday with a big shiny rocket launch. What a great time to be alive, and happy birthday to Dan, too. Chat, say happy birthday to Jim Graves. Happy birthday, Jim. You just orbited a star. How cool is that? Susan, thank you for the store purchase. They say, I'm in some stupid training for work. How can they expect me to concentrate with the launch in a few hours? But tuning in on breaks. Thanks for the coverage. David, with purchase of the Flight 6 patch, says, just want to thank you guys. You rock. It was a real blast to be there for Flight 3. Have to watch from home today. Wish I could be there. Sorry you can't be, but at least you can be hanging out and watching on stream. Alexander Sterling, thank you for the support. They want to know when we'll see Windows on the ship. Sawyer, go. When Windows on ship?
I think they use their own operating system. I don't think we'll ever see Windows on it.
All right, Sawyer's banned from answering every question forever.
I think,
Trevor, what do you think? I wasn't serious. Go ahead, Sawyer.
2026.
I think once we start getting towards HLS, then we'll start getting Windows. So first HLS test, I think we'll see it.
Yeah, that's a good call. Micah, thank you for the support with the store purchase. They got the Flight 6 patch. They said, oh my god, you can send messages live by buying merch? Wow, I hope this gets read right after the great Jared Walker. Okay, well it didn't, sorry. But also, yes, you can send messages by doing the super chats. You can send messages by buying merch. Pro tip. And, it's just fun. It's just fun to see everyone coming out with support and thanking us for what we do. We really appreciate it, and we love what we do, so that's why. Oh, I'm not going fast enough. Jeff, thank you for the support there. Matthew, thank you as well. There's for Flight 6. Haven Deuce, thank you for the support there. They say, I heard there are some Vulcans watching the skies today. Will you live long and prosper? Yes. Yes, we will. Fire Striker, thank you for the support. They say, my thing's glitching again. Jay, the panel's glitching again. They say, if we lose Ship 31 in reentry, how will SpaceX figure out if it was lost due to the missing tiles or the steeper reentry profile? I assume they have it instrumented well enough that they'll be able to know one or the other. Trevor, what do you think?
Well, the steeper reentry profile is only the case for the final bit of the descent. So, I think it would be pretty easy to tell. Plus, they have so much sensor data, and thanks to the amazingness of Starlink, they are able to downlink it even in the typical comms blackout. So I think it would be pretty easy for them to figure out.
Sawyer, thoughts?
Oh god, the amount of sensors and things that they have on that ship. I'm sure there's even more that we can't see as opposed to the additional ones that we've seen for these flaps. I think they've got so many sensors that they'll be able to tell quite easily whether it was a structural thing, whether it was a heating thing, whether it was a stress thing, and be able to go from there.
Indeed. I mean, I think we've even seen tiles with stuff written on them, like "Do not remove" or "Do not replace instrumented" or something like that. Oh, hey, look, the helicopter's back. Yay! Let's get them some more gas. All right. I'm going to keep trying to cut down on the delay here that we have on thanking people, because we're still like an hour behind. David, thank you. Sam Simonson, thank you. We've been talking about the changes for Flight 6. I'm sure we'll talk about it again here in a little bit. Mike Bundy, thank you so much for the support. Pete Raymer, thank you for becoming a Padret member. Sebastian, thank you for the support. They say, why doesn't SpaceX active cool the launch tower before launch? Like, let's say like the cooling of the engines are cooled would lower the refurbishing costs. I do sort of wonder why the tower doesn't have some spray of its own. I know a lot of ULA's towers will sort of have a water system, even if it's just after launch to wash off SRB residue. But yeah, that would be interesting to see. Who knows? This is just Launchpad version 1. Neil W., thank you for the support. They say, can anyone explain Elon's whole 420 thing? I mean, number funny, I think, is the whole entire explanation. Mustache Mike TV, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Again, Discord access to Capcom members and above. Russ Caldwell, Red Team member, thank you so much. Rob, thank you for the support. They say, join stream late. Sorry if I already asked. What specifically will be different about this flight from the last? Can you go over it again? All right, Trevor, let's give us a speed run on this.
Okay, on ship, they will be doing the in-space Raptor relight burn. They will be doing TPS testing. As you can see, the ship looks like a penguin and had a large amount of its TPS removed. They will be changing the angle of attack during the tail end of the reentry, and the ship will be splashing down in daylight. On the booster, they will be doing a more aggressive catch profile, so it'll be a faster deceleration, hopefully saving some propellant, and that'll probably mean it'll be a little bit harder of a catch according to Elon. And they have new procedures to remove propellant and FTS from the booster if it is successfully caught, and some general reinforcements, and thousands of other small changes that we don't know of.
Thanks, Trevor. Joel, grabbing the patch. Oh god, the panel is so very broken. They say maybe the ship will be seen from Florida at sunset. Thoughts? That would be epic. That would be so cool.
I know people that have telescopes set up to try and view it from Florida, so we'll see what they get.
Neat. That's really neat. Michael from with the store purchase, they say watching from Margaritaville. Let's go. Nice choice. Ben Creasy Vision, they say how many Falcon 9 boosters have there been? How many are active? Trevor, go.
They just shipped B1092, if I remember correctly. So there have been like 90, call it 95, give or take, boosters. Because a few of the B10 series have been test articles, and then there was, of course, the B000X naming nomenclature for the first few. So give or take 95 Falcon boosters, and I believe about 12 of them are active. I can count if you really want me to.
I do.
It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. But some of those are Falcon Heavy, so they're not super active. So they have like 12-ish active boosters.
Good deal. Thank you, Trevor. Everett, with a store purchase, they got the Flight 6 patch, looks like. They say, will you be doing more Starship Flight 5 patches? I was at work on the bus and wasn't able to get one. Is it only one I'm missing? No, I'm sorry, man. But we do have stickers. Didn't we release the stickers of all the things? Like, those don't go out of stock. We can only do what we can do, and when the certain flight stickers go out of stock, they are just out of stock. Sorry. Anonymous, thank you for the store purchase. Mateo, thank you as well. They say, can't wait for the launch, as always. Excited for a second catch attempt. Yeah, I think we're all very excited to see that catch attempt, especially on a harder profile. I want to see an explosion. Obviously, I want this program to progress as rapidly as possible, but I want to see an explosion. I like explosions. When nobody gets hurt, explosions are cool. And really, it'll be like the smallest, teeny little speed bump. It won't even be a speed bump. It'll be like when you're driving down the road and you drive over one of those reflectors on the double yellow lines, and it's just like, that's it. That's all it'll be. That's all it'll be. SpaceX really wouldn't care. I hope. I would hope.
I hope it all works. Just saying.
No, I want it to blow up. Let's get some fire here. Okay. Man, I'm still 51 minutes behind on support. I'm gonna keep trying. Joshua, thank you for the support here. They say in the future, will SpaceX collect retired or damaged Starlink satellites in a Starship, land and refurbish the satellites for future use? I don't know. The satellites are meant to be fully demisable, so I think re-entry is currently the thinking there. Jeff Rolfe gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much. Anonymous, thank you for the store purchase. They're excited for launch 2. Or they're excited for the launch 2 in a row. Fingers crossed. Much love from Edinburgh, Scotland. Wayne Edward, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Michael, thank you for the store purchase. Doug Ramsey, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That's remarkable. Everyone's gifted a lot of memberships. If you get a gifted membership, be sure to thank the person that gifted it to you. And if you're wondering why you haven't gotten one and you think you should because you're active in chat, then make sure you have that setting turned on. Daniel Hogbin, they say, Jack, when more Jack and D Excellent Adventure Road Trip member stream? Thank you guys for everything you do. D, when next member stream?
Soon.
Soon TM. Yeah, that was so fun, wasn't it?
It was so much fun. Pending regulatory approval for the next one, though, of course.
Yeah, true. For those of you that don't know out there, right after flight, was it flight 5 or 4? Right after flight 4, my brain is a mush. Right after flight 4, D and I drove straight to New Mexico to film and stream Virgin Galactic's last flight of their Unity spacecraft, and then we immediately turned around and then drove right back to Starbase. And then D had to drive back to Florida, but the drive to New Mexico and the drive back from New Mexico were done as members streams, sort of ephemeral, one time only, kind of got to be there sort of thing. But those were, if you were there, those were good ones. All right, let's see what we got here. Doug Ramsey gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you. Daniel Hogbin. Oh, I already did, Doug. The panel is broken. All right, you know what? It's question time. Jero is asking, do you think Earth-to-Earth Starship travel will actually be a thing? Trevor, what do you think?
Yes. I do think it will eventually be a thing. Do I ever really see it replacing like standard air travel? No, not really. I think the industry has been very clear in the past that customers will pay for or prefer cheap and comfortable ways of getting from point A to B over fast and less comfortable ones all the time, right? That's the main reason why the Concorde failed, or one of the main reasons why the Concorde failed. So I definitely see it being a thing, but I don't see it being the massive commercial thing that Elon and SpaceX have talked about in the past.
Sawyer, what do you think?
Until we get supersonic transport aircraft that people feel comfortable flying over land with, I don't think we have any shot at the point-to-point. I know they're working on, the X-59, I believe, and then you've got Boom working on theirs, but I don't see it happening until anything like that becomes mainstream.
Yeah, that's fair. Valks Thank you for the support. They say some patches and stickers. Let's go! Awesome. Thank you so much, Valks. They got the Flight 6 patch, which is a smart thing to do because guess what? They're selling out fast. And I know that sounds like I'm just being like, hey, they're selling out fast. You better buy one. But no, this is me, Jack Beyer, giving you, the viewer, a pro tip. These are selling out fast. I see people in chat day in and day out, stream in and stream out, being like, oh no, I missed out on this patch. If you do not want to be that person, stop what you are doing safely right now and buy the patch. It's imperative. It's a really good looking patch. It's a 100% high quality patch. If you were to, say, attend a launch as a news media member and you got a patch from a launch provider, this is an equally high quality patch as one you would get from a launch provider. Also, it is 3 days away from our Christmas deadline for the knitted sweaters and blankets and beanies. So, if you want to get some holiday merch, you have 3 days left to order before you get it in time for Christmas. So, there you go. That's the store plug. We hope you like the merch. Also, buy prints. Buy prints. All right, moving on. Chris is asking, how about a starship with chomper doors painted like Bullet Bill from Super Mario Brothers? Yes. I am so here for that. Trevor, do you even know what Bullet Bill is?
Only because of the Ship 26 memes, but I will save myself and not say what I was going to say.
Never played Mario Kart, Mario Party, none of that.
No.
All right, moving right along. Let's not bully Trevor for once.
I strongly dislike Mario.
Trevor, don't dig yourself a hole. Don't. Let's just.
Dick.
Oh, let's see what else we got here. Tell you what, Sawyer, can you check some questions in the queue, and I'm gonna keep running through support. Anonymous says, I think this is your best patch yet. Thank you for all you do. All the amazing coverage. Go FT6, go SpaceX, go NSF. Y'all the best, Anonymous. DJ, thank you for the store purchase. They say RRTLS, real return to launch site. I mean, true. Wayne Edwards says woot woot with a bunch of rocket emojis. Thanks, buddy. Timothy, with a store purchase, they say, please send my missing patch 5. Thanks, Tim. Oh. Tim, reach out to the store team. Anita, grabbing the Flight 6 patch. They say, hi, thanks for the great coverage. What number Starship do you think will be caught on land? I'm going to say 38. Trevor, what do you think?
I think 36.
Nice. Sawyer?
Just for the memes, 42.
I thought you were going to say 37. Good deal. Yeah, 42 though? That's way too far away. Come on, give us a real answer.
All right, fine. Real answer, I'm going to go 35. I think it's going to be sooner than we think.
Plausible.
That's in 3 flights, excluding today's.
Correct.
I think that's plausible. Anonymous, thank you again. Oh no, we already did that one. Thank you for the support. Neil. Let's see, they got something from the store. They got a Flight 6 patch. Good job. They say, I hate that I missed the Flight 5 patch. Thanks for all you do. See, what was I just saying? What was I just saying? Rick, I'm not even gonna try and say your last name. Oh no, it's not even Rick. It's Renee. I think my eyes are starting to go. I need to eat more carrots, even though that's not a real thing. No, it's not real.
Eat carrots anyway. They're good.
Yeah, carrots are delicious. Jonathan's asking, how significant mass-wise are the tiles they removed from Starship?
It was like half a ton.
I feel like that's reasonably significant. I mean, that's what, half a ton more payload instead, right?
Yeah.
That wasn't a very affirming yeah, Trevor. Do you really think yeah, or are you just saying yeah?
Yes, that is like half of a full-size Starlink satellite that they gained.
All right, fine. Now I see why your yeah was so soft. When will prop load begin? I is asking. When are we expecting prop load to begin if they're going right at 4?
Well, math-wise, the go no go poll that happens about t-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes, and if that's the case, then just under t-minus 50 minutes is when we should start with the ship propellant load, and then that would start with the methane first, and then the liquid oxygen about a minute later. So that would be 3:10 local time.
Good deal. Not too long from now. Things are getting really, really real. And holy cow. No, you know what? I can't even say it. I can't even say it. Should I say it? Max is telling me to say it. So if this jinxes it, it's Max's fault. I see blue sky. I see a lot of blue sky, and that makes me happy. Some good light and some blue sky. Let's hope these conditions hold. Knock on wood, Trevor, is the final part of that statement.
Why are you even saying this?
Because Max said to. It's Max's fault.
And take it back.
No, I don't take it back.
I don't want responsibility for this.
No, it's your
Too
responsibility.
late. It's on recording now.
This is like on Flight 4, when I said to a friend, like, oh, the fog is starting to clear.
Yeah.
So you're saying
Meaningless?
we can blame you then, Trevor. Got it.
It's Trevor's fault. Meaningless, thank you for the $50 super chat. That's outstanding. They say, Jack, I have a print of your aerial shot of the first time 2 starships were on the suborbital pads. I can't wait until we have 2 full stacks next to each other at Starbase. Any predictions on when they will have 2 full stacks? Sawyer, what do you think?
Well, I think it's still going to be a bit till they get the pad done, but I wouldn't be surprised the second that pad B is ready that they go for the 2 starships on it, a la STS-125-400. So I think as soon as Tower 2 is ready, expect it.
Trevor, what do you think?
I think SpaceX is very rapidly going to. I don't know how much overlap there will be between Pad A and Pad B being operational to start. So I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Pad A has its first launch and then its last launch, and then Pad B has its first launch with a little bit of gap between them. So my guess is it's not going to be until the upgrades to Pad A are done, which is probably 2026.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, well, we do have a store message from Anonymous. They got a Max print. Good job, Anonymous. That's a beautiful image. They say, been a hopeless rocket nerd for more than 62 years, and I'm a faithful NSF since Tank Watcher days. Faithful NSF watcher since Tank Watcher days. Love all you do. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Anonymous. And thanks for grabbing a print. I know Max really appreciates it. Do you appreciate it, Max?
I love you.
Every time I've looked over you, that's all you've said.
I love you.
Wait, let me try again.
I love you.
It makes me laugh every time. Okay. If only you could be here and witness the insanity between Max D and myself. It's a good time. It's been a good time. I'm excited. I think we're gonna have another BTS hit from D in the launch stream, and that should be a real treat.
I love you.
Stop saying that.
Well, hopefully these Stakeout streams bring you that much closer to being as if you were there.
Indeed. Hopefully they do. We like to have a little bit more fun on the Stakeout streams. Speaking of, the launch stream, I believe, is coming up here in like 15 minutes or so. So hold steady, and we will be transitioning from the Stakeout to the launch stream proper, slowly but surely. But keep an eye out for that. Get your link clicking finger ready, or hopefully YouTube just redirects you appropriately.
Y'all will get to get rid of us.
Yep. Everyday Space Nerd's asking, have we seen any signs of a version 2 booster? Nope.
No.
Alas. Not yet, anyway. Although the other day I was driving past the Star Factory, and that new, like, nice front entrance they built, if you are in the exact right, like, atom of space, you can see through the doors into the factory, like, onto the factory floor, and see various sub-assemblies in production. And I was able to just barely see the bottom ring of a booster. At least that's what it looked like. Because you know how the bottom of the booster has all those ports on the all the vents around the circumference of it. It was just a single ring with a whole bunch of those valves on it in that same manner. And I was like, oh look, a single booster ring. That's weird. Usually we only see those, after they're already welded to a barrel. Oh, and Webby in our back channel is saying it looked like a landing tank. Maybe it was a landing tank, but it could have been. That could have potentially, maybe, possibly been the first booster Block 2 thing, but we don't know. Probably won't know. But we have got our eyes peeled for Block 2 booster hardware, because that's going to be another very important puzzle piece here in Starbase. Robert Blake, thanks for the store purchase. They say, let's go. JL, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Jack with a store purchase. Looks like they got, what did they get? Flight 6 patch. They say, thanks for the great coverage. Can't wait for Flight 6. Tim C, thank you for the support. They say, which direction is the sun now, and where will it be at launch time in each of your primary views? In each of the primary views, bro? All right, in this frame, you know how many primary views we have, bro? In this one, the sun is to the right. As you can see where that bright spot is, the sun is to the right, and it will continue to get lower and further to the right from this camera's perspective. In general, the sun will be behind all of our cameras versus previous flights in which the sun has been, in general, in front of all of our cameras. So much better lighting this time around. Y'all don't want backlighting. It is not great. Minor Downfall, thank you for the support. They say, let's go Arianespace. The roar of these Vinci engines is going to be so neat. The best part is they paid €5 to say that.
Oh my gosh.
Ron Mechanic Plugged In, thank you for the $50 super. That's very generous of you. They say, long-time silent watcher. Love the coverage from NSF. Home recovering from surgery. Go Bacon, go Starship. Buddy, oh, I'm so sorry you're recovering from surgery. Hopefully you have a quick recovery and it's not super painful. I'm so sorry that you needed surgery even, but thank you for watching us. I'm super appreciative that you took the time to do your first ever super chat for us here. It really means a lot because we love what we do, and $50 is quite a chunk of change. So, chat, let's get some love for Ron Mechanic Plugged in chat, and hopefully they heal up quick. Ryan got the Flight 6 patch. Good job. They say, love the streams. Almost made a trip down to Boca today. Muses? Becoming a Red Team member. Jason. Getting the Flight 6 patch. They say 6 on 6 for the patches. Go Starship. After all that, you guys are coming out with so much support that I'm still 45 minutes behind. There's nothing I could do to go faster. I don't know how to go faster, but thank you all so much for the support. Let's do some more questions. GMFDP is asking, when do you think we will see the first night launch of Starship? Oh man, I'm so looking forward to this. They continue with, and which levels of brightness do you think it will give on a scale from Falcon to SLS? It's going to be sub-Falcon. That's my guess, because Methalox is not a very bright flame compared to Carolox. So, yeah. That would be my guess. When do you think we'll see the first night launch? Trevor, you go first.
Next year.
Sawyer, what do you think?
Not vague at all. Yeah,
I thought for a second I thought there was going to be more. There wasn't more. Trevor's being very brief today. Did I anger you, Trevor?
You always angered me. No, I mean, I honestly don't have anything more. My guess is next year, but that's a total guess. Like,
I think that we're going to need to see day launches of the ship first, then potentially towards the end of next year we might. And yeah, it's going to be interesting with the Methalox because in terms of night Methalox launches, the only thing that we've seen is Vulcan, although that was extra bright because of the 2 solid rocket boosters. So I'll be
don't
very
forget
interested to
Turn
see
1.
Methalox at night. Or, well, we had technically Relativity, but that was, smaller.
Talking while muted. Sorry about that. Christopher with the store purchase says, "Cheers to the NSF team. Thank you all for the awesome views of every launch." Everyday Space Nerd is asking, "Do you think Starship will one day bring Hubble back?" Question mark. What do you guys think? Is that even remotely possible? I think it's remotely possible. Is it probable? Probably not, but it's remotely possible. Trevor, go.
No, I sadly don't think so. I was so disappointed by NASA's response to Jared offering to pay for work done on Hubble. And after NASA said no to that, I kind of don't have any faith that they actually want to save the program or anything, which sucks. It's silly. It seems like it's just stupid bureaucracy getting in the way of something that would objectively be good, but whatever. Polaris 2 will be extremely cool no matter what.
Yeah, if it was SpaceX's call, absolutely. The fact that it's NASA's call, probably not.
Yeah.
Right. It'd be cool, though. I'd love to see that thing in a museum. Eka A is asking, "Is the NASA camera observation plane flying today?" Question mark. Yes, the NASA WB-57 is flying today, right, Sawyer?
It is. We've got the flight plan that was filed for it today, and I know we have our aviation expert tracker in Ryan Caton, who's going to be keeping an eye on that for us as we get into the launch stream. But we very much expect the high altitude WB-57 plane to be getting some awesome video of launch.
You know, I'm so behind right now on everything. I'm not even sure who's operating. I think it's Jay. Jay, I'm posting a photo of the WB-57 in the OFT Comms channel, and if you could show it on stream, that'd be great. Because people, if you haven't seen this plane, it is really cool. Okay, we can't do that right now. We'll have to do it a little bit later. But when we are ready, we will talk about the WB-57 a little bit more. Here we go. Let's keep rolling while we wait to look at cool plane. Because not only rocket is cool, plane is cool too, right, Max?
Plane good.
Plane.
I cut out right, but I think he was saying plain good. And that's just plain awesome.
There we go.
And there it is. That is the WB-57. First off, it just looks absolutely awesome. You can see the gimbal mount there on the nose of the plane. It is just so cool.
Yeah, I think I might have dropped.
As he
might have dropped a few packets.
Yeah, as they drop again. But yes, you could see that it's a very unique plane. I believe NASA has 2 of them, and we should expect some fantastic views.
It's not optimized for speed. It's optimized for altitude, right? It goes up really, really high, like 40, 50, 60,000 feet, and can get above a lot of the atmosphere and can get some really good views. So hopefully they release those. Sir, do you have me? Have I been spotty?
Now we got you back. Yes, you were spotty, so I was just taking over the answer for that.
Thank you. I love that plane. I don't know what I said that came through and what didn't, but yeah, that was the plane was landing at Point Mugu in California when I shot that. Really, really special treat. Paul F. is asking, at what point do you think the Starship program would be considered fully operational?
When propellant transfer is in the works, when it's launching crew, or when they do that routinely when it's launching crew and routinely launching payloads.
Yeah, I guess because fully. The word there is fully operational, right? So it would have to be both payloads and humans. Sawyer, what do you think?
At least payloads, I think they can make it operational. Again, Falcon 9 was operational well before it was crew rated. So I see operational being once we have the first payload deploy on a mission. I mean, they still have to do orbit first, and I think even that first orbital flight is still going to be considered a test. But once we get payload deploy, I would consider it operational.
Yeah, I would agree to that, but fully operational. I mean, it's supposed to launch people, right? So not until Jared's riding that thing into space is it going to be fully operational.
I do not think that one can say that Starship is operational until propellant transfer is solved, because like that is such a huge part of this program.
That's true. Starship by itself is just a hog. It's a beast, and they're not gonna be able to unlock everything that they want to unlock with it unless they get to a point where they can do that refilling. I mean, it'll still be a great vehicle for Leo without the refilling, but you know, it's got a lot more jobs than just that. Next up, we have a question from Stephen Lewis asking, is the reentry plasma hotter if the ship is coming in faster? Yes. What about Mars? Will the tiles be up to the entry? Trevor, is there like some kind of physics thing where it's like the faster you're going, it increases with the square or the inverse, something, I don't know. Say something smart. Go.
Peak heating is roughly proportional to the cube of velocity.
So it's cubular.
It is cubular.
that is a math term, right?
Most people would say cubic, but sure.
Cubular.
Of course, that's the California in you coming out. Cubular.
Cubular, brah. Good question, though, from Steven. Sawyer, you have any thoughts before we mosey on down the question trail into the
Plenty of
sunset?
thoughts, but none related to this question.
All right, good call. Oh gosh, I am like, there's just no way I can keep up with all the support. Eric, thank you for the support. They say, why do they ditch the hot stage ring? Are they planning on recovering it in the future? Well, they already do recover it. I think they're planning on not ditching it in the future is the thing, right? Right, Trevor?
Yeah, so this is a temporary solution that they have. They only are allowed to ditch 20 of them into the ocean. And in the future, probably with Block 2 of Booster, they will have some integrated design where they're able to catch with the hot staging ring still attached.
Yep. Starship Junkie is asking, how much margin do the Raptors have for throttling during this specific test, and how does that margin compare to earlier Starship prototypes? Well, Elon did zeet those numbers earlier, right? And it kind of seemed like Raptor 2 would have to be running at full throttle. So
That's correct. I believe on like Flight 1, they only went up to like 90% or something like that. So a little over 10% more thrust compared to at least Flight 1. I'm sure they've slowly been moving that number up. And then in terms of the low end, since it's asking about range, I think that's pretty similar. I think Raptor can throttle down to about 40%, something on that order.
which is remarkable. Like, it's extremely challenging to throttle a rocket engine like that. Especially, I assume, even though I'm not a rocket scientist, a full flow stage combustion engine where both turbines are kind of coupled and it's sort of everything has to work extra just right.
Yeah.
If that makes any
Thankfully,
sense.
SpaceX's prop team is far more intelligent than I am.
We're not rocket scientists. We just play them on the internet.
Let's see. More questions. Keep your questions coming, y'all. At NASASpaceflight in chat. They say, or Freddie is asking, is this a new camera position? This view, it look different. This is a camera on Danger Trailer that is set up at Danger Lot, which is something we get to do thanks to SpaceX being awesome and allowing media to set up streaming equipment at that Danger Lot there, right next to where Starhopper's at. So yes, this is a I don't know, it's not new because we've been there for every launch. And I think most of, if not all of the low altitude flight tests too. No, SN11 was the first time we put something at Danger Lot. Actually, I remember that because I was the one that put it there along with Mary.
Yeah, the great views, from that one. But this was also the lot which saw the demise of Danger Van, correct?
Flight 1 was the demise of Danger Van.
But that's what, at that lot, right?
Yes. That's what
I
meant, why it's called. That's why it's called Danger Lot. Yeah.
It was a concrete way to go.
It's not to be trifled with. All right. Hang on a second. Somebody else talk.
Or as Michael Scott would say, I am not to be truffled with.
Wow, Trevor with the pop culture reference.
The Office is one thing I know.
Yes. This point now, again, 3.5 hours until launch. The window opens, and so far everything, it seems like Trevor continues on track. So what's like the next big thing? The next big thing that we can keep an eye out for here?
Yeah, so of course, the upcoming events will all be things with the tank farm that we need to start looking for. So that will be, right, we've seen the Pope vent, but then as SpaceX gets closer to prop load, we'll start seeing those recondensers, the hippos, and all of the other tank farm equipment to supercharge that propellant. And then that will start a couple minutes after, or I don't know, maybe half an hour after all of that, we'll start seeing the OLM and tower vents. And those will be the good indication that propellant load is about to begin. So that's all still a couple hours out at this point, but still we are getting close, which is exciting nonetheless.
So exciting. This is going to be a really good launch. Hopefully they're able to successfully get this thing in the air today. Bindford, thank you for the $50 super. We appreciate you so much. That's on top of all the other ones you've done already on this stream. I'm trying really hard to make sure I thank everybody, that's especially the ones that are doing like the high dollar amounts, because it's just so hard to keep up with the support queue, which is honestly a really good problem to have, because we can't do this stuff without y'all support. So thank you. If I haven't read your thing out, I'm sorry. It's just like, you guys want to hear us stream and talk about Starship stuff. You don't want to hear me just say thanks for 3 hours straight. I know. So it's always a very tough balance to strike. But I want y'all to know, all of you, that we appreciate you contributing monetarily or not. Daniel Fleckenstein, thank you for the $49.99. They say Fleckenstein are at Raptor Roost. Thank NSF. Cool deal. Nathan's, thank you for the store purchase. They say go Starship. Thanks for the coverage. Vidya, thank you for the store purchase. They say been following you guys since SN4. Love the work that you guys are doing. Cheer. Love from India. Thanks so much. Peter, thanks for the store purchase. Got the Flight 6 patch. They say great patch. Thanks. When do you think they will launch in Texas and land in Florida? Basically never. We'll see, though. Anyways, I think that's it for the Stakeout stream. We are going to call it. Thank you, Trevor, for being on. Thank you, Sawyer, for being on. Thank you, Jay, for operating. The launch stream is starting up right meow, so let's go hang out there.
And here we go.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Rolling up. Roger, Atlantic.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
Flare, correct?